It's shaping up to be an action-packed Friday session. What a way to end the week here. We'll start just looking at the S&P 500. As you can see, holding up relatively well near yesterday's highs after a very strong session on Thursday. The NASDAQ actually a little bit weaker than that here, gapping down. We'll get to potentially why in a minute. We'll take a look as well here at the USO. We know that the IEA weighing in here on oil, and USO actually right now poised to open a little bit higher. So interesting look. But let's take a look at some of these memory names and semiconductors. Now I mentioned potentially a reason for the NASDAQ performing a little bit worse than the SPY. That could be at least partially because we're awaiting this SK Hynix debut. Now, this is not an IPO in the traditional sense. The name, of course, already trades in its native country of South Korea, but it's coming live on the U.S. market in a pretty massive debut today. So that's going to be on watch, and some other names in the sector look like they're potentially trading lower in sympathy as we await that debut. We'll talk about a name as well that's certainly not trading lower here, and that is Circle, CRCL. Nice gap to the upside. U.S. Comptroller of the Currency approving Circle's application to open a national trust bank. Good look for CRCL. Good look for crypto in general, actually, here today. Meta has some more headlines as well to discuss. Delta here with earnings, just to do some housekeeping quickly as well. No economic data in focus today, so we'll be able to focus all our attention on these memory names and semiconductors as we await that SK Hynix IPO. But that's not all there is to talk about. Good morning, Sharif. Happy Friday.
Good morning, Adair. Likewise to you as well. Meta with several different headlines, mostly positive. Of course, there is news out of Europe that they were found to be in breach of creating an addictive algorithm specifically for Facebook and Instagram. But that's as bad as it's going to get on the day for Meta. Muse Spark 1.1 being called MS is supposed to be, pretty good. Now, the funny part about this is Zuck and company, including Alexander Wang and everybody there, took to X to sort of announce how good Muse Spark was, which of course raised or caught the attention of Elon Musk and Nikita Beer and everybody like that. So there's an interesting dynamic going on X here, but apparently it's supposed to be pretty good. Also, they're getting into the cloud business. More details from Zuck on that. As Adair mentioned, SK Hynix in focus. We're going to be keeping an eye on that on the midday. We'll see exactly when it comes live. Microsoft under some pressure as well as Google. They're going to get more regulation from the I believe it is the UK. Yes, the UK Competition Authority there. Delta with some earnings this morning, down 1 1/3. And Boeing looking to get more certification from the FAA for their most important aircraft, the 737-8 MAX. And Baba and Shopify, both Adara, with upgrades here, up 2% and 2 1/3 respectively.
Yeah, there are some headlines as well here on Netflix potentially changing their live TV strategies. There is going to be a lot to discuss, but before we talk about what's going to happen today, let's look at what happened last night on the Blue Ocean in our new Blue Ocean segment. Micron, once again here, really leading the way. MU, largest notional volume here for Blue Ocean in the prior session. SOXL, this is, again, a semiconductor bull ETF that's in second place. You're continuing to see that memory and semiconductor theme really play out here. SanDisk in third spot, so another memory play. Then you've got the South Korea bull ETF, of course, South Korea with the SK Hynix American debut. That's going to be in focus. Another South Korean ETF, this one EWY, in the fifth spot. In the sixth spot, you get DRAM. So we're really swapping here between South Korea and memory, more or less. And then you get just general tech here, seventh place for largest notional volume. Over there in Blue Ocean last night was the NASDAQ ETF or the QQQ. Then you get MUU, so a bull Micron in eighth place, NVIDIA and Intel in ninth and 10th place respectively. So lots of tech, lots of memory in focus in the Blue Ocean, and very likely to be in focus for today's session as well. But now is the moment where we get to see how Sean and Neil are doing and find out what they might be looking at for today.
Good morning, everybody. What to look at today?
Good intro.
What do you think we should? Maybe some chips?
Yeah, maybe.
What's that segment
maybe
that's
some
important today?
AT&T or something. I don't think anything's gonna be moving around today very much. Maybe Twitter IPO again. We can.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Something like that. But no, I think it's
GameStop maybe.
Yeah, all jokes aside, I think it'll be
DRAM, SK. Until then, because
I like to look some DRAM.
We don't know when it's gonna open up, but there's a few. I don't want to. Look, I don't want to preface. I want to preface this by saying usually these things don't open up very promptly. But it's already accepting orders, SK Hynix, for the opening print. So that's a pretty good sign. We can already pray for locates. Usually those are things you can't do by now. So I'm kind of hopeful that maybe we'll get this one early in the morning. The 149 looks like that ends up being the price. they're already starting to sell the news here in the memory stocks. Like here's DRAM down 3%. I think that's one thing we talked about. Actually, Raider Trader was even mentioning it, and we've been mentioning this yesterday. And Micron down 2%. So that whole sell the news thing, money gets freed up, looks like it's playing out a bit, but it's not only going to be about this. I think if you're not looking at crypto, like Circle pulling right back into view up 12%.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You're going to have Bitcoin cracking 64K, gapped up here on iBit. I think that's going to be very much in play. So yeah, there's still going to be a lot to look at in a general sense, but man, going to be a lot of volume with this. We're raising 26 billion, and given the stocks that it's affecting, even some of the non-memory chip names are gapping and moving on this. So let's be real, should be an exciting Friday. Not a lot in terms of economic data, so it's really just about SK Hynix and tech.
Yeah, I was going to look at potentially SoFi as well, just to take something else, a different angle other than tech right now. Anyways, yeah, trying to break through this 19. I just asked, like, why was SoFi moving the last couple of days? But, you know, it's been a nice little sort of base formed here between 16 and 17, looking to now break outside of that range. We'll wait to see if SoFi does anything there today. Just obviously nothing's really hitting on the scanners too much as of yet. Is there any sort of you know, big cap, small cap names there? We had Netflix, we have Amazon, Oracle, energy names. We could take a look at USO again here today. As we go through our watch list, we talked about the watch list yesterday and what's all to be prepared. I mean, here's on our watch list today is quite interesting because we had just mentioned there everything related to DRAM, and that's starting to go to the downside there as well. But on there's SK Hynix, Circle Group up 10%, Meta Platforms, good stories there from Sharif. I think that's pretty awesome. Crypto, right? Yeah, Bitcoin 64.5 again coming through right there today. Delta Airlines on earnings. No surprise that they're a little bit weaker than we thought. There's the story here with oil and energy. AMD, I mean, it's not a huge move or anything like that, but we've got a price target raise there from 635 on Stifle, so that'll be interesting. Netflix, we talked about yesterday, more live TV style channels. And then there's the news about World Cup. We sort of mentioned that the other day as well. And here's some, maybe near the end, Adara always tries to include a little bit of mover plays on here. So we got a Chinese tech play over here. Oh no, 1 for 50 reverse split, global MoFi AI. There, GMM there, the symbol's starting to move around there. Fermi, remember Fermi?
Read that one.
350 private bond offering there, so that'd be a name that might move around. So GMM, FRMI, and then here we go, Vodafone, a big name, but probably not a big price. VOD up 12% as well. So yeah, man, you basically take this watch list and you just go like this, GMM, and you look at it, and right there you get your runner of the day already, right? And so this is why it's important to sign up for the watch list. Go make sure you click on that link in description, FRMI. Like, I did not even doing anything over here, and I'm getting all these winners. So, I mean, depends how you trade them if they're going to be winners or not. But these are small cap names that are starting to go through again. But this GMM actually looks pretty interesting. That this was 0 cents basically. Looks like 3 or 4 cents, and then there's that 1 to 50, and then now today after day 2 play, it looks like actually I don't know why we didn't see this yesterday, but there it goes.
No, because it ran, I think,
late. Let's see what happened there.
No, it isn't day 2. This is day 1.
Yeah,
there's a little bit of action.
Charts are not really doing
there's a little bit of action in the aftermarket.
Yeah, there was nothing there.
Mostly the rest.
Yeah, but there it goes there right now.
Remember that? Remember the other Chinese one from yesterday?
CPOP?
JL? No, the other one. JLHL.
JL.
Yeah. Julong Hold, or I don't know if it's Julong or Yulong Holdings, whichever it is. Yeah, the second the market closed and you can't halt anymore, this stock went absolutely ham. It's not doing a heck of a lot today, but technically it's gapped up 50% because the entirety of this move was in the aftermarket. So this one might still be in play. It's done some decent volume in the pre-markets. Small cappers, you've definitely got some room to run. Sharif, which one is on your mind? Which small capper, in your estimation, is the France of today's trade?
Oh, I like that, Neil. Well done, well done. Let's have a look to see what's moving here on the old scanner. The number one gapper right now is GMM. It is up 126%. It is trading above the volume-weighted average price, holding $4. Ironically, holding $4.20 at the moment. It did reject 5 and has been putting in lower highs. Good amount of volume on this one to start here. 47.8 million shares on the morning. That's a healthy amount. And then you have a sub $1 name, Z or ZBAO. This one, though, failing, although it's about 102% in Greensville. It's lost that 70 penny area where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. It did have a pretty big move here, Dara, right at 4:25 a.m. Got to about $1.25, but that was as good as it was going to do on the day, putting in lower highs.
Yeah, we'll talk about a name that is, potentially putting in lower highs here, certainly pulling back from its high. It's Circle, CRCL. This stablecoin play with a pretty positive catalyst getting comptroller approval for a national digital currency bank.
Yeah, so this is actually quite interesting here, right? So the trust is going to provide digital asset custody service for Circle and its affiliates, but we'll get to the staged rollout of this in a second. Here's the deal, though. The primary strategic value of this charter is not just external crypto custody, but internal risk mitigation. So the trust structure is explicitly designed to enable future capacity of about, I believe, $73.3 billion in USDC cash. So what that does is it structurally removes banks like BNY, Mellon, and Customer Bank of their massive fee-generating custodial deposits. Because if you wanted to have your USDC there, you were pretty much, at their whim to charge whatever they wanted for your custody. And then also, this was fast-tracked here by President Trump and his administration back in December because they want 5 national crypto-centric banks. So this was a highly coordinated structural policy shift. And they kind of blessed these plans to launch, as I mentioned, 5 crypto-focused national banks to structurally merge digital with federal banking architecture. And we've seen the banking industry, Adara, they push back against this quite aggressively. They don't want the crypto industry to have what they have. They want to be able to dominate it from their sense and maintain exclusivity. So we'll have to see whether or not the regulator kind of gives them the nod. Last thing here, I should say, a lot of people are kind of, they're sort of framing this as everybody can now go to Circle and put their USDC, but that's not how it's going to work. Right now, its doors are only open it's only open to providing fiduciary digital asset custody service solely to Circle and its internal affiliates. So they're not taking anybody right now from outside.
Great how see how this shakes out. In the meantime, how is CRCL shaking out as a trade for you guys?
CRC.
I'd like it better if it didn't it just lost VWAP 5 minutes ago. And as pointed out by at least a couple of viewers in the chat, and we'll shout out to them that have been watching it, it was riding VWAP all pre-market. Obviously, top down, you gotta zoom out first. It's literally coming off the lows. I mean, quite literally, it just based out at $60 and is coming off of that low. So there's a lot that can happen. There's your double bottom. Like, you could pull back pretty far and it looks structurally pretty solid. Like, prior highs are in here, 69. Like the 69, 270 is the range. So underneath VWAP, not great. I'd prefer if it was above, given the fact that it's already pulling back so deep. That's 69 to 70. I'd wait till the open, be a little bit more interested there. I definitely am going to look at IBIT, though, because very similar on sympathy. It's up, but in the pullback, it's holding. And we see this oftentimes. Like, it can be up for some structural reasons or whatever, or even maybe even not for a big reason. And then whether the market flies around or a related name flies around and Bitcoin is a little bit sideways, I think that can be a good thing. So the fact that we're pulling back in Circle and you're just holding right here in IBIT, holding that 64.5, well above the prior high, I'll probably first look long. I like the 36.3, maybe look at some VWAP there. If it gets really hairy, 35.9. But patience on Circle. I don't like the fact. I'd be a little bit more excited. Yeah, you know what? I probably wouldn't like to look at this in the pre-market anyways. 20, 30, now 40-cent spreads on Circle. Look first for myself at Bitcoin, but as long as we're holding 69.70, I'll probably give it a shot a little later.
Yeah, Circle National Trust, federally regulated national trust bank. The new entity will provide digital asset custody for Circle and its affiliates, with plans to potentially expand to selected institutions. So, yeah, I mean, the news seems to be good. I mean, I don't know exactly what all that means, but I feel like it's going to open up the business for more potential clients, and especially this custodial thing here. Maybe acting like a bank, could they start to lend out, or I'm not sure exactly what winds up happening here, but new business opportunities for Circle, I like it. I mean, we talked about how beat up it was. We just indicated sort of where it came out. It was $60 was the IPO. price. So right into there, or $70, sorry, whatever it was. But you're right back into those levels. So yeah, this could be a bouncing spot here for Circle. So I do agree with what Neil was saying. You're underneath VWAP though, so it makes it a little bit tougher for that trade there specifically. But yeah, I would just wait for it. We always talk about the 200 period moving average. I think it remains true here again today. Let's let this sort of mature up into 930, and then we'll figure out a spot to buy some Circle. But you know, Circle is in this business as well. It's the crypto. And if you're going to look at crypto, you got to look at the king a little bit. And there it is, man. We're trying to break through right now, 64.7. Like that's been, and I don't know. I don't make these levels up, but this is like right where, for some reason, 64.750 basically goes all the way back, you know, into, and it's not too far, but you know, 3-4 weeks right back into this area. So it looks like we're trying to break back out. We haven't broke through a 50 period moving average since back in late May. And at that time we are at 77,000. So this is at least on a daily chart looking to be like Bitcoin maybe on its way back up through some of these late June highs. So let's wait to see if we can break that, then retest back up somewhere here and get to that 200 period moving average. I mean, that's what we want to see here with BTC. And, you know, we haven't seen the 200 period. Like I was just saying, many of these levels haven't cracked in a minute. That's 110,000. We tried to break it up here at 83,000. So, you know, the first thing that has to happen is we got to get it back above some of these levels here, and it starts at the 50 period break, back up to the 200. Then if we can hold that, then I think you get a little bit of a catapult back up to the other side. I'm not sure if we have Michael Noss or anything today, but, you know, Bitcoin's been, you know, on watch for a bit. I haven't heard his opinion, so I was wondering if we could get that maybe. But, yeah, Bitcoin, we'll see. Looks like a pretty key level to me, man, and maybe on a breakout today. I think we got to add IBIT over here to the sticky note just to watch. And I haven't SK Hynix is obviously going to be on there, but we don't know price levels for SK Hynix yet. We'll wait to see what that tap comes out at. But yeah, IBIT up that 2% right now and trying to hold. So we'll wait to see if it does give up some of these pre-market gains. But we'll take the 2% here on a day when, you know, maybe crypto gets looked at a little bit, as we just mentioned, DRAM. And I just, the whole thing about this whole trade is that until it actually opens up, you know, I'm not sure how this ETF or how some of the other, you know, memory names will actually look to trade, right? And so we'll have to just be patient with this, let this open up. Maybe look back at a name like a SpaceX or something today.
We might get some information with the imbalances and the indicated open price. Like once we start getting some changes on indicated open, if it goes from 49 to 53 or 55, that'll give us this help. But right now, there's just nothing for SK
like 158.
49.
Yeah,
so
149.
once we start getting imbalance data, we'll have a better idea. Just one note here: the move down in oil or in USO that you're seeing, USO down, I don't know, $1.50 or so, comes from this headline: talks aim to address implementation of U.S.-Iran Memorandum of Understanding and issues that triggered the recent U.S.-Iran escalation, including disputes over navigation of Strait of Hormuz. So looks like some progress is being made here, and that's going to be the reason for that last little drop down in USO. The Qs did catch a little bit of a bid as well. Not huge. I mean, we're still down 1/3%, but there was a slight bump, obviously on volume as well. So you're still going to have to, as always, keep ear to the ground, which we will always do. And if oil moves more than a point or two, it'll probably matter. I still feel like we're going to be pretty heavily tech-focused, chips, memory here today, but you do have to pay a little bit of attention. You know, it's a Friday. Obviously, that means options expiration, and we should have a little bit of activity, maybe a little bit of extra chop at the open, and then maybe some action at the close. But we do have to keep our ear to the ground for any headlines that do come on. And I feel like you can have like the same, even in the chat, they're like, oh, it's the same kind of headlines that we keep seeing. Yes, to a certain extent, but if you happen to be trading maybe the airlines, maybe the cruise lines, like one of the names that I was looking at yesterday, CCL, potential for a breakout today. Well, if oil were to trend down, even on a minor headline, that could juice up this trade for a potential break. So you do want to keep, like I said, keep that ear to the ground. Your eyes are all in the right spot. And Tisha Perkins with a super chat. I don't know if I can throw that one up here. I'm not even on the right screen. We've already got one. So let's throw it up. And it's going to be the small capper GMM. It's got room to 643 off the daily.
Yeah. Well, we knew that was coming. We posted that there in the chat. So yeah, everybody look at that GMM there, another Chinese tech company. AI.
They're good for some time.
Starting to go off a little bit, but you can see there. I mean,
I don't know about a
back
long-term
into-
investment.
What was that level that you wrote down?
643.
43. Okay.
If you go to the actual day, as
that where
opposed to
that's
just
from?
the wick high, like it's got a wick high.
Oh, that's where yeah. So she's indicating right up into here that we could get up into this 640. That wick high is actually 670, but yeah, it looks like we could get going there again here for that. Yeah, it's a little 6-7 action. $4 looks like where VWAP is. So, you know, we have some sort of rules. If you can fade back into VWAP and hold it, then it's giddy up time. And that's what it's been doing right there. Wow, good move, Tisha, just in the last 4 or 5 minutes right there, back up to the upside on GMM. So, yeah, if you're looking for something to do, this is another one of those names. And, you know, we didn't really go over too much there. We showed that it's in our watch list today. Go make sure you do grab that link in the description for your absolutely free watch list where this is already indicated. And if we look over here, these are some of the right? Short float, 400,000. Only float, 1.8. Short full percentage, 23%. So this is according to Benzinga, but you could double check all this. It's another low float name. I mean, that's 1.8 million shares right there done on the float, and it's already done 42 million. So even if our number there is off on Benzinga, you're still well turned over right now at 43 million shares today on GMM. So maybe hard to borrow. Go check it out to see how many shares or how it's going to require you to pay for shorts or not. But yeah, GMM looking pretty good here this morning. All right. Yeah, that's it, man. I have SK Hynix. Thank you, Michael. I have SK Hynix ready to go. I just had to install the new allow YouTube to find devices. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I had to get my new phone set up there on the Wi-Fi over there. So, all right, guys. Yeah, let's go back over to the desk. And yeah, I'm writing down SK Hynix, the level of 149. I don't really know what else to write down for right now.
We don't have another level.
I know. So you'll figure that out. I'll figure that out.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, we're going to give you all of the data as it comes in. Like, actually, I already have it set up. The second there is any data, I have an imbalance locator specifically set up with one name on the list, and it is SK Hynix, which, by the way, if you happen to be at Real Trading, for whatever reason, there's a V at the end for us when we type it in, so it's actually SKHYV. I suspect that's something to do with the fact that it is the ADR, but for everyone else, it's just going to be SKHY. But no data yet. Once we get anything, we'll let you guys know. I expect this is going to be a monster volume. Absolutely monster volume event. But yeah, I believe we're going to have Michael come on in just a little bit.
Good.
I'm curious what he'll talk about. But as you mentioned, Bitcoin, crypto has a legitimate. There's a legitimate catalyst with this circle today, and you do have to wonder, like, does this get into some good favor? That's what I'm curious to ask him.
I was looking there. Yeah, it's like crypto stocks trading in tandem there, cryptocurrency. There's really not that much going on there.
It's just sympathy to, again, the administration's push to support crypto with this circle story. It's just the administration.
Company appointed. Yeah, and there's some sort of story about Coinbase as well. I don't know. Here, let's quick take.
Coin had a good day.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at there. So really, Coinbase chief legal officer stepping down, and they're appointing another vice president or something. But yeah, that shouldn't be really rallying the stock like that. But yeah, as you mentioned there, Mara, they had a nice move yesterday as well. Riot, you know, the Hut 8s of the world. There's Marathon Digital, nice upside play from there as well today. So yeah, man, lots to talk about. And for some reason, we don't really know why this is, but SKHY, that's the symbol. But we have a V at the end of it.
For victory.
I actually just saw something on this. This is only the first day of trading that'll have a V for some reason. I literally just saw this a couple minutes after you guys were mentioning it. The V goes away on Monday.
Right.
So for some reason, day one, there's a V. For there's supposed to be no V. Again, I don't know how this works, but that is what it is.
Okay. Just in case everybody's looking for their symbols and their accounts didn't change it over or whatever. We try to type it in, and it's the only thing that comes up. So, you know, we're going to be waiting for this. And then as soon as the tab shows up, we'll get that to you. And as Neil mentioned here, just for those of you wondering about, you know, the imbalances and things like that, there's nothing here yet for SK Hynix. So we'll get that, of course, government bonds, which are really high right now. I mean, you get 4 or 5%. I was thinking about that myself. But yeah, there's some nice offers and bids here starting out in this AM. Nothing really too huge. Circles on there as a buy right now with Joby, but the numbers aren't huge for a Friday. So yeah, maybe, you know, I don't want to forget the fact that it's still a summertime Friday, you know, so we are excited to see what SK Hynix does come up with here today and what that price looks like. There's some talk about, like, you know, it may be underpriced because of the exchange rates and all that kind of stuff, and trying to get that all figured out, like the proper pricing over there in the Korean markets as opposed to what it is here in the U.S. So we're gonna have to wait to see how that all pans out. That's why that 149 to me is,
but it also trades
in question, but close enough.
It trades at a discount just because, like the same way that Baba trades at like a discount to its peers, because it's a Chinese name. You get the same thing happening here. Like it's about a third. Like it's just fundamentally, its price to earnings is I think 4.5 to Micron's over 6. So if you're just looking at it from that respect, it's also cheap in that regard. So this might, and obviously all of that assumes that the growth that you're seeing in the memory chip space keeps on going, because it can be pretty cyclical, at least it has been in the past. But yeah, it is trading at a little bit of a discount. There's another small capper that someone asked me to look at, and we'll look at just about anything, trade just about anything. And I know I can tell you exactly what Luis would say about this ELPW that's gapping up as a penny stock. And some people don't like trading the penny stocks, whatever, like a symbol's a symbol. Yesterday, it moved on volume and rejected 90 cents, couldn't get to $1. Today, it gaps up and rejects 90 cents, couldn't move through $1, and is trading lower. So this is one of those, yeah, for 2 days, it's a little bit active, it's got a few million shares. Then you pull up this disaster of a daily chart, which just shows you splits and pumps and dumps. And yeah, this is one that doesn't necessarily excite me. Like if it can get through the dollar, then it gets interesting. But just look at how it's faded the last couple of days, and it's already on the fade. So maybe at the bottom, you can scalp a few pennies or something like that. But nah, it just doesn't seem to have the breakout. When we juxtapose that with that GMM that we're looking at, I already forget the LH, what was that all?
JHL. There it is.
JL. Like this one yesterday, if you're looking for like a gapper, like it never really did anything except trend higher. You know, you want something that's just going to hold on to the trend if you can. Ultimately, I get it. You could be shorting that name on pops too. I suppose that's another way that you could be going about it. But yeah, not really on my radar. Going to stick to the chip. Circles back above VWAP. That could get interesting as well. But we'll throw it on back to the desk. Getting close to 8:30. Hopefully, we'll have Michael on in just a short little bit. But still, plenty to discuss.
Let's talk about a quartet of cloud companies that we all know pretty well here: Microsoft, Oracle, Amazon or AWS specifically, and Google. All of these being targeted by UK regulators placed in their own new category here.
Yeah, the designation kind of explicitly binds these localized regional arms. So Adara, it's not just Microsoft Corp, Google Corp, Amazon Corp, Oracle. No, it is the British divisions of those companies, and it's done strategically here to prevent them from shifting compliance or data discovery lawsuits onto their primary U.S. corporate entities, so they will be the ones legally responsible. But the framework explicitly cautions these tech giants that they are not permitted to treat these regulatory engagements or compliance requests as sort of a commercial negotiation. They have to comply immediately. They are not allowed to engage in delay tactics. This is part of the new structure that the UK Competition Authority is doling out. They need to have immediate transparency and operational infrastructure sent, or the information about it sent to the regulator. But I want to mention that this is a joint task force here. So it's called the CTP, Consultation and Coordination Forum, and the jurisdiction is split between 3 different entities: the FCA, the PRA, and the Bank of England. And just separately, because you guys brought up the V thing on SK Hynix, so V at the end denotes that it's on a when issued basis, meaning a conditional basis, okay? And then that V will be removed, as Adara mentioned, on Monday, as soon as the underlying legal and administrative paperwork officially clears, which they haven't. So we expect that on Monday.
Other thing too, I guess we're expecting on Tuesday, I was seeing this on X, you're already going to get some leverage in inverse ETFs because of course here. So for SK Hynix, the 2 times long SK Hynix ETF is going to be SKHX. 1 time, so non-levered, but short SK Hynix ETF, that's going to be SKHZ. So inverse and levered ETFs to look forward to, I guess, on Tuesday for SK Hynix. But are you guys looking at any of these cloud plays today in the meantime?
I just think, honestly, all of these like inverse levered ETFs and everything like that, I just feel like it feels like a money grab almost for like Invesco or whoever's putting these things out, because it's just like there's going to be a triple bull, a bear, a double bull, a double bear. It's just like it's giving us day traders a lot of access to trading tools and different vehicles, I should say, is the word I'm looking for, in order to trade this. Yeah, I mean, the most interesting name now in the cloud space to me is Meta. A name that we never even thought was a cloud play is all of a sudden in Zuckerberg we trust, right? I mean, it's one of those things where there's the break finally. So I'm going to put a stop order here to break through, and we talked about doing this, right? And so let's put a stop order breaking through the 200 period moving average for a little bit of our holdings now. 635, 636 here. Let's see if it can now hold, because there's that break. We talked about Bitcoin finally breaking through the 200 period moving average. Has it done it before? Yes, it has, but we weren't smart enough to get out if it broke back down below. And when it did break back down below, that was only 1 day right there that it was over. So that break is kind of quick. I'm hoping that doesn't happen here today again, but maybe this is the bouncing spot here that we're finally looking for. I mean, it hasn't been a solid, we haven't broken back above this 200 period moving average. That's October 30th right there where that move happened. We got basically 5 days of upside rated back in January. That looks like that was their report. So that was a nice move to the high side. If you remember, Meta had the best report. It was the bell of the ball last earnings season, or 2 earnings seasons ago, back 6 months. And then, we've seen what's been happening ever since then. So it had a nice break on great earnings. Then it was just basically fell after that. One up day on earnings, ridiculous amount of money made or lost on that, and then just came right back in. And we didn't, this candle's not supposed to be green, FYI. So we get red, all the way back through the 200. And look, we have Michael Noss coming. I don't need to talk about technical levels. This guy knows what he's talking about. But there's the break of the 200 all the way back down. And then looky what we see here. Pokes its head above the 200 period moving average right there on Meta. And then it just falls right back in again. So my question for Michael, if he wants to talk about a little bit of Meta, what are we thinking about right now? Is there a different time frame that we can look at? Because here comes Meta popping its head above again, just kind of like we've done right into here. And I think a good stop order for any runners long would be in and around this 200 period moving average. So yeah, man, excited about Meta today. A name, Neil, that we never thought would be a cloud talk, but now with their new sort of business moving forward here, opening up data centers. We heard that story about Alberta, and now apparently Mark Zuckerberg and MuseSpark there getting a lot of attention in this space. So we'll have to wait to see about Meta.
I pretty much agree with everything you said, so I can't really add anything on Meta. But I mean, Amazon at 250 is worth a look. I think that'll be interesting. If it wasn't a Friday, this would be like a clean breakout. Look, this might end up be like next week's trade, hold over 250, run a 260 to 265 kind of deal. So I think that story, to bring it back to what Sri was talking about, it does highlight the importance and the strength of these big cloud names. And so obviously Amazon and Microsoft are going to be in play. But I think that 250 is worth a watch. Again, maybe not on a Friday at the open, because you get a lot of false breaks at the open, but that's got to be on the radar. We did say we got the Noss boss in-house. It's a big day, of course, with the ADR, with the crypto names moving. Let's see what Michael Noss wants to talk about this AM.
We have with us, as just mentioned there by the guys, Mr. Michael Noss over at Stats Edge. Michael Noss, CMT, good morning, happy Friday. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, and I'm actually just looking at Meta right now for everyone, and for Sean that was talking about that. And I think it looks great. I think all of these Mag 7 things are getting close to waking back up. And I think more importantly, this is off topic what I was going to talk about. I think this is what we needed in order to kind of wake up the marketing and get us back to all-time highs. We've seen, IWM, and I've been talking about, the small caps, and that the average stock is doing okay, but the S&P 500 is heavily weighted in these names. So I hope the guys on the desk are right, and these are finally going to break out, because that's what we would need to wake up and get these new all-time highs we've been waiting for a while now.
Thank you for weighing in on that, because I know that Meta was certainly mentioned and will definitely be mentioned more today as well. But let's talk about a name that will probably be mentioned somehow even more than Meta, and that's SKHY. I know you went into the SpaceX IPO and how other sector plays fared. This is really interesting here with SKHY.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is kind of where we're going to start, I guess, this presentation is going back to SpaceX and what we did on SpaceX. So again, last time I called it a victims list. I kind of came and warned people about this study that I'll talk about that talked about how when a new IPO happens, it can sometimes suck the air out of the room for the rest of the competitors. So the next slide shows just that. You know, we talked about this before the SpaceX IPO came out, and that we had ASTS and Planet Lab and Rocket Lab and Virgin Galactic, all these things were running into the SpaceX IPO. And the day of, you can see the return numbers, right? SpaceX was up 20%. Virgin Galactic was the worst hit. It was down a third of its value in a single day off no news event. There was nothing crazy that happened. It was just that this kind of rotation took place. And the next slide talks a little bit about the study. Again, I always butcher the name. It's Sue, I think, Reed and Rockley, and it's from the Journal of Finance in 2010. If you want to look it up, again, you can read the whole thing if you're a nerd like me. But the idea was simple, that when a large IPO hits the market, the money essentially has to come from somewhere. And often it comes from all of the competitors in the space. And this makes sense if you think about it kind of on an institutional level. Like, say I run a fund that's heavily invested in space stocks. Well, if I were to report to my investors, I own all of the space stocks except SpaceX, right, the biggest one, that might be hard to justify. So when that IPO comes public, I have to get the money somewhere to buy SpaceX. So it makes sense to lower the exposure in the other ones and then rotate that money into SpaceX. So now I have an even distribution of all of these. And the recent example on the next slide that I gave, recent, I guess for me, not for people who are new to trading, but was the Facebook IPO. We saw the same thing. Facebook went up a little bit the day of its IPO, but which no longer exists. Groupon may exist. Like, a lot of these companies might not exist anymore, but they were all down 5 to 13% here the day of, showing that same kind of rotation. However, this time I think it might be a little bit different. Let's talk about that on the next slide. This is the normal pattern that we saw before, is into the Facebook IPO, social proxies were up 10%. And then into the SpaceX IPO, SPCE all the way in was up on like the day before, I think it ripped like 25%, 3 times volume. And then at the open, all of these reversed. But that's not really what we're seeing this time, which again, we'll talk about. But just quick overview. I won't spend too much time on this next slide of just SK Hynix, because I'm sure you guys are going to cover it and do a much better job at that. But the main thing I wanted to focus on was the oversubscribed number. So this is the number being reported now, that 7x is being oversubscribed, which essentially means for every share they wanted to sell, there's essentially 7 people that kind of wanted to buy it. So unfortunately, I didn't get any access to this. If anyone did, congratulations, because with a number like this, it probably means that we're getting a gap up off the open. Who knows what will happen when it goes live, but we're getting that. And the other number was that it's like $26 billion getting raised. It's the second only to SpaceX. So that's why it makes sense to kind of put this in this same tier. But yeah, the next slide shows the main difference, right? Where we talked about how all of the other ones ran into this report, but Micron, Samsung, all of these, even the DRAM ETF, got kind of clapped a little bit, right? Down 20% plus on some of these. $350 billion worth of Micron market value already has kind of disintegrated, and $1.5 trillion out of all the semiconductors has already gone out since the tops. So the question is it different this time because of that thing? So if we go into the next slide, just shows a kind of a one-for-one comparison. So for SpaceX, everything was running into the earnings. And then now for the memory names, everything was selling, or not into the earnings, into the IPO. And then this one is already selling into the IPO. So I think, if anything, it's going to be the opposite effect that we saw with SpaceX, in which with SpaceX, we saw SpaceX go up and everything else kind of come down. The fact that everything has sold off into this particular IPO might mean that they just raised the money beforehand. And now that could have been the reason that these companies were actually selling off. I know everyone was blaming the Samsung report, but if you look back, it might just be they kind of learn their lesson and they say, okay, we know this thing is coming. It's more sought after. The fact that I didn't get any and I got a bunch of SpaceX means there's probably way more SpaceX shares to give out is SK Hynix after the institutions and the big boys got their cut. So that might already be prepaid. So this effect that I talked about last time, I'm just kind of warning, might not happen this time. And in fact, if SK Hynix rips, then that might be the opposite effect. So the last slide just talks about how, the book's already built is the main thing in that center slide, and just showing that, again, 7 times oversubscribed. So for every 1 billion they wanted to raise, someone came to them and said, hey, we'll give you 7. That's a pretty insane number. Of the 200 or the $25 billion they were going to raise, they could have easily done $250 billion, which again is pretty nuts. Again, we've got some slides here, but I think that kind of summarizes what I'm talking about. Last time with SpaceX, again, to summarize, it brought everything else down with it. Now I think what you do is you look at SK Hynix, and if that IPO goes well and things starts moving, then I think it's going to be more of like a sector play. You'll probably see Micron and SMH and everything move with it.
It's a really interesting look, and thank you for going over that. There was one thing that I noticed that I kind of want to see if we can dig back into a little bit here. So you talked about with the examples for both, Facebook/Meta here, and then also more recently, of course, for SpaceX. What you have here is these moves up, of course, into it, and they give back, but they're still, they're only down, a little bit from where they started because they had those rallies, I guess, leading up to the event, if that makes sense, right? So with this in mind, given that we have these big drops into the event, I guess it's a little bit speculative, but would you see in a scenario where you do get that pop with the Microns, the SanDisks, et cetera, do you see it as almost like the inverse, where we could actually pop even more than what we've sold off so far?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it all comes to, if you're one of those people who likes to trade relationships, I think you have like maybe Micron up on one screen and then you have SK Hynix up on the other. And I think they're going to kind of move in tandem. If the IPO opens up and there's overwhelming demand to buy those shares higher, because remember that 7x oversubscribed number will basically deal with what the opening print is, but then after that opening print, it has to do with, retail and the institutions that didn't get a cut, how they get in. But if that starts going off the open, I think everything else will go with it. I think it's the exact opposite of what we saw. And I don't know, maybe these things start ripping again. I don't know how much higher a Micron can go, but it may be.
I guess another question I have too is because unlike, I guess, to use the SpaceX and the Facebook examples, where you had very clear, I think, smaller sector comparisons, the rather small space, for lack of a better term, and for Facebook, just the social media plays. But with what we're seeing here with SK Hynix, you've got the memory stocks, of course, directly in the same sector, but then also a lot of weakness in the overall semiconductor space. So I guess for like the non-memory plays, is there anything that you'd kind of say to traders to look out for? Or would you say just stick to technicals with those types of names and worry about this relationship a bit less?
I would say worry about it a bit less. Now, the reason, you had smaller names with SpaceX is because there wasn't, the difference is that SpaceX was like a giant compared to everyone else. Multiple times larger than the largest space company that had ever existed before. So it dwarfs everything by like a factor of 10 to 100. Whereas with SK Hynix, it's kind of the same size as some of these other companies, not as huge as it. So that's why, again, I think it's going to be diminished a little bit. Like if you would have to sell a whole lot of Virgin Galactic to raise any money to buy a small percentage of SpaceX, but you wouldn't have to sell that much Micron and SanDisk and these other names in order to get that fill. So it kind of mutes that performance as much. So I think everything from day one is going to start kind of trading as a sector together now that we're starting to see that with SpaceX, where it's just kind of moving with the other space names.
Thank you for breaking that down for us, and I'm really excited to see how this all turns out when we meet again on Monday. That's right, you can see Michael Noss, CMT over at StatsEdge, here with us every Monday and Friday around 8:30 a.m. Thank you very much for this research and for this visual, and hope you have a great weekend. Good luck if you trade SKHYV.
Yeah, good luck to you as well. See you Monday.
See you Monday.
Yeah, and always thank you to Michael. It is a great point about the size and how you didn't have to use Virgin Galactic as an example. You could have said Rocket Lab. You could have said ASTS.
Yeah, he went right to the ground.
Right to the bottom of the barrel to make that comparison with Virgin Galactic. They're nothing. compare. No, you make the same comparison with more reasonably. Well, it's perfectly reasonable. I think sometimes using an extreme example is a good way to make a point, a fantastic way to make a point. It's one of my favorite sayings. But Rocket Labs is a good example as well. And it's not, you cannot make the same comparison when we're talking about Micron and SanDisk. All of that being said, we don't know, and we've seen questions in the chat. When is SK Hynix going to open for trade? You just don't know. And so until then, Micron, DRAM, you can look at what happened in the afternoon. There was some selling. Do we expect it to be as crazy as a Virgin Galactic? Probably not, but it was trend down in the afternoon. It is sort of trend down here this morning. Granted, the futures aren't really doing a heck of a lot of anything. So the first look is that there is some selling starting to come in. But once that open happens, whether it's 10 o'clock, 11:30, 1:30 in the afternoon for SK Hynix, all bets become off. Like whatever you were doing technically or your strategy for DRAM, it goes out the window. The second SK Hynix is open. Yeah, like some of the levels that it played into resistance, if we just simply rally before the open into those, I think there could be some fades. But none of that matters once SK Hynix opens up and explodes. You don't start thinking, you don't continue to think that. And I think you also have to look too at understanding that 7 times oversubscribed. Well, there's going to be some serious, I think, open interest as long as it doesn't open at some crazy price, which we're not indicating we're going to. It's opening at a pretty reasonable valuation by all metrics. Again, respective to SpaceX, which wasn't very reasonable on any valuation terms.
Good question here in the chat. We'll wait to get our consolidated chat is actually working right now. So I call this up right here. Yeah, shout out to everybody on TikTok. Yo, what's up, Yeti360? He's here right now. They heard 130, I guess you're talking about for SK Hynix. That would be below that price. I don't think that's going to happen, not with that oversubscription. But there it is right there. How do you prepare for the IPO? A question mark there from Andre, as you can see right there on the chat. And I want to thank everybody for joining. I mean, that's the same thing that we're showing up there. It's also on the board behind us. So, join us right now in the chat wherever you guys are, and we'll be able to address some of these questions. And I just want to say, how do we prepare for the IPO? Well, we just go like this, SKHAYV. That's going to be the symbol there today. And we're just going to wait to see what that tap looks like. And for me, it's like, SpaceX came with 135. It showed up around 150. It was going up or down. I think it got as high as like 175 or something. Came back into 150 and then opened up. So I'd like to see SK Hynix open up in and around that 149, to be honest with you. I think as long as we can open up between like 149 to 160, 165, something like that, then I think there's room for it to run high. But if this starts opening up and you get a crazy number here of like 200 or 225, remember SCBRS, Cerebras, there, I wasn't here for that day, but of course we all remember that was a 180 pricing, and then it opened up at 350. And then you could see what sort of happened there. And as Neil mentioned, there was up for like 10 seconds and then it just crashed and halted and then just kept going down the rest of the day. And then you had a bad, basically, ever in Cerebras since the IPO. So, and we might have finally found a bottom at that 180. So it opened up at 350, got back to 180. So just to answer your question about how to prepare for it, and we will talk much more about this stock, of course, as it gets closer. We also have a news in our ear. We have Adara up there. So any sort of a post on X or anything that's circulating around, the floors about a time or a price, we will have that for you 100%. So, no, I'm not saying anything that I don't know what it means.
Okay,
so,
I looked it up.
Okay, good.
And the translation is "Let's go" or "Let's ride."
See, that's what I was gonna say. Let's go. See, I don't even speak Korean or whatever that is, and there it was. You
gotta make sure.
That's why I suggested. I said, I bet you it says "Let's go" or something. So, then so SK Hynix Gazua, is that what?
Gazua, let's go.
Yeah, let's go with SK
let's go.
Hynix, and we'll see. And then I do think that another way to prepare is what we said before: is as it's getting close to open, you could also watch DRAM. I mean, if that's starting to fly a little bit as we get closer and closer to this thing pricing, then maybe perhaps, it will be a good open and we could watch out for some of the secondary names as Michael just mentioned there with a Micron or, WDC, SanDisk, whatever, Soxel even, stuff like that. So, lots of ways to sort of prepare for it. But for right now, it's very, very simple. you lay back and you look at other names for now, because you do not have anything on the imbalance locator. And we will also be showing the imbalance locator this morning on SK Hynix as well. As soon as we have that up, we can highlight individual names on here, and SK Hynix, regardless, will be at the top, I would imagine, and we'll see where that goes on open. But it's not going to open at 9:30, so we don't have to worry about that right now. There's not even any imbalances right now yet. So, although the NASDAQ ones will hit at 9:25, so we'll be able to see that when that happens there. SMCI.
Tate Edwards, do you think a complex head and shoulders on? First, what's the difference between a complex head and shoulders and just a head and shoulders?
It's just more than a simple one. Yeah, it's more complex.
I don't know.
SK8.
It looks like one on the daily, and one of the more obvious ones, I would say. Like, you can 100% respect that there's a shoulder, there's a big old head with a long neck. Who's someone with a long neck? I don't know, like Big Bird or something ridiculous. And then you get the other shoulder here, but then you broke the support on it. And then maybe you could say it's like, oh, you've got more than one, you've got two levels of shoulders. And the second one's even failing too. So yeah, I do sort of see it. I'm not really sure what the complex means, but I get you. That's one name that I think worth trading. Putting on the radar again today. Like, it's still got a very similar structure. If it's not getting above the 29, the breakout's kind of gone, and then a failure at 29 gives you some continuation shorts like the afternoon yesterday. It was a good one. SP Williams with a super chat. Good morning, gang. Please ask Sharif. We're about to ask Sharif if he saw JLHL go to $28 yesterday. I thought it got a little higher than that, Sharif.
I saw it when you told me this morning, Neil, because I wasn't here in the aftermarket. But yeah, that one, guys, I mean, if you're a new small cap trader, the move for these ones gets very parabolic in the pre-market and in the aftermarket because there are no volatility halt parameters. That means if it moves up more than 10% in 5 minutes, it doesn't get stopped. It can move whatever it wants. So if you like that kind of action, you got to be trading these in the pre-market and the aftermarket, Adara.
And for maybe one of the most jarring transitions today, another name that got moving in the aftermarket was Netflix. So obviously not a small cap, but as you can see, 5 p.m., we get that move to the downside. That is almost the exact time, I think it was like 5:02, 5:03 p.m., that this Wall Street Journal piece comes out about Netflix exploring live TV style channels and some streaming bundles.
They are to boost user engagement and to revive. It's struggling stock price. We'll get to that in a second. The strategy is aimed at combating, I should say, intense competition, from your Disney Plus, your YouTubes, because Nielsen data, Adara, shows that Netflix's share of U.S. streaming time dropped from 21% down to 17% now in the last 2 years, leading up. This is accurate as of March of this year, by the way. Netflix shares down 20% in 2026 due to worries over weak engagement, disappointing second quarter guidance, and, the failed pursuit of Warner Brothers. And speaking of head and shoulders, Neil, I'd like to show this chart over here. This is the weekly on NFLX. You never know if the neckline is going to break down, Adara. No, we don't know if that's going to happen, but we can try to put probability on our side. We're preceded by an uptrend. We got a left shoulder, we got a big-ass head, and we got the right shoulder right there with the same neckline around $80.
Here's a question, Sharif. Would you be taking advantage of these streaming channel bundles with Netflix if they had channels you like?
I gotta tell you, I mean, I don't even watch TV that much. It's like the amount of time that I actually dedicate to that is very little. So I don't think it would be a good spend of my money.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see if people do take advantage of this, should they even offer it. Are you guys, though, taking advantage of NFLX to trade today?
I don't know that it's going to be on my radar to trade. There's between crypto and the chip names. We're going to be looking at Intel again today, and we just mentioned SMCI. Obviously, HK Hynix and DRAM are going to be in the playbook. Netflix. Here's what I'll say. If you liked it before for the bounce that we got in those mid 70s on that weekly chart, you got the head and shoulder, but you also have the 200 period, which is bouncing. It's a pretty big and key level going all the way back to 2021. If you can't hold the line here, then this stock is in a lot of trouble. It is, the weekly chart, as Sharif brings it up, is very, very respective of the major moving averages at this point. To where when we lost to 50 on the weekly, it was a trend down, and the positive week. Look at what happened when it lost to 50 period on the weekly to show you the level of respect it has. The next week was a bounce and a retest and a complete failure. It didn't have a green day until green week until that Warner Brothers deal went the other direction. That's how crazy the respect was of that 250 period on the weekly. And then when it touched it again, it just plunged again. So I'll be respecting this 200 period on the weekly for sure. For now, it's holding. So that 70 level is holding on Netflix. It gives you something at least to play off of. And if the last time it got there was a bounce, unless it sees some kind of a disaster today, it's not getting to 70. Not likely to get to 70. I've been told you shouldn't speak in certainties. It's not likely to get to 70 today, but that is the level of support that's worth looking at here on Netflix. So
potentially not getting to 70.
Yeah, maybe next week. That's something we can look at.
I wanted to say a big shout out to a brand new member. So what's up to Heidi Ho right there. You can now get Sharif's Morning Note, of course, which is absolutely fantastic. Make sure you guys do grab Sharif's Morning Note. All members have that access for $5 a month. You're going to get 12 to 13, 14, 15 pages of data basically on all the stuff that's written on our main watch list and other names as well, which is part of the story here for Netflix today as we look at Sharif's Morning Note and get some more information about key levels and that head and shoulder breakdown and whatnot. Yeah, this JLHL is another one here today, 32% still. But there's that move that we talked about after hours. And, the thing about why this happens after hours is there's no halt rules or anything like that. And a lot of the big traders step away a bit and it can start to run up. So anybody that was thinking about shorting it doesn't really want to do it in the after hours. So, you get a lot of access to a lack of liquidity on the ask side. So what winds up happening is someone just puts a buy through and it can spike this up multiple dollars and they keep doing it because they know it's going to be working. Oh my, thank you so much, Rob, for that. But yeah, so that's what's happening right now with JLHL. Starting to come back down in off of its $19 VWAP level there. We want to thank Rob today because Randy, it's a Friday, so we know Randy's not around here today. So we want to thank Rob for that one. And then here it is, man. Yeah, we actually, we talked about it. Michael he touched on it maybe for 30 seconds here or whatever. But yeah, it was just saying that it looks like right now, maybe it's time for some of these mega cap names to start to blast a little bit higher here. Some of the focus maybe gets away from the memory chips, memory names and the chip names. And, I know NVIDIA's, one of the Mag 7s there, but, at the end of the day, Meta, Google, Amazon, they're all starting to, Microsoft, all starting to get the good fields. So yeah, my thoughts is what I've already sort of said there. We didn't like Meta about a week ago, and now all of a sudden it's so great, right? And so yesterday, I try not to change some of the rhetoric that I had, and I may make a mistake if this happens, but I was thinking about if it breaks back below this 635 area, which is your 200 period moving average on the daily, then we would, get out of a little bit instead of sitting here, because this happened overnight and I didn't put any orders out, and I was like, if we can get to 640, that'd be great. So it does do that. We could have offered out at 640, but then today now you're up another $15 from there. So I think a safe out, if you had run some longs from down here, or you're just, you're happy with its most recent movement. I mean, the thing about Meta is it's at the same price now. We can play this game, and it's a dangerous game because, this is short-sighted. This is only a year and a half. But Meta basically right to where it was, back in January of 25. So you're almost back a year and a half right now. And you can get some out, especially if you are dip buying a little bit. So my idea on the daily, and thanks for asking that, is a break back down below. I think you can trim some of your position if you were a little nervous about a potential pullback in Meta. But yeah, it's been a dandy one, that's for sure. And I was not expecting what we had happen yesterday. There. Like we got hit early off the Broadcom deal and maybe thinking that, where was Amazon in this whole space? What were they exactly doing? And then all of a sudden it took off straight off the open and never really looked back and didn't even really have too many pullbacks all day. So yeah, Meta looking very, very strong there. And thank you to Omen. And we want to make sure that everybody is thought about here. So, coming back in, everybody on TikTok, there's Bravely. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing over there. Thank you to Danny as well there on TikTok. Sent a 1 cent gift. So thank you, Danny, for doing that as well. Anything we guys get from here, we'll talk to you guys about. So let us know on TikTok what you guys want. And maybe we'll take the next question on TikTok.
We just got one.
Oh, good. Well, there it goes.
SP500 cash.
What's going on with that?
Wants to know about Fermi.
Fermi, okay, that's on our list.
Yeah, not all moves are good moves. And not all news is good news either, unfortunately, for Fermi. So, and again, I want to make sure we're always highlighting the free watch list out there. So Fermi's on the watch list, 350 offering, million private offering, convertible senior notes due in 2031. So not usually going to be received the best when you do an offering. That said, sometimes you can have good acceptance, especially if it doesn't make any fresh lows. It is trending back into, this was overnight and it did hit $6. It hasn't broken that $6 yet. So if you're looking for a silver lining, it's the fact that it hasn't lost $6. If it does, $5 double bottom on the daily. Oftentimes on an offering, you're not really in a good place to short this. So even a trader that was looking short probably already took their shot here at the 650 level. I think whether the 6 or the 5 hole would be the real question this morning. And it's kind of like earnings too. You give it that day or two to allow it to firm a level somewhere before even thinking about buying the dip. So yeah, just an offering for this one. It does give you a reason why when we talk about smaller cap names or just smaller companies in general, when you get good runs, this was not parabolic, but when you do get good bounces and good runs, you want to understand if you're holding it, have they filed so that an offering could be imminent, or would they have to file so that it could take days and weeks? Because that can change your time parameters for whether you're going to hold this for any stock for a couple of days. Like if you swing trade, let's say Robinhood, like that's not part of your mindset that there could be an offering if it goes. But when you're doing smaller names, you have to have that in the back of your mind. So I hope that helps. I think it's worth putting if you're a small cap trader. It's going to be in play today. Maybe not, with that upward crazy momentum like the GMM does, but movement is movement.
All right, guys, 751 3/4 is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're right there right now, 751 2/3, 751 3/4. So we're basically flat on the day. For whatever reason, though, we've been not making it up to 755. We've been finding resistance, a little bit unusual here, at 752.5. And that's taken us all the way back to last week, starting, I believe, on the 2nd of July. We started projecting that level. The good news is we're putting in some higher lows, starting from the 10th of June, and then looking over here to the 26th of June. All these area lows are a little bit higher, all the while we are still rejecting that 752.5. So we're going to say 752.5, resistance level 1, 750, support level 1. If we break through that 52.5, we're looking at 55, Adara.
And right now we're going to look at that free Trader TV Live watch list. How do you get this watch list, you may ask? Guys, it's really simple. You can either type the address that's on your screen, or even easier, just click the link in the description now. What does this give you? Again, for completely free, $0.00, you can get all of the information you need to know to tackle the markets every day. That includes the stories that are on watch, the stocks that are moving, the headlines that matter, all from Trader TV Live. Now let's take a look here at DRAM, because SK Hynix, #1 in this watch list today, and it hasn't even traded yet in the U.S., but that's going to change with its U.S. debut / IPO today. Very exciting. One of the biggest IPO. Well, it's not even really an IPO. We know what it is. It's an ADR. It's launching in North American markets. It's going to be trading under SKHYV today. You're going to have to include that V until Monday. And 7 times oversubscribed. That's the headline, right? $171.5 billion in pre-orders for some of their shares. We got to mention, though, that is being heavily inflated by not having the requirement of putting the cash up front for the order that you send. Case in point, you send in an order for 50 million shares, you only have to put a fraction of that actually as capital. So what these institutional desks are doing is they're just asking for more to make sure that they're not priced out. That's point number 1. Point number 2, this is an ADR, American Depository Receipt. So what does that mean? That means it's not the primary listing. So under ADR rules, typically, Adara, what you're allowed to do is you're allowed to say, all right, I've got a North American ADR. I don't want the ADR anymore. I want to get my share, the common share on the Kospi. Am I allowed to exchange it? The answer is typically yes. And in this case, it's yes. What you're not going to be allowed to do, though, is to drop your shares back into the ADR. So if you get the main common share listing on the Kospi, you won't be able to convert it back on the ADR. That is atypical, because BABA, all these other Chinese ADRs on the Hang Seng or the Shanghai Exchange, you can convert them back. Yeah, interesting look here for SKHY or SKHYV. If you're looking for updates, I already have this here in X at TV Research updated with the pricing and the offering amount, and I'm going to be reposting as we get info on the tap in terms of when it's expected to open, or specifically what price it's expected to open at. I'm going to have that screen right up with me for P-Pro, or P8 rather, so I can keep you guys posted on X. Follow along both on the show and on social media. Are you guys very excited and eagerly awaiting this debut?
Absolutely. And while obviously it's not like a traditional IPO, it's not really, but the debut, the raise, the hype, the oversubscription, right sector, like all of those things do fall in to make it an exciting trade. If we had information on the tap, I'd be giving it to you now, but we're still, again, the issue price of 149 is all we have to go off of. So there's not really much to look at there. There's no balance data just yet. So if and until we get that information, what we can look at is DRAM and Sympathy, which for now is down 3.5 points. Rallied for basically the pre-market yesterday, and then was mostly sell-off. Even when it caught a bounce, it was still relatively weak. So there still is that sell the news happening in the overall space. I think until we open up on SK Hynix, I'd lean in toward that direction, but rather do it on pops, not any lows. Forget that. Like if we start rallying and SK Hynix has an opener, there's no indication it's going to open until lunchtime, and we're going ham into prior lows, into double tops, I'd look for a reversion play. Again, all of that completely changes for me once SK Hynix opens. That's where the focus is going to be, and that's where the trade is going to be. Very likely just similar to normal. We can't even pay for locates yet on it, so I couldn't tell you how expensive or inexpensive they are. I probably will pay for the locates, said I would. We just can't do it just yet. And then because I don't think we're actually talking about any other chip names, we're not. We mentioned SMC a little bit earlier, and I suppose maybe I did mention Intel. No, I like the short pop on Intel. Intel was weak yesterday. Again, after the open, just dropped, consolidated lower. So any pop and fade, I like support turning into resistance, or resistance turning into support. In this case, it would be the latter. So I want to play some fades here on INTC if it gets up to the 112, 113 level.
Yeah, I was going to, we can always look at that level on SK Hynix and when it opens up. And I'm kind of the same way. I'm not even sure if I'm going to take that opening print. Like, we're going to have to wait to see what winds up parsing out on that. Like, if it comes up underneath the 149, definitely don't want to get it. I think the key thing that Sharif just mentioned there, well, I mean, everything was very important to understand about the ADR and how it's going to operate and everything like that, because it's the first one. It's the biggest ADR ever to come through. Alibaba was second. I think that was 22 billion. This is going to come out at, it looks like 27 billion or so. And then we got to figure out where it trades after that. So I think the best thing to do right now early on is to just kind of watch DRAM. And I do think that it's going to fluctuate a little bit with the movement in whatever the tap is, right, on a name like SK Hynix. So we'll just wait to see. And again, Neil mentioned as well that we have this imbalance locator. So once, it starts showing up here at 925, all the right now you just have Amex and New York names. So once NASDAQ starts to populate into here, you'll start to see, here it's SKHY. SKHY, yeah, SKHY. Oh, we have more things. Oh, not Sky Harbor. SKHY. Why isn't it showing up? V. Is that right? SKHYV. Okay. It's because I'm on. It's because I'm still on the NQs there. Oh, well now it's not even
SKHY.
SKHY. Yeah, but V, right? Anyway, it's not loading up for me right this second. But at the end of the day, there's going to be a tap right there, and then whenever that shows, we'll also show here, and we'll be able to judge the supply and demand on SK Hynix. So I have it open on another screen, but right here, I just got to figure out why it's not opening up over here. But yeah, SK Hynix definitely on watch today. I'm hoping that we get it before 11 o'clock, but we did a little bit of research yesterday. We saw that both Alibaba and Coupang, CPNG, which is another, here, CPNG, this is another Korean, and I was showing you guys this also. This is the last Korean, as far as I know, this was 4 or 5 billion or so on Coupang when that came to market. In Coupang, if you look it up, I think they're equated at the time to it's either an Amazon or, I'd have to look it up, whatever it was, but it was equated to another major Mag 7 name. And if you go all the way back, oh man, I think this was 2021. But I just want to show you what Coupang did off its open as we wait for this chart to load. There it is. So this was, and I don't want to scare anybody, but, this was Coupang right here off their open. So this goes back to March of 21. And, it opens up at the high end, $60. And that's, you can tell by, and I don't even know if it ran to 70 or not. I'm going to say no, because I remember trading this one and losing on it. So Coupang right there, that wick I do not believe is real. Came, and even if it was, it might have been one of those
fake.
Cerebrus things there where it just ripped and then like you have like five prints up there. But at the end of the day, look what it did, man. It came out at 60, closes a day at 50. So that's losing 15% right there, followed by the next day down. Then that looks like a green candle there, then down, then down, So by the time we were into March, that's March the 10th. This is May the 10th or so. So give it 2 months, man. And it went from 60 down to 30. So it got chopped in half in a couple months. And not, obviously we're in a much different world right now. And now it's only 19. So you fast forward 4 years on Coupang, and you're crushed. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here. And I'm not to equate them. It's just that's the last South Korean name of recent memory that had a big float, right? 4 billion come to market. So we'll wait to see what happens with SK Hynix here today. Needless to say, we're excited about it. You're definitely in the right spot. We're going to be showing that imbalance locator. We're going to get the updates on the price. As soon as we hear a change, we'll bring it to you. The way to play it, of course, is a marketable limit order if you want, right off the open. Like if you tell your broker right now, I want to buy Coupang at $200, or Coupang. You want to buy SK Hynix at $200
if you want.
You could buy Coupang at $200, no problem. Right now it's $19. But you could just tell your, let me see if I can try that again. SK HY, there it is. SKHYV, here it is. So, you can see that all these orders are in there right now. So some traders there on NASDAQ have these crazy bids out. So $1,500, $1,490. Why is it $1,590, $1,490, $1,390? So someone's just kind of playing a game right here. But this is all the bids that are in right now. So this trader is not going to get long at $1,500. They're going to get long at whatever the IPO price comes out as. So that's our advice to you. If you want to get long, put a bid, some comfortable price that you are with it. Don't put a bid out at 300 if you don't want 300 because it may open up there, but put a bid out, get your shares, or you could do the other way around, and that is just wait for it to open up. And I mean, SpaceX gave you actually on the open. I don't know. I don't feel like we're taking too long on this because I do really think, that it is important, that we sit over here and talk about it. But SpaceX gave you here, let me go over and load it up on a different screen. SpaceX gave you a great opportunity here off the open back when it finally IPO'd, right? To give you that little dip down into 150. So it opened up at 150 and then right into here. And then it gave you the opportunity to buy it. Neil and I actually both got stopped out right here on the break below. So, and then I was able to buy back in at 152. So, and then the run happened to 168. So this is why I'm not as juiced up today about taking the opening print, because I do think there's going to be a lot of volume around it. And I do think that there's a chance that it doesn't exactly go straight up. And this wick did happen. There's the SpaceX print at 150. There's the trade back down through 150, down to 149.40. So we actually know somebody here that got a fill underneath 150 somehow.
Yep.
So it's just like you could open up at 149. It trades down to 145.
You could actually wait for that.
That's what I was saying. That to me is a better.
And the punch back through would be that's another way to play it. You could sit underneath looking for it to get wicked in.
Underneath, I think is.
But to me, I wouldn't do that because you flap on a break. You could get run over and then it halts. No, you get run over and then it's like $5-10 down. I'd rather have it break a level and then on the way back through, you retake 149. And then your stop entry long above 149 would be, I think, a safer way to play it.
I talked to that trader. Obviously, it wasn't a lot of shares. He was just putting it underneath the bid price, thinking that it might break.
We're done the same guy.
Yeah, exactly. That it might break, and it did. So he was like, womp, womp, I didn't get any shares. And then about 30 seconds later, he got the fill and it was instantly in the money, $3 or whatever it was. Right. So anyways, a couple different ways to skin that cat today. It's SK Hynix. Is there really anything else to talk about? We'll go find out at the desk. It looks like it's a circle gets the square.
Yeah, I mean, certainly this is no SK Hynix, but I don't think it's a bad look here today. And some good news. Office of the Comptroller of the Currency giving CRCL approval for National Trust Bank, but there are a lot of caveats here.
There are, Dara. So they're not going to be able to offer it to everybody right away. It's going to be the internal clients only. We kind of went through that at the top, but this is a big push by President Trump's administration, who has been championing this, I believe, since the end of last year, December, it says, to kind of have these 5 crypto-focused national banks to structurally merge digital assets with the federal banking architecture. But as we talked about at the beginning, the banks have really been pushing back against this. And we've seen the banks take an aggressive look at crypto, whether or not it's a credit card sort of what do you call them, rewards, right? They didn't want you to offer crypto rewards. Coinbase was doing that. So you're getting a lot of tension between legacy banking and the new, let's call it decentralized currency space. Let's see how this cookie crumbles.
Indeed, let's see. Right now, Circle not crumbling too well, still sharply to the upside. Are you guys watching this or any crypto plays today?
100%. We're looking at, look, I'm going to have IBIT as one of the primaries. We went over that a little bit earlier, and I'll get over that again in just a quick little second. But structure here looks good for Circle. Obviously, it's been a rough ride, trend down. It has not been a good year for Bitcoin or crypto. I don't think I'm saying anything that anybody doesn't already know, but it did just recently make a significant bottom. You're talking about the IPO low in that 60s range. So hard bottom here at 62. Recently, you get the gap up, the prior highs, 69 to 70, call a little bit of a range. I think that's a place to play off of here today for Circle. It's diddling in the middle a bit, and it was dancing with VWAP and not really respecting it on the last pullback, but it's starting to do so again. So VWAP, if it holds the opening range, I think is a good place to go. But I also like IBIT. I've been usually pretty bearish on Bitcoin recently, but given the fact that, again, like Circle, you've made a bit of a bottom, it's holding a good breakout structure. I think it's going to need to withstand yesterday's highs. That'll be 35.9, and then somewhere into this range, like the 36.25. That gives a couple of spots to look and rip. Don't love the fact that, when Circle pulled back initially, it didn't break the lows, and now all of a sudden Circle bounces, and it is taking the bottom. So like we experienced with NVIDIA yesterday, I think a lot of times when you're looking for a dip buy, when something is gapped into a void, patience is going to be key. It doesn't have to be a 931, 935 entry. It's just about catching that curl because it's gapped and now you're getting that pullback and a little bit of profit taking, which is perfectly normal. It might be more of a 10 o'clock kind of trade, and that's just fun.
Yeah, I want to say, okay, we don't have, we'll look at Circle today for sure. I mean, it's moving around, but we just didn't have Bitcoin written on there. And obviously part of the talk, as Neil was mentioning there, with Circle is going to be this Bitcoin sort of move higher. I'd written down here on the note today to look out for a 36 long. And I just was thinking that, there's the break right into there, higher through. And, we haven't really traded around 36 level even. We tried it right into here and it was a good bounce until it wasn't, and it broke in that next morning, and then it took it again and went back up into 36.30, closed at 36 a couple days ago. Underneath it 2 days ago. Couldn't get above it yesterday. Today it is. So, I'm going to play a dip down into 36 right now. Watch out for this 50-period moving average on a larger time frame here with a 5-minute chart. So I'm going to try it. I know it's been downside right now, and in the last 5 minutes it doesn't look too healthy, but let's try Bitcoin down here at $36 to see if it winds up holding roughly in and around 64,000. We have shown BTC here on the daily chart, and yeah, it looks like it wants to at least think about holding this level. So that's 64 right now. So as long as we do get a dip into that, we'll just see if it holds. Bumping its head, and I wrote this all down on the note today, but bumping its head against a 50-period moving average, let's wait to see where it goes. But that's it right there, 64.7. That's been the high. Don't mind breaking that out either. Let's watch Bitcoin today as IBIT is on the docket for myself. So 12 minutes to go until we get this market opened up, and then we'll be able to see some of the NASDAQ imbalances, and IBIT maybe will be on there, that's for sure. So, all right, Meta in focus. Why not, man? Meta's been a big story for the last week or so, and many different headlines coming out. So it's like whatever day it is
It's been one.
Depends on what you're talking about. But today we're talking more about the cloud, about some of these power centers, data centers, and whatnot. There's a whole bunch of stories. Let's go back. It's dealer's choice back there with Meta.
Yeah, it's another Meta-palooza. Before we get to that, I just want to mention President Trump posting on Truth Social. It's a very long post. It doesn't really have anything to do with the market, but he's saying he's not going to be signing that housing bill. Open Door moved a little bit last time this was mentioned, so maybe keep an eye on Open Door, but definitely keep an eye here on META. Just two headlines of the many that I have on my screen right now. I mean, yesterday, before the close, Bloomberg reporting that Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg said that exploring the AI cloud business makes sense following reports they were going to be doing that as of last week. Also, this EU finding not necessarily in Meta's favor.
I got to tell you, Dara, the EU finding is secondary here. Just my opinion. Let's get to the real one. MS 1.1, MuSpark 1.1. Why am I so gung-ho about this? They screwed up everything they've done so far. Avocado, Llama 4. Why is MS 1.1 so important? Because benchmarking is showing that it is actually competitive with the frontier models. But that's not the best part, Adara. The best part is he's actually licensing out the API for fractions on the dollar. And what did we see Alex Karp go and do on CNBC the other day? Pound the table about these frontier models, rinsing these companies and inflating prices, boosting margins. In Zuck's case, in Zuck's opinion, that's a short-term thing. So Zuck's coming out with a very, very cheap API. Some people commenting on X, they can't believe how cheap this thing is compared to some of the other frontier models. I expect a lot of people to weasel into MS 1.1 simply because they don't have the budgets for the frontier models.
That's a fair point. I mean, the market really liked it. It came out right at 10 a.m. yesterday. You see that spike up with Meta. It just continues to push to the upside. Then semi-analysis weighed in saying that they actually think they are nearly surpassing Google with AI, and that Meta could even, compete with and or maybe surpass Anthropic and OpenAI pretty soon as well. That was also reposted by Alexander Wang of the Meta Superintelligence Lab. So there's a lot to look at here with META.
Yeah, when you hear that and you look at where the performance has been, there's a lot of room for this to actually rally based on this. That said, the last couple of times that 200 period got breached, you found out right away how the market felt about it, and it wasn't favorable. Literally the next day, each time we've taken the 200 period, you started the fall. So I think this is going to be pretty instructive for us. If Meta is already losing the 200 period on Monday, then we're back to normal. If it's not, this time is different. It does make it for like a swing or a longer term perspective more of a early next week kind of idea, because then it can really start going. For today, it's a Friday. I wouldn't chase anything Friday mornings going into the open. It's options expiration, gaps up. I expect dips, that kind of a thing, false breakouts, all of that tricky nonsense that we usually get on a Friday. So I think for that regard, this is more of a Monday thing, and I think it sets up a good swing opportunity if we hold that 200 period come Monday and Tuesday. That's where my brain's going to be. I don't know if there's any imbalances. That's too early. It's only 9:21. So a little bit early. Again, because it's a Friday, anything in play worth having a look to see if
I do think that Meta, there's just a lot of cash burn, there's a lot of spend, there's a lot of CapEx. There's just a lot of negative things about Meta as well. But as Sharif had mentioned, man, the benchmarking has got it higher here today. Someone in the chat there, I want to say a big shout out to, here it is right here, Dr. Win in the chat. And I think that you're probably onto something right there. Google is so far ahead. Wait for you get the 3.5 release on the 17th. So I think this is what it is, man. It's an arms race. I want to shout out to everybody that's part of the chat, including everybody that's there on TikTok as well. Thank you for all the comments and super chats coming from there. But yeah, I just think that, it's just every day there seems to be a new headline about the space, whether or not Claude, Anthropic, has something that's hot, and whether or not Grok just released, 4.5. Now you're getting Meta releasing theirs. You're going to get apparently there, according to Dr. Win, there on the 17th, a week today, you're going to get 3.5 on Google. So that should give that a little bit of a spike up. So I would just say, just be careful trying to think that this is the next greatest thing since sliced bread or something, So just let's give Meta a little bit of time to settle down. And I was saying that if you do get a dip down into the 200. That could be a good buying spot. But I also think it's a spot where if you were able to have bought something here or you're getting nervous about your position, why not dump some of that trade if it does break back down below this 635? Not only is it a technical level with the 200 period moving average, it's also right here back on the daily for some support and resistance. So yeah, we're gonna have to play off Meta today. And then yeah, I'm always looking at the 200 period moving average. And yesterday, you know, it was off the open, fine. That was a huge move. That's not even the open, by the way, that's 7 a.m. So, and then when we broke it right there, we never even came close to seeing it all day. So what about if we break back down below this, whatever this 200 period is once we open up, which is in 7 or 8 minutes. So let's call 647. You know, watch out for a 647 break and maybe a never come back to that level for a minute. So we'll have to wait for that. 647 on the short side of Meta is something that I'm looking at. So yeah, you know, it should be a good day here for many different reasons. And one of them should be Meta. You know, I'm hoping it holds the bids. And if it does, then we definitely get excited about META Meta. All right, Delta. You know, we don't trade the airlines too much. You can look at the Jets ETF. Let's go find out about their earnings that came in this morning.
It's an interesting look here because kind of similar to what we saw with some of these earnings reports yesterday, we had a pretty solid report, guidance that was well received, but the market just not liking it too well here.
No, there was a revenue beat. They announced broader strength for the summer travel season, so there was a lot good here. $1.56 on EPS, beating the $1.48, $17.67 billion in revenue, ahead of the 17.53. But let's not gloss over the fact that they just incurred the largest fuel expense in their company history at a staggering $4.41 billion in fuel costs quarter, guys. And it hurt its margins by about 4.5 percentage points. So that's a tough one there. But Adara, they were able to make it up through their relationship with American Express. Listen to this. So their premium product revenue up 17%. How about loyalty revenue up 19%? Record-breaking $2.4 billion in direct remuneration from American Express. We know Delta to be a high-end carrier. Of course, American Express, a high-end card. That relationship makes sense. Last but not least, they did raise the quarterly dividend from 19 pennies to 21.5 pennies. That's about 15%. However, institutional desks are saying that's a distraction method to distract away from the rising labor costs, which would otherwise draw heavy Wall Street scrutiny.
And I think at least part of this, too, Sharif, as you mentioned, with that American Express ASP collaboration, you do have that other revenue, which is up 46% year over year. So really strong revenue growth across the board, despite that margin hit, guys.
Yeah, disappointing price action there, unfortunately, for Delta. And look, you know, oil prices are going down. Of course, they have their own refineries as well. This might give you an opportunity. The trend has been pretty good off the 50, so if it continues to dip, I think this gets that whole 2-3 day rule. Pick it up next week off of 81, and you look pretty good to go. So I'm with that on Delta. That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm more interested in another travel name today, and I don't know that the breakout is going to happen, but there's a setup here on CCL. We're consolidating higher. As long as oil does nothing crazy today, I want to look for a little bit of continuation on CCL as opposed to trading the earnings name. I think you wait till next week on Dell. It was a good report, but I don't like the price action and shadiness right now.
Yeah, some people had some audio issues, but if you just refresh the stream, apparently it's good. So some people mentioned that. So just a shout out. Andre's working the board all by himself today. He's a lone man over there. We got to wait for the rest of them coming in. So we give a big shout out to Andre. Honestly, I have no idea what we do without that guy. But the Jets ETF, man, that's the top 5 are into this one. And as Sharif just mentioned, if they took their largest, hit or whatever expense with oil and fuel, then I feel like the rest is probably going to be something similar to that as well. So, you know, look out for the Jets ETF. What a great move this space has had, man. So why not take some profits in and around these levels? If you get a little nervous about Delta, take the profits and run for now. Look, it's going to be a good quarter next quarter with oil prices coming back down. So hopefully that expense will come back into line for all of them, and you could trade the Jets ETF. All right, let's go back over to the desk. We'll find out about some Chinese small caps, including GMM, and then we'll get ready for open. And by the way, nothing at all right here on SK Hynix. So the NASDAQ are now out. We have IBIT with a small sell. Other than that, Meta with a buy. And Meta just shoots up to 665. Oh boy. And we are in tune for an oh boy moment today. It's Obi on the midday with Sharif. So,
that's right.
All right, let's go back over 2 more minutes to go before open.
If you were a small cap trader, you might have said, oh boy, this morning to some of these Chinese-based small caps. A lot of this I was seeing attributed to this move in Zhibao, though this catalyst a couple days old here, I guess, announcing cooperation with that Chanfu Citizens Cloud platform. I mean, Sharif, you're the small cap guy here. How are you feeling about these small cap movers, including GMM, ZIB, BAO, etc.?
I'm looking right at it, Adara, and it looks fantastic. Holding structure. We often talk about that stair step up, right? Area resistance flips to support. That's exactly what we're seeing. 475 resistance. Oh, all of a sudden it's support. 5 resistance. All of a sudden it's support. Rejecting off 650. Keep your eye on this one. Volume weighted average price right around 4.5. There was also JLHL. Neil pointed this one out to me in the morning. Ripping, absolutely ripping at 405, moving from essentially $13 into $32 in about 10 minutes. Now it is losing trend. It looks like it's about to go negative to lose that $13 close yesterday, Adara. This one may have its best trade behind it.
There's a lot of stuff to talk about here in the small cap space. Are you guys looking at these? And good luck to everybody at that opening bell.
I think if you're picking with the GMM is probably the one worth watching, but let's be real. I'm probably not going to be looking at those. The focus is going to be on some chips early. Tesla didn't have an imbalance, but it did just spike. Now up 1% on Tesla. I didn't see an imbalance, but it was right around 925 that it looks like it got a bid, so there's likely a very, very small one there. You just said SpaceX made a move?
It made a huge move. SpaceX was at 152.50.
Oh, I thought it was
and now it's down to 150. So here we go, man, for SpaceX. We did pay for the shorts. I have SpaceX written down here on the sticky note as a long at 150, but I'm not taking it off the open, not when we just crashed in $2.50. We want to give a big shout out to Oragenics right there. Thank you so much to Oragenics. As I just saw it on the board there. There it is right there for the NYSE. So thank you to Oragenics for sponsoring this open. All right, man, here we go. We are ready to rock and roll as SpaceX right now takes out 150 and goes immediately crazy downside. What is happening with SpaceX right now? Down to 149 flat. It went down $3 there on SPCX. Still going lower, 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 lower right now on SpaceX. Obviously, we'll take a look at SK Hynix when we get information. Right now, still grayed out. No information on SK Hynix as of yet. Thank you for joining us. If you are looking for SK Hynix information, you're in the right spot. We're going to be here all day covering that name. There it goes down $1. I'm still waiting to let this thing settle down a little bit. It's SpaceX right now trying to go downside. Meta downside a little bit. It got up to 665, but okay, here it goes again. Now there goes Meta, yeah, up to buy side right now on Meta. And yeah, SpaceX continues to be low. So these are the 2 early names for me. And if we wanted to get excited about SK Hynix, well, DRAM doesn't right now as it just opens up and looks to be relatively flat. So yeah, man, so far so good here on the day. We're watching out for SpaceX and all these movers.
Yeah, well, SK Hynix did try to break the low, but didn't last very long. It is now headed back.
Of course.
Oh, sorry, DRAM tried to break the low and is now catching a little bit of a bid. SK Hynix is going to be on the brain, so that's my bad. IBIT, we're looking different rips. Well, there's not much of a dip continuing. That's it's not going to move that much. A lot of times, the good moves in Bitcoin are going to be a little bit later on. Circle is hugging VWAP. It was able to get down into the 70 range, but it's now trying to bounce back in. There is a legitimate $1.50 wick off of the open, but it's rebounding. Remember, it's Friday, so options exploration. You'll see a little bit more whipsaw action at the open, so I want to see this settle down. Not interested in Circle underneath that volume-weighted average price. So it might be IBIT. That's a possibility. That could be one of the first things that comes in. The market's going up, which could bring Intel into focus for me if it was nowhere close to 112. This is barely even moving off of the open. So everything I'm looking at is pretty choppy off the open here. I'm not really seeing any big moves.
No, I'm going to try a little long here in the TQs just because of the way the market's been moving the last couple of days. And this is half a unit right now. Just saw it break through some of these pre-market levels right there. So we're going to take just a little bit here on the TQs. And if we do get a pullback into like that 75 area, let's put a bid down there. So let's go to 75.80. We'll put one more bid down there. And look, we're going to get out of the way, man, if this thing cracks lower. So there's no doubt about that. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with the TQQs. VWAP is a definite out at 75.50. Okay, if we break through there, we just want to get out just too much. We're not going to take a big hit early on the futures. So there we are. We're long it. It's starting to go a little higher here. Let's see if we can get going on the TQs today. There it goes. Nice little early move here, upside on the futures. But we're going to give it a couple seconds, see if it can breathe. But there it goes. Nice move there on the TQQs. We'll be scalping some of that out probably pretty soon. If we get up to the 14s or 15s, we'll take out 20% there. But look at Meta, Neil. Holy crap. This name,
680?
pardon my French, but this name is now 675 and going higher. So there we go on Meta, man. If you were somewhat of a bull on this name, congratulations. If you're somewhat of a bear, well, this is your opportunity right now, I feel like, on a 7% move on Meta. Meta right here, this is a $1 trillion company, right? We know that. That's moved now from 540 up to 676. So you're up like 25% on this monster name in just 10 days. So there it goes, man. Meta, making me look foolish thinking that was maybe an out there the last couple of days, but there it goes. And here we go again. We'll spend the money for one so far. I'm trying to get, what price on IBIT do you have there? Oh, okay, 38. So I thought that's at 18. I was like, I'm
18.
Yeah, I was like, I'm bidding down there, so I don't know if I missed.
It was just a trend break right away off of the open. So the first thing that happened on the open was a little trend break on IBIT. So if I like the long and it's not going to fill in the gap, I can just put the stop at the low for a very, very tight early stop. And if it goes down, we wait for that 35.9, which is closer to that 36, and then just play it into the pre-market high is going to be the idea. Oh no! Oh great! Oh, my black chart is failing me. I looked up and I saw, what the heck is going on with Intel? No, that's just Neil's chart.
Okay.
So nothing crazy there. DRAM is the other look. Looks like it couldn't bust VWAP. Again, I'm only looking pop and fade until we have the open on SK Hynix. That's the idea. And we have no idea when that's going to be. There's still not a tap, by the way. The market opened up. We can put the order in. You can have your limit order in on SK Hynix, but there is still no tap or any information on that just yet. So we're still going to have to watch and see what happens. But for now, DRAM is going right back into a bit of a sell-off. I wanted this to push a little higher before I was looking for a fade. I might take the VWAP trade. If it closes under VWAP, I can scalp that for the first time.
Yeah, I don't mind. I'm doing the same kind of thing with SK Hynix. I'm not going very many shares there off the open, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening right now. But here we go, man. The futures are starting to finally get to the upside there with the TQs. So I do have another offer here in the 20s, just ahead of 25. Take a little bit of profit here early on this trade as we're just in the money 20 cents. We're going to wait to see if it gets a little bit higher. And I was just zooming out, and the reason why I want to take a 20 fill is that's where we closed. So you see yesterday's closing prices was right around here, 25. And again, you had to suffer through some of the imbalances. We got back up to this level. So we want to take, it's too bad it went to 21s or 22s. We're at 23. Hopefully we get that. And then our next sort of target, let's look to yesterday's sort of high area of 76.60. So that's kind of where I'm targeted right now on the TQQs. I did want to look at SoFi because that was on a break. Whoa. Okay. SoFi was on a breakthrough $19 today, and that just kind of happened out of nowhere. So, yeah, that was a level that I wanted to take and just didn't expect it to move like that, I guess. But there goes SoFi up 5%. We don't normally get SoFi moving 5% there, but that's a nice move there. And I'm assuming Robinhood's going. There is a crypto side of this. I know SoFi is not a huge crypto kind of play, but Hood is actually flat on the day. So
no, I'm not seeing any news here on SoFi specifically. So
okay, so I think you're probably getting a little, not lucky, but we are getting a little lucky, I guess, that SoFi is now moving up here, up 5%. And, it's been a good dip buy. I've been doing that, and it hasn't looked good, but so far so good in the last couple of days there for SoFi. That exact high there looks like $20.15 or so coming into those levels. So $20 break is pretty sweet there on SoFi. Let's wait to see if that gets going. And it looks like it is, man. What has gotten underneath SoFi? Thank you, Anthony Noto, for whatever you've been doing.
Buying shares.
Yeah, exactly. We do get that fill right there. So let's go. Good one. Hit the sirens up right now for a little TQQ action, and Neil's got IBIT. So we're just going to figure out this market and DRAM as we wait for SK Hynix to open up. And trust us, man, we're here, we're ready for it. We just got to let it open, and when it does, we'll bring that to you. And this is what it looks like right now. SKHYV.
There's really
nothing.
not much to see.
We don't even have a tap yet.
No. So what that means?
We don't have any imbalances.
What that means is they're not, you can put the orders in, but they're not actually taking those yet and generating a book.
Yeah.
So like, because usually if orders are in, there should be a tap because we're already putting market and limit orders in. So you can have a theoretical option price. But DRAM, maybe that's what we're waiting for because DRAM is not really moving. It's an inside move. I think maybe they could be waiting for the first information. That could be a little bit more interesting. Hopefully that comes promptly.
Here we go.
On the back of our minds, there's a decent chance that we don't open this thing up for a while. So you're in the right spot, but until we get any kind of indication where it's going to open, it's really not much to talk about. So a couple of higher lows here on IBIT. I'm going to reload this in front of I'll call it the opening range bottom, pre-market low, because it kind of made that bounce in the pre-market. So I want to make sure we're getting reloads, scalp out into VWAP, but until something happens on DRAM, I'm looking at Intel. It's not popping with the market, which makes it a little tricky to short the pops. I guess I'm shorting VWAP on Intel. I liked 112. That was a level. But levels don't matter if the stock just wants to drop.
So thank you so much to Lunch 911. I mean, we'll see what's for lunch later on today, but you hit that meta long. So we say, Diamond Hansing, you must be, because that's a great little trade right there. Congratulations on that trade for you. Lunch 911. It looks like lunch would be on you today. And then we have right here Gust from Canada. What's up, Gust? Thank you for joining us on TikTok right now. He's saying Kathy is loading up on SoFi. And of course, we know who Kathy is. And, sometimes, I have it right here. Sometimes she calls in and we can figure out what Kathy Wood is all up to right there. We will ask her when she does call in. We had to hang her up there. It's too busy right now to get that going. But yeah, thanks to everybody that's here right now with us on Trader TV Live as we wait for SK Hynix. And I just got a reload. So we'll wait to see there as the market coming back in just a little bit. And you know what? Our stop is there underneath that 50. So if it does break back down below 75.50, we're going to get out of that trade. So I actually just realized I didn't have my stop in because we didn't need it when it was ripping up higher there. But that's the idea. So we always got to put it in. That's your 200 period. You're going to see, like right now, you're breaking through VWAP. Look, man, we have just under 1 unit right now. We've taken a little bit of profit so far. And we're just going to hold out hope that the NASDAQ can battle right back. And I'm not even sure what is creating some of these moves lower. I see AMD is trying to maybe...
I'm trying to figure out what's going on with Robinhood right now.
Oh, Robinhood? Okay.
I see a lot of people in the chat. You're mentioning, well, what the heck? What's going on with Robinhood? It's supposed to be a positive headline in the crypto space, and I'll tell you, like IBIT's holding, right? Like it's holding the bottoms. It's kind of making that bit of a bounce. But Robinhood is in the tank.
No, that didn't break.
Now down 1%. That's a pretty heavy set of candles. We'll keep it again. Do you have anything on this, Adara?
If I have something, I'll let you guys know. I just checked. Only 2 stories I'm seeing on Benzinga for this are just, I guess, general prediction market betting doing well in World Cup Mania, which I can't really see affecting Robinhood. And then also Circle, which you'd also think maybe good for Robinhood. I don't know. It's not doing well, and I have no reason for that.
Like this stock is diving like you breathed on it in a football match, or soccer, like I should say.
Yeah, wow, look at that.
Like what is? No, it's
when the
legitimate.
Market's coming back down pretty good.
True.
You lost $10 on Tesla.
I don't like this. I mean, you don't want it to be that counter. There's got to be something going on. Obviously, that's going to be a bit of a thing. One thing that actually might end up being decent for a potential bounce here is USOs heading toward yesterday's lows. So for now, you're getting some weakness in oil. So even in this pullback, we are getting a pullback in oil. I think that's what's at least keeping Bitcoin afloat. As I just missed by a couple of pennies the reload, we're back into VWAP. So we're holding some of these bottoms here on IBIT. So we might be in the right place. That's with the futures coming down. At least for now, Bitcoin is holding up, but everything else just seems to want to shake it out this morning. That's the right way to put it, Kilgore in the chat. You're getting a shakeout this morning, no questions asked. The strong names, Meta's at VWAP, but it doesn't even look like it wants to hold VWAP. So yeah, if you're not really, again, I'm not really seeing anything that's at levels for me to try to play because I'm in the Bitcoin long. Thankfully, it's holding. Intel, try to smash the 09s, and it's already down through 08, and I'm not chasing on a Friday morning. Either I get my fill through VWAP on the way back in, I'm not chasing it the way down. We should get a bit of a pop, and I can short into that if I still like Intel at that point. Still no update on SK Hynix.
No.
Yeah, we don't have a tap or anything on that. And DRAM, for all of this talk about the memory names, I don't know, DRAM's not moving all that much. That's why I'm not hopping into it. It's very indecisive here on DRAM.
I got stopped out. Yeah, I got stopped out of the futures there at 50, but I'm going to try to take it again if we take the 70 marker, and then just try to give it back to 50 again, to be honest with you. I feel like the market is probably freeing some money up for SK Hynix. We saw the market take a little bit of a dip down on SpaceX IPO day, and then, you know, once it started to figure it all out and we got some more information, it started to go back up to the upside. So I'm going to try the Qs one more time here, going back into this name, see if we can get, there we go, we'll take a little bit out at 80 as it starts to bump higher there just a bit, but we'll take a 70 fill, and I'm just going to, now that we got some out, we can maybe hold it a little bit lower, but I just want to see what this market exactly does. And I want to take a shot at this because there's been so many times where this market looks like it's getting beat up and then it just comes right back to life. The next thing you know, you're up that 1.5 or 2%. But yeah, you know, definitely something to talk about here today. Maybe it's this level right there, 75.20, that we'll try to hold this back into and then see what winds up happening right now with the futures, and maybe dip by into the 75.40, which we're coming into right now. Let's put what we just got out of down there near 40, and then we'll use 20 sort of as our out. And if it does wind up breaking that, then we'll just say see you later. We don't have to be in this. We're just trying to play it for a potential little rebound. And if that shakeout is what's happening, then yeah, the tree is being shaken now, and we'll try to see about a little bit of a bid, right? So you can see it's moving around a bit there, NASDAQ, yeah, holding in around VWAP. So yeah, so far so good on these two names, and here it goes back up to the upside a bit.
Speaking about shakeouts, this is Netflix is getting shaken out pretty bad too. Down 2 points, so you can say all you want about live TV and what they need to do next or what they're trying to do next and sporting and the World Cup, but another red day is looming large for Netflix. I want to show you here. Flat bottom break. If this holds under 74 on the 15, again, you don't want to chase things, but there's a pretty hefty gap that could get filled on Netflix if that's the case. Back to the only thing that I'm in. If we get to pre-market highs, which I know when you're talking about crypto, it's not really pre-market. It trades 24 hours, so it doesn't really matter. That said, 36.55 is the pre-market top here on iBit. That's where I'm looking to take the next leg out. I am bidding for some reloads now. We're able to scalp some out into the high of the day. But if it breaks out the top, then I'd look for dips into VWAP. Until it's broken out that top, the dips are still back in the 36 mid-range as far as I'm concerned. DRAM, again, still not doing too much of anything. I'm just going to start looking at NVIDIA. I mean, DRAM, my guess is that we're just not going to see maybe any crazy action until SK Hynix. It's perfectly possible, right, that everyone's waiting for the big event. But NVIDIA has a triple top here of sorts on a 3-minute at 205, and it's holding the volume-weighted average price. If it can continue to bounce here, hold, might look for some scalp trades before a potential breakout here in NVDA. So far so good. Only in the iBit it's working, but have to pivot maybe away from waiting around for the actual memory names to do something.
Yeah, no, same kind of ways here as we try to be patient with what we're doing there. And I, you know, the last couple of days we had Tesla long, that wasn't right. We had NVIDIA long early yesterday, that wasn't right. And then eventually it started to battle back. And today we're actually flat now as we take some more out there at 90. We actually get a 90 fill on our most recent bid through. So, you know, so far so good today, but just flat. So it's just like we haven't bled through. And I do think, and I want to say shout out to whoever that was in the chat saying like maybe sit on your hands for a couple more minutes. Yeah, I believe that's the right thing to do right now. And yeah, and if you get some hand warmers, it would be nice here. But I'm just going to give it a minute, and we've taken some out. So I'm actually out right now of 40% of this trade, 20 cents. So pretty happy so far, needless to say, with this trading on here. But again, would like it to moon. Don't know if it will. We still wait for SK Hynix to come out, and there's absolutely no information on our system yet for SKHYV today.
Well, we're probably waiting until lunch like usual.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping that we'd get a little bit more information, but we don't really have anything as of yet. And there it goes right now. Let's go, man. Shout out to Brendo. This is starting to move right now as we get going now on the TQQs. We're actually at our highest spot right now. Despite taking that hit, we're actually up more. Okay, let's get out some 14s. We're actually up more now than we were in the past, even though that did fall back in. Boom, there it goes. Let's go, man. That's going to be a good trade right there to start on the Qs. And we just should have been patient, as you had mentioned there in the chat. Like, boom to the upside. We took it. I was hoping that we were going to run, but we didn't. Once it came back in, we got out once it broke 50s there. And then once it retook VWAP was the trade that seems to be working for now. Out of half, with an idea of getting out of more, we offer out right there, and we get 05s actually on that punch out there to the downside. Or did we get 04s on that? We got 03 half there on the punch out of the TQs. So now under half of the position left over here. And yeah, I was gonna before throw it back over. But I was going to say Apple. Like Apple, big move, right back in again. So that was almost all-time highs, 317.40 all-time highs for Apple. And we almost made that level there as well. So we'll see if that can come back in. And if you're looking to dip buy something, I still like Apple. NASDAQ trying to go green here today early.
Well, maybe when Meta's doing so good, Apple doesn't have to carry the load anymore, at least in the short term. So that could easily be it. Apple's going to be just fine. My guess is something related to that. If it's going to have any weakness, I expect to see it near those highs when the market's at the top. Want to keep in mind a couple of things. First, did get that top on IBIT, so we're now at that pre-market high-ish. I know it's not really a thing. But VWAP becomes the target for a dip buy. Just because I like VWAP, if it doesn't hold there, I still would reload it in front of the bottoms. 30,000 on the NQs. If we get up to 30,000 on the NQs, almost like wherever Intel is at that point, I want to short. So that's the way I want to look at it. If the market's going to find a top, I want to pick a weak name, which I think this is a weak name. This is now above VWAP, which is why I don't like it here. But if we get to the 30,000 level, then I'll just look for a curl in Intel at whatever that point might end up being. If you're still looking at what's going on in Robinhood, I don't know if it bounces until Circle bounces, but Circle's trying to bounce. So Circle made a low here at 68, and Robinhood, which was dying, has held the 112 level, I think probably just because Circle is catching a little bit of a bid. So a bit of a sympathy play happening in that. So I'm going to hold on to the one we got because I'm not seeing a trade in DRAM, which I thought was going to be more of a focus for me. And I want to give an update for the small cap traders out there. Unfortunately, what goes up does come down. JLHL is now halted a second time to the downside. It's indicating it will open at 10.35. This was $17 at the open. As quickly as these go up, you know how quickly they can go down. No one ever went broke taking profit. And understandably, another small cap Chinese name rugs people on day 2 or whenever. I guess it's day 2, but sometimes it's day 3. Yeah, tough look if you're in JLH.
The good thing about our viewers, definitely.
I hope nobody is.
Yeah, they know that those kind of rug plays do happen quite frequently. This is for you, Hamster. You said you love the sausages in the morning. And there it goes right now on the TQs as we take out the day's high right there. We said the NASDAQ is trying to go green. It looks like it did do that. And here we go again on this trade with the futures and NASDAQ. So, always looking at the strong names. I didn't write down NVIDIA today, but they're getting a nice little spike right now. The machines have turned on NVIDIA early, man. This opened up at 202 and boom, jagalaga. This name does not look back from its pre-market levels, that's for sure. It takes them out, and we actually had a good dip buy into the pre-market lows there right before the open on those imbalances. We were like, what's going on with these imbalances? And then it just was like, no, thank you, all the way to the upside right there, taking out those highs, and see ya on NVIDIA. So we really like that name. And again, very, very similar to what we had sort of seen there on Meta. We'll wait to see if NVIDIA, although obviously we talked about the 200 period for Meta is up here, but this one very similarly held the 200 period, just like we were looking at for Meta to take out the 50 period and start to go through it. So we'll wait to see now if we could take out, Meta's the 200, NVIDIA 50 period moving average at 210. We'll wait to see if there is some sort of a love back in for NVIDIA there. And as we talk about Meta, Adara, that's now 667. What you got for us?
Sorry to use the button here, guys, but TAP here, tap, $180 I'm seeing for SK Hynix.
Oh, yeah, it just popped up.
Yeah, I see that right now. So, yeah, that's going to be
small buy and balance.
A spicy SKYHV.
I might just move my order.
See, I have to type the V again.
SKHYV. It's right.
HYV. SKHYV. So here it is right here. Trust me, guys, I'll get it right at some point, or maybe I won't. But there it is right there. 180 is the initial tap. So, wow, trying to come out at 149. It looks like that 7x buy pressure on SK Hynix, creating a little bit of a bump there right now into 180. So SK now looking at 180. And, just on the imbalance locator here, we'll call that up quickly for you. At some point, it will be on here. I'll sort this by market time. And there it is right there. So it's not very big right now, 41,000 shares into play, but still creating that little bump up there for SK Hynix. But there we go, man. Now 70 cents in the money as we get the high of the day there on the TQQs. But yeah, we're excited for SK Hynix here today. I can try to keep the imbalance locator up Maybe we'll just keep it up down here so you can wind up seeing what SK Hynix is up to every time it comes back over to me. So we'll do that, and watch out for this futures trade going higher.
Yeah, markets are looking very nice, almost at that 30K level. Gonna like it. It's now broken through the top. I was gonna zoom out so you could see what else we got, but it's kind of a blue sky setup on every time frame except the daily. 37 is about the level, so we'd have to go another % higher before we get anywhere into some resistance. So we're gonna go dip buy into the volume weighted average price, look to hold through 37. The second that imbalance popped up, you just need to have a program, I suppose, to buy DRAM, because once that indicated 180, it was kind of too late. You already broke away off VWAP here on DRAM. So my plan of action with DRAM was on any move higher before this thing opens to fade it at key levels. So that needs to go at least another $1 or so, and then it would look for a bit of a fade, or, I mean, whatever. It's not going to open up in the next few minutes, but obviously that would change if SK Hynix opened up. It's not impossible. I don't want to speak in certainties. It's very unlikely, I think, because that's a very small volume. Only 2 million shares paired is too small for me, so I don't think it would open imminently. But I did also say 30,000 on the Qs, and I want to short Intel nowhere near the highs when the market's at the high. So this is still a dog, down 3% and relatively weak. Until proven otherwise, I'm going to take my shot soon here because we're at 29.95, so getting very, very close to that top, or I shouldn't say top, but overnight highs on the NQ.
Yeah, we only have, I mean, good talk, because that's exactly what we're doing right now is we're trying to get out a little bit here on the NQs as we do notice some of these levels. We said the next level to come was 76.60, so my best out, I believe, is 50 or something like that. Yeah, a couple outs up here, 2 outs at 50, then a couple outs at 40. So yeah, man, we only have a quarter left right now on this trade, and it's been a pretty good one. We're not quite at our daily goal yet. We did take an initial hit there, bought it right back once we took VWAP, but I think I'm going to, definitely settle down a little bit off the open and make sure that we are watching out for certain movers and shakers and not take that first 5-minute candle. It's very, very dangerous. I mean, even Palantir, like this name, look at this, man, up to 132, and look what the market's doing, look what Palantir's doing. So software names look like they continue to be out of favor, with Palantir going back down to the downside. And this is not a bellwether for the market, man. I mean, this hasn't really been following the market for a minute. There's SK Hynix down here, still small on the bid side. And as Adara has kept on, bringing to our attention here, this is once again, if I just click on it, it'll show it to you. Now it's 178. So it's coming back in here as we start to reprice a little bit now into SK Hynix. And again, anytime that comes up, there is going to be a lookout for that one. And we want to say a shout out to everybody that's here on the chat, right? And I just saw someone up there say, SK Hynix, there it is right there. What's up to Raymond? Saying that 20% over its price, which would be that 180 marker, is too expensive. I think you're probably right. I got to be careful. It's priced. This is the thing. It's priced because we already know the price of this stock. It's over there in Korea.
Exactly.
So it shouldn't be like, oh my God, I can't wait to get SpaceX shares. Like, this is something that if people want SK Hynix, they can hold it in an ADR. We talked about, now after today, they can hold it in an ADR. They can hold it with the KOSPI. That index is another way to play that. Or you could just have shares over there in Korea. So, be careful with where this price comes out at. Now it's down to 176. So we are starting to get lower and lower and lower. I've lowered the amount of shares.
That actually happened on SpaceX.
Yeah. So I lowered the amount of shares that I'm taking on SK Hynix. I'm not over the moon with this one as I was literally over the moon, I guess, with SpaceX. So
it's also not a very big buy imbalance. But we did see this with SpaceX, where the imbalance was pretty small, and then eventually it got bigger. But it only got bigger, the buy imbalance, when the indicated open got lower. So maybe that has to happen on SK Hynix, which would be fine. I mean, ultimately, a trade's a trade. Whether it opens at $160, $176, which is indicating now, I don't care. But yeah, I'm always adjusting it based on the tap. So that'll be a long process because we had a long time to go. We didn't quite get to 30,000 on the NASDAQ. It was able to get to 29.97 or something like that. Intel did put in that topping tail or lower high. So it's got a couple of points. It's not really a trend of lower highs yet, but the third contact will give it. Then it'll become a trend trade for me into the low of the day. IBIT, it's not quite at VWAP yet, but that's a topping tail. So I think we could be dipping in for that dip buy into IBIT off of the volume weighted average price. So that's going to be a look possibly next for me. And I know we keep coming back to some of the same names in here because they were on the watch list. We did have that small capper Fermi on the watch list. It was an offering, and the good news, Alan in the chat was talking about Fermi, it held the low. So it's held the first even dollar. It's bounced off 6 once at the open. It's bounced off 6 twice. But this is because of an offering. So just be careful. It's obviously a decent negative headline anytime you're having to raise money for a small capper. But it's holding the even dollar pretty well. Just watch out for a breakdown. $5 is the next support on the daily chart. If you don't think it can go lower, just go to the daily and zoom out, and you'll see exactly what I mean by that.
There's a good, we've seen you in the chat many, many times over here. Chen, here it is right here. Yeah, Chen, what's up, Chen? Lululemon, yeah, I mean, you're right about it today. I see you posting almost every day about it, so I want to double check it, but there goes Lulu, a little bit higher today, up to 120, and you know, we had sort of talked about that could have been sort of a sandbag quarter there, down into 110, now back up to 120, so that's a 6-7% move higher there, and Lululemon actually, you know, no matter what we say about it and maybe how bad it has been trading, SKH now 179.50, but right into there, $120 for Lululemon. A beautiful break looking like, honestly. I mean, we'd like to get it above here, 125. But that right now, if we can hold into 110, which we've done, we got a couple of dip buys in the last couple of days. Now we'll see if Lululemon wants to go to the upside. I'm not going to sit here and be like, hey, this is a definite long or anything. It's been quite well beat up. But some of these names that have gotten hit, you know, can get back up to the upside. It just takes a couple of upgrades, downgrades, so on and so forth. So we'll wait to see what Lululemon wants to do. We saw a move, and this reminds me of some of the retail space, right? I mean, Costco's been downside. Walmart's been downside. Target, not really at all. Target's been a really good name. I'm still long some Target. We got rid of 75% of it at 122. If you guys remember, that was not great, but it was a huge move higher, man. We were long Target in the 80s, and we covered it there when I thought it was breaking back down below, somewhere around here. So we covered it. Then it shot to 140, and we're still in a quarter of it, which is fine by me, man. I mean, you know, we've gotten some money out and put it to work in other spots. Would have liked to probably keep it in Target, to be honest with you. But there goes Target right now to the upside. And a most recent buy of mine was Qualcomm. And, you know, that's basically right where I bought it. I think it was 181, 182 or so for Qualcomm. So that's going to be one. And happy days today for SoFi shareholders, as it had to move up into 20, but now it's actually pulling back. And similarly to Robinhood, never really. Robinhood's actually going the other way, down and then a pull back upside. Looks like SoFi going up and now pulling back down. It's 10 a.m. Adara's back there. She's going to give us some news. Oh, by the way, SK Hynix, before we go, Adara, 185 now. So now you're up more than that 20% from its expected open at 149. Now 183.60. Man, this thing is dancing a lot right now. So 184, 183, 181.50. Deal, this might open up sooner than we think. Like, I don't know.
I can't remember seeing this much
now 181.11. Like, I don't know, man. There's a lot of action happening here on SK Hynix. I'm going to be ready
at any moment
for a potential open at any moment right now. So I don't know. We're not hearing anything, but hey, Adara, promise us if you hear something, you'll let us know. Let's go back over to Adara and get that promise.
That's a good point.
Sean, why wouldn't I promise to keep you guys posted? I absolutely will. And as you guys know, the reason I had that tap first, like before people even did on social media, I had that tap so early, that 180 tap when it first opened, because I have the order book open, of course. So I'm going to be following along. I'm also keeping you guys posted on social media, so don't go anywhere. You will be inundated with posts about SKHY/SKHYV. We'll get more into that in a minute, though, because I want to start here with what's happening in the market more broadly. Of course, SK Hynix IPO, or rather US IPO in everybody's minds, but SPY right now trading higher. If you look at the NASDAQ, actually right now kind of around where we opened, but again, the NASDAQ being dragged down by some weakness in other memory names as we await the SK Hynix debut. Keep an eye on oil as well, seeing some comments from Marine Traffic, which I guess is an organization that tracks traffic, you guessed it, on water. Apparently, Strait of Hormuz crossings have fallen amidst caution from operators. We know some tensions have arisen again in the Strait of Hormuz and in the Middle East. Let's talk here about SKHY/SKHYV. As you guys know, IPO was priced at 149. First tap was 180. I've seen the tap as high as 185 and as low as 176 for this. Now, the offering amount, again, $26.5 billion, but we're poised to open a lot above that. So Again, they could end up raising a lot more. ADRs offered here around 177.9 million. And there are quite a lot of heavy hitters involved here on the underwriting side of things. The lead underwriters are Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Bank of America, and Citigroup. As always here, if you want more info, definitely check this out on X at TTV Research, where I'll also be providing, as I said, live updates here as to the tap and when this is going to open. Meta in focus. For the last couple of days, we've had maybe too many headlines on this company. We know that they're reportedly going to start manufacturing this AI chip called Iris in September. They're going to be expanding their capacity here going forward to 2027. And they also announced that MuSpark 1.1 model yesterday morning, literally about 24 hours ago now. And Circle in focus. This thing was up about 12%, now giving up a lot of that move, receiving approval from the OCC, or the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, that, hey, you guys can open a national trust bank. Now, there's a lot of caveats with that, but right now, Circle not liking this story too much. But you know what we like? When you guys hit the like and the subscribe and join us every single day. With that, we send it over to the guys.
All right, thank you, Adara. Yeah, and as you hear, we have a thank you, Adara button over there, and she is going to keep us astute and attuned with whatever that opening trade looks like. So, yeah, oops, sorry about that, Andre. Just got to give me a second here as I load everything up. Right now, I clicked on the wrong button right here. Okay, just quickly though, we're now at 181.49 on SK Hynix.
And going
the TQ's
higher.
Another move out there into 76.50, so we're out right there. But here's an offer right now that you may not be getting by anybody else other than Trade the Pool. Markets have been extremely active lately, and for traders, this kind of environment creates opportunity. Big moves means more setups and more momentum. Get ready to take advantage of these conditions. You need two things: discipline and, of course, access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategies and managing their own risk. No more fear of blowing up your own personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what they call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please head over to Trade the Pool, one word, tradethepool.com, and make sure you do scan that QR code to get involved with them and let them know you're coming from Trader TV Live, of course. We want to thank Trade the Pool, and I believe we'll have Steve Tileman on next week, and we had Raider Trader on yesterday. Right. That was great to have him swing by as well. We'll have Steve on, I believe, every second week, maybe. But yeah, shout out to our good friend Steve there. And Giant. Oh, you weren't there. You had a Giants hat on.
That's acceptable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we were fine with that.
Yeah,
we just said, okay, Giants fine.
As long as he doesn't wear that Yankees.
Yeah,
hat.
Exactly. So yeah, we had a very, very similar thought.
Yeah, nothing against New York, but they're a rival.
Yeah. Oh no, I think anybody in sports would understand that.
You gotta understand.
Yeah, so right now, just keep going about the same thing. You know, we're almost out, man. I only have a third left here on the futures, and I'm trying to play this little light as we wait for SK. And right now, and it already has a name, SK. So we'll trade at 182 right now is the opening tap. So if you do have a bid into your own account, and again, every retail account is probably going to trade a little differently on how they handle opens, but if you put a bid higher than 181.49, you're supposed to get 181.49 if that's what opens up. So like just for example, my bid right now is at $200 even. So it could be at $500. It's just a matter of tying up buying power and things like that. So right now I'm at $200 for a few shares. And, you know, just to be honest with everybody, I've, you know, really ramped up for SpaceX. I'll probably take like 5% of the shares that I took in SpaceX. I'll probably take on SK Hynix. I'm really interested in how it opens more than like, let's play the, oh my God, it's open trade. You know what I mean? Like, I'm very excited for it. I want to go long. I think both of us are geared up to go long. But at the end of the day, I don't want to push the long too much, especially since the fact that it is that 20% overpriced right now, which is fine. But it's just, we'll have to wait to see how it opens. I could see an early flush and then a move higher on SK Hynix today. That's kind of what I'm waiting for. I wouldn't mind, Neil, honestly, if it just took off and never printed again the open price, because that means we would have.
Well, that'd be great. I'm taking more than Cerebras but less than SpaceX.
Yeah.
You have to remember that SpaceX was a different beast because it's just out into thin air. Like, we know SK Hynix in this particular case. You know, it does trade. People do have access to this. So it is a little bit of a different beast here. This is not a traditional, it's not like a straight IPO. It is a bit different. And it also means that there's a bit of uncertainty to it, I would say. I just want to give a quick update. I will always respect the trend to the best of my ability. Sometimes you get stubborn about it, but the second that Intel short, which again isn't that 112, which I put on the note, it's just the lower high. It basically bounced, take open, higher low, It's like, yeah, we got the 1-to-1. You're in an upward trend. Until this breaks the upward trend, I'm not going to be fighting this one. It could easily do that at VWAP here. And then I'm right back in, which is fine. So we'll take a small scalp win on Intel and then move on to the next opportunity. DRAM is still doing the same thing as before. Like when the tap came out, you caught a bid in DRAM, the tap for SK Hynix, theoretical auction price. You got a bit of a bump up. It pulled right back in. It still hasn't closed in the gap to 64. So that's what I want to wait for. Maybe not even a trend break. IBIT it's getting close back to that break even. We scalped into the high. I wanted it to bounce VWAP. It hasn't. So I'm not going to just, because VWAP is a line is not a reason to get in. If it's not going to bounce until we get back to our original entry price, then I'll look for the bid there, right? We have a tight stop. It can't turn into a loser, but I'm not going to just jump in at a higher low for no reason. Remember, this is up because Circle's supposed to have, Circle does have positive news. Circle's headed right back into the lows. I have to keep that in mind here. Like, there's no reason to just sit there and buy it because the story is good. If we're trending back in, we're trending back in. So I'm about to go short second time in Intel on the trend break. Just wanted to see the confirmation first that we're going to lose this upward trend. And by the way, that
this is now iced coffee, of course.
I know that I should talk about that JLHL. We mention it every time that it halted down. It is now halted to the upside. This is like the fourth or something halt of the day. This one is up. It's at 881. The tap says 9. It might halt 10 times today, this JLHL. And we got another one, Tisha Perkins,
let's go look at that.
Possibly a better small capper, hopefully, and that's actually going to the upside for everybody. JZXN, another Chinese ADR, small one. Trend up, much, much better. So this one's looking pretty solid. Let's look at the daily. Yeah, this doesn't stink that bad.
NASDAQ trying to go too.
It hasn't done a pop and fade in a while. So it's been a minute since this one has died. But that's a clean breakout from some of the prior highs. Watch out 450 there. So shout out Tisha, keeping everybody abreast of the quality small cappers which are running.
Yeah, I did find Top VoIP in here as well in the chat. He said, what about Alibaba today, up 3.5? And yeah, good little level there for Alibaba off that 100. And, they gave a little bit of a guidance. And shout out to everybody that's here today, watching us right there. There's Tisha right there, JXN 389. Blicky Spears is here. Clark is here. Luis Valencia. Bovin, of course, is here. We always hear about Bovin in the midday show. The Mag 7, the midday show today is no Joe. It is Obi and Sharif. So that should be a fun one there for sure. Sharif at the gym now. Obi trading, I guess, in the other room, and he'll be here very, very soon. Yeah, what's up there? Good morning, Andrew, to you as well. And let's go Meta. A few people there on the chat want to talk about that. We're always taking a look at the chat. But yeah, Top VoIP, you are right. Baba right now, nice move into 115. You said, does it have room into 120? Yeah, I called that. I didn't know if it was going to happen today. I don't think it will, but that 120 is the spot that it wants. It's a great story from that low there from $95, and the story is actually maybe it's not great. It's just so simple, and they did a little bit of a guide higher there, as apparently their LLM, their Quen, and there's a couple of different models that they have also testing well, and China is just another part of that story, right? Just like China. We're getting today SK Hynix from Korea, now we're getting Alibaba, the most recent, the biggest sort of ADR listing since SK Hynix. And if Alibaba was coming to market today, it probably would have been much higher than the SK Hynix valuation. But at the end of the day, right now, Alibaba up to 115. They came to market at 22 billion. Today we'll get 26, 27 or so on SK Hynix, and we'll see what's going on with that trade. Hopefully pretty soon, man. Now the tap is 180.
Know. Yeah, still 180, so it's looking like it's going to be a lot higher. But I want to give a reminder out to everybody. Hey, you have the opportunity to get this research note from Sharif. Every single morning, you've got the big market stories, you've got key levels, there's a trade plan on the technicals, the catalyst that's driving the stock as well. So it's what we're watching going into the open. We're talking about $5 a month, and you also get members-only videos, custom emojis, posts, loyalty badges. All you got to do is hit the join below the video to become a member, and just a little bit of a peek at what you're getting here. There was earnings on Delta. You're going to get the story, some technical levels. I can go up. Of course, there might not be any obvious technicals on SK Hynix, but you do get the fundamentals. Meta, which has been a runner, is going to be on there. You're talking over a dozen pages long every single day. So shout out to Shree for curating that. And remember, just hit that join. Very simple. And also want to thank everybody for the gifting of the memberships, which happens all the time.
Big time.
Which I know we have Casey that's done it a bunch, and want to shout out to all of our viewers that have been doing that for the community. We have the best out there. So the break of VWAP's going to get me in on Intel, but I don't want to keep looking at the same thing. Oh, that was interesting. The book just, a weird thing just happened on the book of SK Hynix. They did like one of those weird shifts.
Yeah, okay,
I'm like, oh, is something going to happen? No, nothing's going to happen. It's still 180. The imbalance is growing though, so it's about 500,000.
Okay, so that's.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see that get into the millions, and if it gets to the millions, that could be a little bit more interesting for us. For now, it's pretty small. DRAM headed to the upside, still looking pretty good. Meta was leading the way, and then this candle happened. The market doesn't seem to care, but Meta just put a little bit of a hammer down back into VWAP. That could be a bit of a reversal happening in Meta, and I might have gotten too greedy on iBit, not sitting on the bid at my entry price, but if it puts in another trend break here, I'll just maybe have to pay up a couple of pennies for the trend break and grab that log or add into the long. Once again, remember, let us know what you guys are trading. We do have our live visualizer, which obviously you're not going to have SK Hynix. Not many people are probably typing in SKHY, even though it's leading the way in terms of our interest. NVIDIA is number 1, Meta's number 2. Our small capper friend GMM, Circle makes sense. SoFi, we saw with that big move up 2.7%. SpaceX, which we haven't even looked at, down 3%. Why am I not looking at SpaceX? That's crazy. There, of course, is SK Hynix, which has not opened yet. But hit the $ when you're typing in the chat so we know what to be looking at, because I haven't even... SpaceX is an afterthought for me. Because I put down in the note 153. Well, whatever. You're not going to see 153. It's down 2.5%. Seems like nobody's interested in this stock today, with the market being strong. That could just be the SK Hynix effect.
Yeah, that sucks. I actually forgot about Meta. Never forgot about Meta. We're on Meta now. I forgot about SpaceX. That's too bad. Okay, so yeah, that's twice now that we've had this level at 675 come through for Meta and bounced off of that both times. So there it is. Well, I guess it's 677, but 677 there. Boom, boom, boom. Down in 667 again here for Meta, and that's VWAP trade looking to hold out right here on Meta. I'm still a little bit obsessed here with SK Hynix, so I want to wait for that. Getting a little anxious there, as I don't know why. I mean, the last IPOs and things like that have not hit for many, many minutes, and we're probably into the noon hour, but I'm trying to be more positive.
11:42.
SK Hynix come through.
That's my guess.
That'd be great if it was around 11:30, 12 o'clock.
I'm hoping.
That'd be fantastic. All right, quick check on USO. What else is going on in this market, of course? USO right now, 109 and flat, so we'll have to pass on USO looking over there. If there was any sort of a trade there, we like to have it maybe looking at a battle or something coming through at some point. But, this is what it looks like today. It looks like there's a lot of traders, no matter what sector you're in, is waiting to see what happens with SK Hynix. But yeah, Eli Lilly, not a great day for them, down 2%. That's sticking out to me the most. I mean, Meta's, we've talked about it, that's up 6%. So that's good. There goes NVIDIA today. Wow. We said the machines were turned on early. That was 205.50. Now it's 207.50. So that's really working out as well. Intel's a little bit of a shocker there, down 3%. So, be careful watching out for Intel shares, as that high was 140. So if any of the names that I like, and I still think that there's a very good bull case for, Intel would be one of those, and they've been getting hit off of their daily highs there. So Intel definitely a name to look at as we get going. And just let me, before I go over to Adair, just quickly, just want to have a look at what Intel has been doing there today, because down 3% seems to be, it was way worse off the open. I thought we had started down like 2 or 3%, which looks like that's right. We trended down all morning, and now it looks like these highs, high, and we're starting to get a little lower. So, all right, I guess SK Hynix maybe, Adair, but what do you got for us back over there at the desk?
Yeah, it actually is SK Hynix related. So a little bit, obviously you can't trade it yet, but keep an eye on DRAM, etc. This man I have on my screen here is, his last name is Che, and he is the chairman of SK Hynix. So not the same as the CEO we saw earlier. This is the chairman. He's currently on CNBC being interviewed right now, and he's saying the company is, quote, open to more investments, including building chips on U.S. soil. Now, that's going to be a good look for the current administration. So, again, SK Hynix reportedly open to more investments, including U.S. chip building. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. And speaking of Intel, it did break that. It's not a not a huge trend, but I wanted to jump back into it with a little bit of a confirmation. So we're in that trend break short, give it to the prior bar, which is effectively almost the same exit point we had before. So kind of back into the same trade, but with a little bit more conviction. If that breaks higher, we'll effectively be 1 for 2 and flat on Intel, but that's fine. DRAM is also looking pretty spicy, but for other reasons. Like it's well above VWAP, consolidating higher. I think it's going to make a run at that 64, at least for sure. And I do see you in the chat hollering about Palantir. We haven't covered, I don't think we've covered any of the software names today. At least I don't think we have. That was a nasty pullback. Of course, Robinhood, probably the biggest dropper off the open. This looks like a trend reversal to me. And one of my favorite trend reversal trades is usually Palantir. Because when it starts to catch a bid, it starts to catch a bid. That's probably too far to chase, so I don't wonder if there's a chance to just look over at something like the IGV. And if that is also giving you a similar look, where you can get it maybe a little bit off the double bottom, not really breaking the trend as well. Now I'm going to stay away from the IGV at least. And then one name that I know I was looking at, and it hasn't happened yet, but I still like the breakout on CCL. USOs, I said if USO's not doing anything crazy to the upside, as long as it's flat and nothing bad is happening, then I want the break on CCL. So nothing bad is happening, and nothing new that's bad is happening, and CCL is getting very close to that breakout of yesterday's high. It's like a couple of pennies above 27. It's not technically a 27 break. It's like 27.04. So I'll go long at 27.05 if that breaks. But it hasn't happened yet. But I did tell you guys in the afternoon I was going to trade this one, and I am going to do so. Ooh, looks like we're not going to get that reload in IBIT. We didn't want to let it turn red, but it just broke the lows. So remember what was going on with Circle? It couldn't catch the bid. It's right back into the lows on Circle. That's sort of the problem. If you're up on sympathy because of Circle and Circle starts to head back down and can't catch a bid, well, sometimes the first move is all you're going to get. And that's it. We just got the first move and it had to come right back underneath. Hang on to the last 10% to see if we could get that push through, but we didn't. And I'm off it until Circle starts bouncing. I don't want to be fighting this one.
All right. Yeah, no, Circle's a tough one. I just saw Robbie's coming there, so Rob will be here momentarily. Still, guys, SK Hynix, I mean, it still only has 5 million shares there, right? So we're expecting something around, 13, 14, 15 million. So there's a little bit of time to go before SK Hynix even thinks about opening up, we feel like. So, still a little bit of time there. It's at 188. I mean, I say that and it could just open up right now. And if it does, we'll trade that. We'll tell you about going long off the open and waiting to see what that action is there. And then possibly going short if we're able to. The short locates were quite expensive. It was 55 cents or something. But, if you take 1,000 shares or 500 shares, you're looking at like a, $250 and then, at 50 cents times 100 shares, right? So $50 every 100 shares there for SK Hynix right now here at Real Trading. But at least we are able to short them if we, thank you, Rob. I like these cups.
I can't get a quote for location.
These are the nice cups right now. These are, I don't know where these are from. I sometimes look at the book.
Okay, these are fancy.
Van Esso? I don't know where it is, but yeah, thanks, Rob. These coffees get cold real quick. Just quickly now, I have 10% left on the TQs. Man, we got another fill there up at 50. I just took another fill there at 20s as we break down. My stop now with the last 10%, and I'm glad that we're doing it only on 10%, is basically right where we got in. So a breakdown in below these levels, we are going to be out of the TQQs and go back over to Adair for now.
This first name here really shouldn't shock anybody. It's Global Mofi AI Limited, GMM. This is one of these Chinese small caps trading higher. We know we had that move in ZBAO earlier that already gave everything up, so this is very likely a sympathy play. $8.6 million market cap, 1.68 million share float here for that GMM, and GMM also has a 24% short float. CHSN, this is not a day one catalyst. This is going back to last Wednesday, so July 1st. Again, though, the point here is that they recently, again, as of last week, appointed a new CFO. The company here has a $4.3 million market cap, float of 3.41 million shares. And then you've got LUCY. This is innovative eyewear, much like the other two names here. This is a name that's rallied in the past. They launched a Claude AI integration for its smart eyewear products. Apparently, this is going to start rolling out as of next week. Lucy here, LUCY, Innovative Eyewear, they have a $7.5 million market cap with a float of 5.76 million shares. Back to the guys.
Thank you, Adara. By the way, that GMM might be trying to break out a little bit here. I mean, if we're waiting around for SK Hynix and things like DRAM aren't going to be as exciting, that looks like a bit of a mini trend break. If that confirms the trend break, I'm going to hit save so that line stays there. If it confirms the trend break, why not? Like 420, you're risking to 390. VWAP's up at 480. I kind of like that. But jumping right back in, Intel did give a little bit of a, see the press down into the 108.5? Yeah. Get a fill, and then we go right back up. So I'm going to kind of just do this. As long as we hold this trend down, look for reloads, kind of scalp in, get better prices than VWAP ideally, and then rock with that. But that is interesting on GMM. Global Mafia? Whoops.
Mofi.
I just went to Blue Ocean. And I would go to the wrong ticker.
Mofi something.
There we go. It is going to confirm. On a 3-minute, it hasn't really broken that closed this bar yet, but once it does, I'll probably take a shot at this. Getting into VWAP gives you like 40, 50 pennies, and that could be a nice little winner into the volume weighted average price. AV Blank, thank you for the super chat. Thinking of shorting Tesla for the day trade. Short? I thought Tesla was looking good.
I mean, everything's breaking down. The futures are back down too.
Oh, yuck, Tesla. What the heck?
I was thinking about going short again.
What the heck happened to Tesla? Tesla was looking good. It is now into the red.
It's with the market.
Yeah, it is with the market. That's fair. Oh, the 50 period on the daily just went. It's still under the 200. Yeah, structurally, higher time frame, it still does kind of look like a short, but it was breaking out. That's what I kind of like.
How could the pair value go lower on SK Hynix?
That almost never happens.
But I don't even understand how that even happens. Have they paired it off or they haven't?
It shouldn't have.
Like, I don't understand. Like, you know, if you put in your order, unless that somebody's canceled, which is not a great sign. Like that, the last time we checked on this was 4.88, and I saw it go down to 4.6. So I don't know down here on SK Hynix as we wait to see where it's going to open up, and we don't have a bid yet. We have a tap of 180, so it looks like SK Hynix will open up in and around that 180 Maka. So anyways, we got stopped out there at 80 break, and you know, we wanted to still make sure we made money on that trade. Looks like that stop out was maybe a little bit too aggressive. I don't know. It does go down into the 60s there, so happy when we did get stopped out, but now you're seeing a little bit of a jump up there, but I am not that interested in that. Like, I've already made the money. We've got half of our daily goal there just on one trade today with one idea. We went long, and we got stopped out. Then we went long again on that break, and that turned out to be good. And yeah, Scott H, look, this is exactly what I have. I have the 14-ounce. Is it 14 ounces? I guess so. Yeti coffee mug, and I do have that. The problem is I filled up in the morning, and then I don't fill it up, but then I do drink it. And the problem is now when we get these reloads, right? My cup is sitting here, and so
it's chilly.
Yeah, and then it's very, very chilly in the AM here.
I don't know why
at
I
all
got this
times here. It seems like
the crazy thing is I have that same one at home, but here I've got like it's not even.
That's a wine
coffee.
cooler.
It's really for a wine, but it does the same job as Yeti. It is what it is. But that's why we're always seeing us complain about the coffees.
I don't mind that Tesla idea short, but the thing I wanted to go through too was SpaceX.
A lot of shorts,
like,
really.
Yeah, like look at SpaceX, man. I mean, this name is down 3% and actually getting into its all-time lows again. This SpaceX all-time low is we had this trade actually, 145. So we didn't have it long. We had the short. That day we were short 150, 150. It went down to 145. It was $6 or $7. It was earlier on this week. But yeah, just to give you an idea of like sort of the volatility there with SpaceX, did have a huge push early there, and we didn't know if that was an imbalance or what. We didn't see anything. And then right off the open, that imbalance was taken away, and it actually started to go at 928 to 927. So there was something there, most likely with the imbalances. Could have been a bid, then it flipped into a sell, or I don't know. And then SpaceX just straight down, and you know, could have hit it off VWAP there, hit it and quit it off there, 149.70. Didn't get back to VWAP at all, 148.70. So all of these highs continue to be lower, and lower highs don't mean good if you're long. So we're going to watch out for SpaceX right now. SK Hynix chairman still speaking there. We're hearing in our ear. Adara will obviously, if anything important comes from that. And he's just talking about the business in general. He must be on Must be on CNBC or something. So this guy's just reporting, what exactly this guy's talking about, looking for more business.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I mentioned earlier, I think while you were out, Sean, that I told everybody already, is that he already said they're trying to expand more in terms of building in the U.S. Yeah. That, to me, is bigger than anything else I've seen him say since.
Yep. So, okay, thanks, Adara. And it's still tapping, by the way, guys. And, I'm still looking for more trades. So keep those coming in there. What's up, T-Money? Great trade there for you. Short 149 there for T-Money. In the chat there, short 149 on SpaceX. You tagged me, it's easier to see it. So thank you for that. And yeah, great trade there. And here's SK Hynix still showing, guys. There it is. That's Andre or Tiffany doing great work over there. There's 180. So that's the kind of level that we're looking at right now. No action down here. It is not down 100%, and hopefully that doesn't happen ever. But we'll wait to see what happens with SK Hynix. And again, today it comes with a V. Right, that V is because they're the ordinary shares will come off. Sharif was talking about paperwork. Still is going to be filed once they finally list. Then they can file for the listing, I guess, officially over there on the NASDAQ, of which apparently it will just assign SKHY. So that's what's going on right there for SK Hynix. But yeah, so we wait, man. It's 180. The important thing about it is it hasn't moved off 180. So maybe that's the price range now.
Yeah, it's a wait and see kind of game. My level 2 is going to crash.
We had SoFi.
GMM. What's that thing called again?
MoFi.
Doesn't really matter. So we got that trend breaking GMM.
Global MoFi.
But I'm not gonna reload the Intel. We got a couple of legs out, but there is that trend break. So you had to have this off of the open. As I said, if you miss the first trade, this will end up like a flat trade for me because I did take it out and then jump back in. But either way, we're going to be waiting around for this SK Hynix. Maybe put up that, look at DRAM a little bit more. But got a good entry here on GMM. There was that trend break. Kind of waited for it to come back in so I can have a really tight stop with it. Really only giving it down to like 392. VWAP is way up there at 470. So that allows me to sort of scalp it out. And if we get a nice bounce, fantastic. I just like the fact that it managed to hold the pre-market support level, which gives me an out and something to watch that's actually trying to move around a little bit for sure. Now, I know a lot of people are looking at things like Meta. That's no longer leading the way. Under VWAP, looking weak. If you're wondering why the market's to the upside like it is, NVIDIA is up another 2 points. Remember we said... Great. I think it was the poll we had was more along the lines of, is the move up in NVIDIA real or fake? I think it was about 77% of our viewers were calling it a fugazi, which is weird to me because it was the valuation on NVIDIA got so cheap relative to the market. How could you not have liked it? It's looking pretty real now. That's all I'm saying. Looking very real there. And that's one of the reasons why we are so high in the market is because NVIDIA for the last couple of sessions has been fantastic. So going to get some scalp outs here on GMM if it wants to go. Still no updates of any kind on SK Hynix. It's holding so steady that I'm not thinking we're even close to imminent. Like the paired volume stays at 5, the auction price stays at 180. My gut tells me the open interest on this should be in the over 10 million at least. So therefore, until it gets up and around that number, I think it's a sell imbalance of 100,000 at this price. So yeah, I'm not really that excited to think we're going to get it before 11 o'clock, Sean.
No, I mean, one can only hope, I guess. I do have a new position. SoFi right now. I don't. It was the Bears are aggressively, man, defending that 20. Like I don't know what they've got against it right now, but yeah, the Bears are here on SoFi again today. It might have been an easy one. I mean, we got to sort of remember a few things here. When we saw SoFi running there in the pre-market, it was doing nothing, right? I mean, it was up. Look, it was up nice. It was 1858. We were up to 1880 or so. Okay, so there was something in and around there, but we have to watch out for SoFi breaking up through 1970 again there. The only trade that I've had all day besides the SoFi was this name, and we got stopped out of the last 10% there as we try to go back up to the high side. I think we just heard that NVIDIA, maybe an Alibaba there, Chinese maybe getting ready to accept some NVIDIA cards at some point here, but I think that's part of already in NVIDIA maybe today as it's going. What about just a 208.10 break here on NVIDIA? Let's put that in just in case it does spike into some kind of a news here, which would be a good story for we're going to go long a little bit upside there on NVDA if it does take out that day's high. You know, dip backs into view up would be nice, but that's $2 from now. The 25 period moving average didn't really do much. I mean, it held there. Doesn't hold there. The 50 period is more something to look at. So maybe a pullback into 206.50-ish might get it. But I'm going to try to play the high day break. It's only 10:30. And, you know, NVIDIA, we've seen it put up, you know, big time movements once the candles start going. I mean, yesterday was a nice downside play into 200. If you can believe that, like it was just yesterday that NVIDIA was it yesterday or 2 days ago? Yeah, that NVIDIA was down there at 199 and we got hit during this move down and was able to catch a bottom there and brought it back up to the upside. So it did have yesterday 199 into 205, 204.50. So about $5 and change upside yesterday for NVIDIA. It's already put that move plus more in today. So it is a little bit, I'm only gonna take 1 unit on a break upside there on NVIDIA if that does come into play. So, you know, that's one more trade that I'm looking at. And SoFi we're in. So SoFi just dumped down there. So I don't know what's going on, but there's SoFi, nice move down. Something about Iran maybe, I don't know.
No, it's, sorry, my reaction was it's still the same price on those locates.
Oh, okay.
It's still 56 cents a share.
My quotes are basically garbage. I don't know what's going on.
No, we haven't quoted. Yeah, I'm frozen.
I just punched out of SoFi there. I don't know.
My quote just died.
Adair, there has to be a story. The market is
The market
tanking.
just absolutely tanked. What is happening?
Right now.
USO is flying, guys. USO is absolutely flying to the upside. So it's not even filling in this candle gap here. We just went 108 to 111. Like my quote just broke because every single stock just went absolutely ham. So we're getting an Iran headline here that just changed everything as the market is now dumping off and trying to rebound. So you're getting USO pulling back. Market's going to probably try to bounce off of this. But yeah, clearly something to go with Iran here. Adara, do we have anything?
Give me 2 seconds.
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll give it.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, she's got something.
So keep an eye here on USO. President Trump apparently saying that he's agreed to keep negotiations with Iran going, that Iran has requested that the U.S., that they proceed with talks. This doesn't really seem like anything that would necessarily suggest ongoing conflict here. We know that initially he announced the ceasefire was over. That was a while ago. But now, again, latest comments I'm seeing are only that he has agreed to keep the negotiations going, and Iran has requested the U.S. proceed with talks. Here is the full Truth Social post, just seeing this come out now. Again, literally just what I said. They've agreed to have these talks, but the U.S. has stated that the ceasefire is over. So ceasefire is still over, I guess, even though they're going to be talking. Kind of unclear, I guess, what message is being sent here because it's kind of going both ways. But either way here, USO reacting as it's trying to digest, again, the idea that talks you, but the ceasefire is still over.
This is what I don't understand. Like, this is why day trading is so difficult and why sometimes you want to ignore the news and you don't really know when it's important, when it's not. But that seems like talking out of one ear and listening in the other because, like, you know, that goes up to 110 there, like, so spiking on no ceasefire. And then we hear the news that Trump is willing to work and talk about now a deal with Iran. So now it's coming right back down in. So it's like we got two pieces of news there at once. You know, that the ceasefire is over officially, which we kind of knew that already. And then obviously bringing it right back in there on positive talk of maybe a deal imminent there. So USO just kind of looking like that. And so I did. This is a new position on SoFi. I did get stopped out there. All of a sudden we got filled and then it just tanked. And Neil and I were sitting here and our quotes were a little bit like jumpy there. I had almost like no idea what was going on. There was a lot of volume that got kicked in there. And unfortunately we did get stopped out. But when we get stopped out at that price on that news story, I'm just going to get back in. So we do give back a little bit of what we made there on the futures there today. But I just think that this is why it is important to have some kind of stop orders. And you just hope that you get a good fill because, you know, like that move all the way down, I don't know if that went to 74.40, but the NASDAQ got crushed.
All these prices
It must have, yeah, because the NASDAQ got hit there hard down to 29.7. So all the way back up about 300, actually about 200 points straight back there to the upside. So very interesting price action here that we're seeing on this story.
You could have been trading anything, and it's like there's just not much you can do.
No, I
don't
know what you do there.
There's just not.
That's why the stop orders, I think, are.
You have to have. This is why you trade with stop orders. Like, I mean, the thing about it is, it's like this is why I like this GMM. It didn't do anything because it's a small capper, so it kind of breaks the prior bar here, and it's easy to get out, and you're not worried about a trade rugging you, which is weird because a small capper you might think it would, so that can be pretty simple. But I just looked over at CCL, which I was very close to being into CCL. Thankfully, it didn't quite break out above the 27.05, so I didn't get triggered into the long, which is pretty fortunate. But this is a real candle. I don't know why this is a green candle. It shouldn't be. This should be coated a red. But this went down to 20, legitimately went to 26.40. Legitimately. We are already back at the highs. It's almost like nothing happened. This just dropped down a couple of percentage points into the red, and then now we're back into the green, and it's resuming the move. This actually makes me like the long better on CCL because you've just wiped people out. But I understand the frustration there. Anybody that had a stop, you just had your stop run. And it's a question of how good your fill was on the way out. What kind of slippage did you get? And then you got to go back to the normal. Part of that normal is still the same thing here. 5.5 paired volume on SK Hynix. Very small buy imbalance, effectively 180. I know 179, 179.99, whatever. 180 is still the indicated price. It hasn't really budged off of a 180 in quite some time. So, kind of the same thing here. And we don't know what time. I know everyone's like, hey, when is it going to open up? You're in the right spot. Whenever it opens up, we're right there. That's what we're watching. So we're right all over it the second this thing opens up. It's just a matter of waiting for that to happen. And I'm not getting any feels that it's any time soon because that paired volume is so small. So I canceled my breakout trade after that dump and maybe should have left it in there on CCL. I'm going to try and see if I get picked up back at the breakout level here in CCL. I did cancel the order. When you drop down from 27 to 26.4, yeah, I'm probably not going to have my breakout through the high of the day, but we'll see if we get swept back into it as that move on USO got completely filled back in. It is not often time.
Yeah, I know. I'm
it's literally back to where it was. That's complete insanity.
Yeah, we're trying to do the best we possibly can here, and there it is. So we do take a fill here at 90. Wait a second. What was that fill at? Yeah, 93. Okay. So we do take an out there on SoFi up there. I didn't even realize I had that. That was from before. That's why it's coded right there as purple. That's why it didn't make any sense to me. But right back in on SoFi. It's too bad we got dumped off, but now it's a flat trade after all. But yeah, there's that out there on SoFi. Let's see if it gets back. I'm going to put another offer basically at 98, and we'll see if we get that. And then, we'll float like a butterfly and hopefully sting like a bee. And getting out at 1864 is my new out level there for SoFi. Yeah, there it is, man. Now SK Hynix, still 5 million shares, but now it's 179.50 now is the tap there for SK Hynix. So we'll, keep you abreast of that level. And if that changes, I'm sure we will be hollering. We've been hollering every single minute this changes. So you are welcome to ask us any questions in the chat. It's an SK Hynix kind of day. I'm on SoFi. Neil's on CCL. We've been looking at IBIT today, and IBIT's actually, we are going to go over to Adair in 1 second. I'm still waiting for, it's not there yet. I was hoping for 64 flat or so. That little break there probably gets us to 64 flat. Unfortunately, I did change my bid. I was at 36.20. Because the market made that move, I canceled my bid, didn't realize that we might have been able to get it there. And then I put it now to, I put to 36.05. I guess that's not happening. But if we do break lower, I'm an IBIT kind of guy today, down there near $36. And again, that's just where this is, right? This is where we get that 50-period moving average. It's now adjusted itself. So, all right, Adara, it's 10:40. Is it small cap recap? What is this segment? Let's go back to Adara.
Let's take a look here at some of these sectors. I just want to recap as well for people who are wondering what that jerky movement on the market just was. Basically, President Trump released a Truth Social post in which he said two things that have kind of been said already for the last couple days. One, that the U.S. and Iran are continuing in talks, and two, that the ceasefire is over. So algos reacted, but for our purposes, not really too much in the way of new news. I made a post on it just now quickly on XOTV Research to make everybody aware, so you can find more details on that Truth post there as well. Let's take a look here, though, at these sectors, because actually a lot of strength, just not really in areas that count in terms of wider market capitalization, if that makes sense. So what I'm trying to say here is non-energy minerals actually quite strong. FCX here up 1.5%. Newmont up about 0.2%. Transportation here with some strength. Consumer services also relatively strong. Consumer non-durables, with the exception of some of these tobacco plays, you've got a lot of strength in Nike up 3%. Was the last time we said that? So good look there for sure. And producer manufacturing, with the exception of Lam Research, doing relatively well as well. Now, what's weak? A lot of the larger market cap sectors, namely health tech, Eli Lilly down 2.5%. Rest of the sector not looking great either. Retail trade kind of light, grain to flat for the most part, but Amazon is to the downside, obviously the largest name in that sector by a fairly wide margin. And tech services, you've got Meta up about 6% here as we digest a whole bunch of positive catalysts for this stock all week. But then you also have weakness in the likes of Google, Oracle, Netflix, Fortinet, Palo Alto, CrowdStrike. So these cybersecurity names taking a big hit today, and software weakness too with, again, Oracle and Datadog. Let's take a look at electronic tech, though. And again, much like when you have tech services, you have one Mag 7 name that's doing really well here. In the case of electronic technology, it's NVIDIA. But then you've got Intel down 3%, Micron down 1%, Marvell to the downside. So again, as we kind of await that SK Hynix IPO, you're still seeing some tech weakness, especially in certain memory plays. Though I will say SanDisk has rallied really nicely here from those pre-market lows. Back to you.
All right,
thanks, Darryl. Yeah, that's a big move for Nike, 3.5%. You wouldn't think there's anything going on, but guess what? Look at the volume. Volume matters so much. Look at the volume on the daily off of this low. So the day it breaks the 52-week low, and then the day after, there's your big volume spike, and now it's putting on a higher low. What it hasn't been able to do, that I think it has to now, get above the 50 period, and then break out above the 50. So you hold, you're able to pull back, and then you go. You hold, you're able to pull back, then you have to break out the next level. So until it does that, I'm still a little bit skeptical, but that's a good setup because you've got 20% to the 50 period, from the 50 to the 200 period moving average, which gives you an interesting setup on Nike. So everyone that's hollering about that name, it's a good one. It is very interesting. I do like it a little bit. Oh, why am I going to the locator when I have it up for you guys there? Still no change on SK Hynix. Bit of a push through. So I got one dip buy in CCL on this little breakout play, and then a little bit of a push through. I want to get more at the volume weighted average price and then try to just trend trade this to the upside if we can. Yeah, that wick is just complete insanity. I can't get over how far some things fell. One thing you could do when that happens, when we get that kind of a spike in USO, is if you can find something, like if you're in something that probably shouldn't move too crazy on that kind of a spike and you get wicked out, sometimes the bottoms on those types of stocks could be even better. Like a Nike there, look at the drop in Nike. That was just cruising. Then you get a hammer candle down into VWAP and it bounces clean off VWAP. It's just absolutely clean. Like if you happen to be on Nike in that moment, I'm not saying you automatically punch long, but that's not insane. Especially given the nature of what caused us to move to the downside there. Like you see the spike in USO, you're like, well, how bad should it be for Nike? And in reality, VWAP gives you a really tight exit stop, so you just kind of give it 10 cents and see if you can go.
Yeah, no, I like that kind of talk about Nike because it's not in the space of, you're not worried about the oil, you're not really worried about the RAM, you're not worried about anything. Nike, a good little look there as well. IBIT does not come in. SoFi is still bouncing around $19. We don't really need to talk too much about that. A name that might be similar to Nike. What about a Disney right here? It's 10:45. We are getting ready for the midday show to kick out soon. You're going to see Obi, so you're going to get a little bit of a different perspective from Obi as opposed to Joe, and Sharif will be here very soon too. There's that same move down there in Disney, so that's what I want to indicate there. Another name there, right at 10:30, the news bomb that just happened there. And, oil's all the way back up again. So, all the way back into those levels where we started. I'll show you oil in a second. Amazon, I just want to talk about that. That's near the day's low as well. Trying to potentially break some of these levels. But again, I kind of like the long at these levels. Amazon, the futures are trying to hold out right there. We are still into SoFi. Just FYI, I have about half left. I'm going to offer right now at 92. There we go. We get some 92s as it rips right through us there. And that's the one thing, guys. If it's your first time here, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Neil and I obviously showing you guys our stops, showing you everything that we're working with here today. SoFi, we just took some out there at 92. We have a third left only now. A third left of SoFi and looking for north of now 19 bucks. We'll see if we can break above 19. I'm at 19.15, right in front of VWAP. Hopefully we can get that. And here's, oops, we can't show you this. I'll show you SK Hynix down here. So there's SK Hynix now. 5.69 million shares have been, dealt with, and the price just keeps on getting lower right now. Now we're at 177.49. So this just keeps on getting lower and lower as the state. Sorry, 177.49 keeps getting lower and lower. So we were at 180 for about 20 minutes there, and Neil and I was like, that doesn't seem to be the right price because it's kind of stayed there for a minute. So now we'll wait. We're still keeping our ear to the ground.
Excuse me.
Oh, here we go. SKHYV. We're hearing something. Okay. Just hearing it in our ear. Okay, so 178. Now he's not saying anything. Just saying that we're expected to get this opened up today. So there it is, 178. Now okay, right back in again. So just got to. Oh.
He says afternoon.
Okay.
There it is. Oh.
Boo. We just heard that maybe the open is scheduled for this afternoon. I mean, okay, that's not rocket science. We've heard that many times with all of these sort of listings and these IPOs about a timing situation for that. And generally speaking, SpaceX I think was 1:15 or was it 1:45, something like that. For Adair, do you remember the time for SpaceX?
I mean, I wasn't there, as you know, but right. I was watching from home in Winnipeg, and it was before 12 p.m. I want to say around 11:40 to 11:55.
Yes.
I could be wrong, but because again, I was also an hour early, so I should do the math. But I posted on XTTV Research from home. That's about when it opened. I remember.
Yeah, you're right. It was an early one, and we were saying that was here's SpaceX IPO right here, so we can look at SpaceX, and it was just about an hour from now. It looks like it. It looks like you're going to be right about that one. Oh, what? Early? Yeah, 11. Yeah, there it is. Almost. Did you say 11:49? If you did, you're right.
I was thinking it, but I said 11:40.
Yeah, I think. My candle's kind of going back and forth there, but I think you're about right. 11:49, it looks like maybe, even 11:48, something like that. So yeah, SpaceX does open up in and around just before the midday rush there at noon. So SpaceX opens up there to what a big open for SpaceX, obviously. And as Obi just sitting down right now, we're hearing SK Hynix most likely in the afternoon. We just heard. So unfortunately, we wait for that. But the good thing is that I know Obi will be looking at it, that's for sure.
100%.
The reversion man, I have a feeling you're going to be hearing that guy's name a lot today as we get ready for SK Hynix. And of course, the reversion play would be something pretty similar to what happened on SpaceX day one, where, it ripped up for 20 minutes.
But the problem with the short is it's very expensive.
Now. But I think
now.
Once it opens up,
well, that's what I'm hoping.
See some of the demand and everything.
That's what I'm hoping the price will come down on locates when it opens.
Yeah, so there it is. So we do have, Adam says, 48 was the time. So 16:48, so 4:48 in London. Give us back 5 hours on that time. And there you have it. Thanks, Adam, for
confirming.
Where's
Adam?
Oh, he's right here in the chat. It was right here. Adam.
I'm blind. There's Adam.
Yeah, here he's right here. So I just noticed that 6:48 there from Adam. So yeah, so that's exactly what our chart showed there on eSignal. I really enjoy the eSignal.
Adam, thanks for making some time for us for the visit in London.
Yeah, Adam's great.
Like basically,
I mean, he's
he got caught up in traffic a little bit.
Boo,
so
Adam.
we were wrapping up lunch and we were going to the Naval Museum after. Adam just rolled with us to the museum.
Oh yeah.
Good people. We had a lot. It was actually the Naval Museum's pretty. Did you get to that one?
I don't remember.
It was pretty cool. Aaron loved it. They had thing where you could practice Morse code. Absolutely loved it. So shout out to you.
There's a couple good museums. I saw there was a museum that had the first ever Rolex. We did London Ski. Maybe it was the Naval Museum.
That one's by the observatory.
There. Observatory. I think that's what we maybe. Yeah. Anyways. London was great, man. We had a great time there. And you mentioned Chinatown in London. We had lunch there one day. That was really nice too. Similar to the Chinatown here in Toronto, of course. Now SK Hynix is now 177. So it looks like there's going to be a little bit of time to go. Neil and I both expecting in and around 100 million, 13 to 15 million shares or so on the paired side. And right now we only have 6. So work to be done still on SK Hynix. The hardest worker is right behind us. It's Adara. She's got money talks.
Thank you for those kind words, Sean. And I mean, just because you mentioned it, I cannot overstate how important it is that you also join us over in XTTV Research for these live updates as I see the tap making any meaningful changes, as I hear whispers in social media about people saying it's going to open up. I really do ask you all, if you want, to feel free and join us over there because we have lots of fun in XTTV Research as well. But let's take a look at the US dollar, which is having a lot of fun if you like technical moves, because this actually is very technical. So let's zoom out a little bit, as you do when you are in doubt. As you guys see here in, I guess, last day of March here, so end of Q1 2026, on Tuesday, March 31st, 2026, you get this rejection here of, what is this level? 100.6, and then you sell off to end that session. Well, then look, you also bounce here on July 2nd at the same level. You're bouncing again here today. So again, that 100.6 level really showing up as a technical level on the US dollar. Why am I talking about technicals? Because I don't have any economic data for you guys. Honestly, there's no economic data of note. There really hasn't been much all week, save for the more hawkish notes as we expected from the FOMC minutes release that came out on Wednesday. Now, next week, though, things are going to get very spicy when it comes to economic data. Tuesday, CPI. Wednesday, PPI. And then on Friday, you get the always interesting University of Michigan consumer sentiment print, which will kind of give you a good sense of how people are thinking in terms of how are we feeling about the market and where do we think inflation is going to be at, because there is an inflationary aspect of that print. Also, take a look here at the CME Fed Watch tool for July 29th, 2026. It's crazy how quickly this meeting is coming up, but it's also not crazy that we're not really seeing any change here in expectations. We're still seeing about a 76% chance that rates will be held, 24% chance of a 25 basis point rate hike. That's a bit of a tongue twister. If you look forward, guys, we're also really seeing no difference in terms of forward rate move expectations. Still expecting that 25 basis point hike in September, followed by potentially another 25 basis point hike in March of 2027. Now, you might be wondering, Adara, why are you not talking about the task force announcement yesterday with Kevin Warsh's 5 task forces and their members officially being announced? That's because I already have a whole infographic ready on it, and I'm going to save it for the wall segment. So join us at To the Window, To the Wall, sometime around 2 to 2:30 p.m. today for more info on that, if that's something you're interested in, because you guys know I am, and I want to save that infographic for a bit later. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
As always, thanks, Adara. And, you know, you gotta leave the viewers wanting more. Exactly. You got to build that anticipation the same way we're all sitting here anticipating the open of the IPO, and the energy sort of builds up going into it. And then, of course, Obi gets the pleasure of getting it live. Obviously, it'll be usually in the midday. He's locked and loaded and ready. Hopefully, it'll heat things up around here because it's freezing. The first thing, I'm telling you, Obi did, he comes over, before he sits down, he does this. Because it's not fine, Sharif, it's cold in here. He's like, Sharif's like, it's fine. Nah, it's a little chilly.
It's fine, but it's cold.
The market's starting to chill a little bit as well. Probably not because of what's going on in oil. Everything is calmed down after that little rogue headline that we had, but you are getting a bit of a pullback in the Qs. Some of that could be like Nvidia was doing so well. Now it's really falling asleep. Volumes going down a little bit here on Nvidia and pulling back into VWAP. That could be a play. For SK Hynix, like this off of the volume weighted average price makes a bit of sense. If you're looking at the Qs, losing VWAP as we speak. I do not know how much I like that, but at least you can't blame it on USO. Again, right back to where we were and pretty flat. That was one of the reasons why I went back over to CCL, ended up kind of getting the breakout trade on a pullback. I'll wait till VWAP. Let's just pull into VWAP. Give it to there, see if we can catch a bit of a bounce. Keep the eye on USO just in case anything crazy does happen. Commodity King, you're not the first person to throw up NOC. And I know anybody that's looking at Northrop is not thinking day trade. We got a question this morning about a German arms name, and they're all getting beaten up. All you hear is over and over again, more spending, military spending across the board for the NATO names and all that. And it's doing nothing for any of these stocks. So I think you have to sort of weather the storm. I'm always of the mind that these military spending only goes up in the long run. So you just have to understand there's a bit of a seed change in how wars are being fought. So the drone names are going to be better, but even they're trending down. It's almost like a DCA for the quality names, and the ones that aren't making money, you've just got to back off. You just almost have to. So NOC is probably one of the better names, but it's just not giving you any reason why the trend is broken in here. Like, I like AVAV, but they're still, again, not making money. Like, that's the first important thing. These guys don't make money yet, and it's still trend down. There's just no signs of actually breaking the downward trend in any of the defense names. And this is across the board. You could pull up any stock. Again, we had that German name, and it was the same thing. And they just got a contract with and it still was down. So it's just the wrong environment for them, and a bit of a sell the news. So we're still looking at the same tap. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, never mind. This went to 175.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
My bad. It's down to 175.
Yeah, it's back down again. It's back down to 170.
That's still significantly higher than the 149.
Yeah, we'll still wait there about that 20% higher there. We'll wait to see $30 on 149 is that 180. So yeah, 175 and change. Add a little bit more on SoFi here. We have less than a third left of that trade. We got to figure out what's for lunch, and then we're going to get ready. Obi and Sharif are locked and loaded. Derek teased us yesterday with the Chinese look.
Oh,
right?
that's
So it is
right.
a Chinese flag there today. Sharif's already seen it. He's seen it there in the lunchroom. Today's is okay. Yeah, you're right. For me, this is a pretty big pass. I'm not too excited about this. Hong Kong style chicken drumsticks. I don't know.
It's just
It's okay. Just chicken drums. It'll be fine.
it'll be just
We'll reheat
plain.
that. Steamed rice, sautéed vegetables, same kind of stuff. Mixed green, sesame vinaigrette. So Hong Kong style, soy sauce based chicken drumsticks. That's what's for lunch. And hopefully today, though, as we get going on that one, there will be some, because it's chicken for lunch. Maybe you can get your chicken dinner winner out of SK Hynix today. And we have a chicken dinner winner on SoFi, but it's muted as it's not really going anywhere. SoFi, get another piece there as it continues to do those moves. The most interesting name for me right now at some of these levels, obviously Bitcoin breaking down through 64,000. We'll wait to see if we get that 36 fill there on Bitcoin. It looks like we may do that. Amazon actually looking right now, although the future is trying to go back upside, Amazon right here has been at a bottom. So, I'd rather this thing open up and the market can just continue to trade, and I don't have to worry about like money being on the sidelines here or whatever the case may be. But I think Amazon's, you might think I'm thinking short, but I'm thinking long off of this level. Amazon down 0.61. If the market does rebound here again, off of what I expect to be a decent open for SK Hynix, if the market likes the open, I could see it starting to go back upside. So let's watch out for Amazon down there at 245. Palantir's been getting kicked again today. And, we got that question of, is Palantir able to go back up to 160? I mean, the whole sector has to want to go. And ever since we got that question, now it's just downside for 3 or 4 straight days. We got into 140. We broke back down below. So it poked its head above the 50-period moving average there and right back in. So not great, man. It hasn't really been able to hold very long above some of these levels. So yeah, Palantir to me does not look like a long, unfortunately. I do not mind that Amazon trade though, if that does come through. So yeah, for right now, again, no matter who's on the show, Neil and I will be here. Obi and Sharif will definitely be looking at SK Hynix, and Adara will be back there. Sia's back in the building now. So we'll get Sia reporting on SK as well. So any kind of movement on that imbalance or anything like that, we'll be here. So stay with us. I heard that
It's a sell imbalance again.
We're not transitioning over. So
yeah,
it's
just
the
stay
same
in the
feed.
Same feed.
You don't have to do anything. Stay here, and we've got you guys good to go on that one. So let's go back over to Adara.
Just want to let you guys know here about Unity. And this one is becoming a little bit, not united with its high of day. It's been falling all day here, but a little bit of another drop here as we get some potential competition from Manus. Now, as we know, Manus is the name that Meta was trying to acquire. Last I heard, they're now not going to be going through with that. But regardless here, Manus is adding capability to vibe code video games. Now, that's not going to be a good look here for Unity. So again, with this new vibe coding video game skill being added to Manus, that does put it in competition with you. Back to you.
All right.
Thank you, Adara. And
Well,
with
on that
that,
note-
yeah, it is 11 o'clock. Before we get you guys out of here, just a reminder that I know we're waiting for SK Hynix, but don't sleep on what's going on with Nike. It's still blasting and still making fresh highs. Lulu on sympathy. It's now up 4%. We talked about it the last time. It was 3%, so it's moved another percentage to the upside. There is more happening. I know the market's falling off. Thank you very much to that USO move that was probably annoying for a lot of traders. I can only imagine that like every single long that was working basically got stopped out at the same moment, and we're headed back low. We got the Sharif, the Professor, we got Obi, oh boy, we've got SK Hynix, could be at noon, so get some lunch,
Good
rest
luck.
up, it's gonna be a fun one. You don't have to go anywhere, keeping in the same stream, we're just kicking a 2-hour left for the midday.
Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That isn't Joey Options, as we know, of course. That is Obi. He is the frickin' one, Kenobi. Yeah. Good morning. All right. We already got to send it to this guy. Take it over.
Boy. All right, guys. So we're going to start off with our some of our sponsors here, guys. So VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under the ticker VFS. All right, guys.
Shout out to VinFast.
Settling in here, it is a little chilly. But I was telling Shreve, bro, you come in straight from your workouts, those muscles are going, they're pumping, you know, they're repairing whatever damage you've done to them in the past hour or so at the gym, and you know, you're like radiating heat. For somebody like me, where I'm like, I came in, I had breakfast, I've been sitting all day, been watching some SpaceX, hasn't really done much than trying to land back in Texas, but we'll wait and find out if that actually happens. But for someone like that, it's cold in here.
But I come here like 6:30 in the morning. There's nobody in here. There's no other human heat to at least warm this up. I gotta tell you, I love it, I love it. My condo is always, when I go to bed, right away, it goes down to 22 degrees. Immediately, I cannot sleep.
So what is that in Fahrenheit for our friends?
I don't know,
I have no idea either.
Like that.
But 20 degrees is not bad.
22.
24 is room temp.
22.
Okay,
I ride on 22.
That's a little chilly.
And I put 22.
Yeah. I mean, I chill on 24s. But,
I like that.
You can see me rolling around.
You see me rolling, they hating. Maybe we get dinged for that as well. Let's go.
Maybe.
I'm just joking. Let's get to work, guys. I'm looking at here RXT. So there's a bunch moving. NWVE, the leading gapper in the market at the moment. Sorry, correction. That's JZXN. JZXN is a leading gapper, up 112%. Number 2 is NWVE. NWVE, though, losing the volume weighted average price, at least momentarily. It is still holding structure. $15 is the level that I'm looking at there for the structure hold. The last 1650 is VWAP. So we're going to have to wait first and foremost. Does this bounce off 15? Does it find support at a previous area of resistance? And then moreover, does it get back above the volume weighted average price? So we're able to say loosely that buyers are overwhelming sellers at that particular time and at that particular price. Z or Z for my American friends out there. XN losing VWAP. In fact, now straddling the volume weighted average price from the south side, right around 250. So it's using it right now as resistance rather than support. That's not the look I'm going for. Alas, it is still holding that 2 1/5, 2 1/4 prior area support from which we broke out at 930 at the implied balance high. So keep your eye on that, JZXN. And then last but not least, well, I don't want to say last because we may have more to say. RXT, let me throw on the ticker there. RXT got absolutely decimated yesterday. And today, kind of just a little bit of a bounce back here. We'll use the FIPS to find out exactly what's going on. But this one found a lot of support, or a lot of momentum, I should say, at 730. And then all hell broke loose at 930 as this one could not find a bid or catch a bid for its life. And it ended up closing out at 437. Today, we are bouncing back a little bit off that 4 1/3. And now we've touched 506 as a high. We're below $5 right now. So resistance at the key $5 level on RXT. RXT is a former runner. We've been watching this one for a period. FBRX, not a big mover percentage-wise, but we'll show you what it did yesterday because this is a second-day continuation and deserves our respect. Look at that. Boom. We have the ticker on from yesterday. Didn't catch much of a bid in the pre-market, but that's all right because 930 came along and it halted right at 930 and then basically just didn't look back. Aftermarket, pre-market, whatever the hell else you're looking at, this thing ended up closing at 36 bucks. FBRX, big mover today. It's got even more to its credit today, 44.40, dropping back down now into the volume weighted average price at 41.70. But the problem is, I'm reluctant to use VWAP here as a key area of technical support. And the reason is, look at this. It breached it and breached it by quite a bit. We're talking dollars, man. This was $41 at VWAP. And when all's said and done, this found support at 40. So I don't want to get suckered into thinking VWAP is a key area of technical support because it has not proved itself to be that. And then LABD, great looking bull flag with an upward channel. I would say you're looking at this not as a bull flag, but rather an upward channel. And then you're holding a piece for the dream through the break of that channel, perhaps into 9, who knows, 787 high here, with support at 7 3/4.
Yes, sir. So some solid stocks there, some solid picks. I don't know if you covered JLHL, but people in the chat talking about JLHL today as well. Julong Holding Limited. I wanted to ask you, were Julong this one yesterday?
I did
going
get
into
Julong.
the end of the day.
No,
but the bigger move happened. That you can see that trap, that squeeze that comes in right after the close when there are no halt bands.
Tell them, Ob.
You already know what bands do. Bands definitely make that price action dance, and 14s all the way up to a high of 32.70s. Talk about a squeeze. Oh boy, I
God,
definitely
the innuendos here, man.
I shouldn't be, really messing with this short, especially on a day one, squeezing up into the end of the day. Yeah, somebody definitely got rocked, blasted to say the least, but coming in with a beautiful backside move here from the overnight spike and coming in. Yes, it's halting around today. I see a few of you in the chat commenting about this one. I have no doubt that I had no doubt in the morning that this would continue to show us some volatility. Was watching it to see if people are still kind of stuck, but you can see it's kind of exhausted that move right in the after hours right there. Not really doing anything too crazy in terms of a bid coming in off of the open, but those sellers definitely very well in charge off the open. That 15 prior day high cracks coming in right into the open. Like, it's almost as if we didn't trade all the way up to 32s, right? And then boom, right there, you get a drop down to 734s. Now we're halted up as of right now. Bit of a flag here. I don't know. I have no idea what this is.
I've always felt that your trading style would be so good for these second day or first red day plays on small cap gappers, because that's your wheelhouse.
I mean, I like the price action. Like when I see these charts, I'm like, yeah, I can definitely get with some of these charts here. Even looking at Julong from yesterday, if this was trading intraday, maybe I'd be looking at a higher time frame, like a 15-minute, maybe a 5-minute as well. You can see how cleanly, when that buying is done first, and then the sellers actually step in, and then they confirm, however you want to measure your confirmation of sellers stepping in, whether it's a lower high, whether it's structure break, whether it's retest of prior structure and then holding on the offer, as well. Multiple different ways to define, okay, well, now sellers might be in charge. You can see how clean it is once those buyers are done, and definitely going to continue watching out for this one today. But Sharif.
Yes, sir.
There's one name that I have been trading today. One name and one name only.
Tell them what it is.
And that is SpaceX. And this thing, absolutely beautiful. We talked about this. I was here, last time I was here, it was the IPO, right? So let's see what SpaceX has been up to.
Yeah, man, you were here on all the big days, eh? You got the SpaceX IPO, now you got the SK Hynix, this guy.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if SK Hynix is as big as SpaceX. We'll see. Wait and watch. I still haven't borrowed shares yet. I think I'm going to be patient and borrow them after the open. I know there's a lot of hype around it. But regardless, SpaceX, beautiful launch off of the open there. IPO open, 3 days up, a little bit of exhaustion, gap up into 225s. Can't really claim that 220s, 225s, and then boom, backside all the way back down into this 150 area. So I've seen it doing that little bounce, lower highs into this 150. This is that special area where we opened up off of, and I remember there was 1 million shares defending on the bid, a held bid at $150. And you can see we're kind of struggling to break that down. But I'm here, I'm trying to participate every day, because when and if that 50 really gives way, I think we're on our way to 135s. That's the IPO. That's the underwriter price. And,
that's the underwriter price.
I don't know how the underwriters think at all, but I'm going to assume that there's one price and one price that they really care about to play some defense, and that's probably the price that they underwrote the stock at.
Yeah, probably.
That's 135.
They don't want to be underwater. Completely agree.
So that's something I'm watching for. So I did get involved with it this morning. You can see my chart right here. In the middle, I guess we can go to a 1 minute to kind of open it up here. You can see I came in and it dropped hot and heavy right off of the open. 151s, 150s. I actually missed the 150 punch. I was looking at 150 halves and I was like, okay, well, crack 150. Let's be patient. Let's wait and see. I get a little chasey, hit the 149s after the bounce, doesn't go, stop out for like 15, 20 pennies. I'm like, all right, maybe not right now. And then it kind of starts chopping around, can't really get above VWAP. I'm like, you know what? All right, I'm going to give this a little bit of a wide risk and then just get short the 149s. I'll let it chop around as long as it doesn't reclaim VWAP. And guess what? VWAP was the place to get short on SpaceX today because VWAP could not budge. 149 comes in, and then we get a little bit of a trickle down into 147 halves, which was yesterday's day low. And then we got that shake and bake craziness on the market. Someone came in, gratatad the futures, and pretty much everything else. You can see that crazy 50-point drop. I was just like, what the hell is happening here?
He was just telling me about that off camera.
Absolutely crazy. Yeah. Instantly gets bought right back up, and all on what? A Trump tweet on news that we've already heard before.
Which is ridiculous,
so,
man.
You know, I mean, sure, it's ridiculous, but the move itself was ridiculous. And if you were fast enough to act on that move, being like, yo, this is crazy, this is wild, I want to revert this. That was probably one of the fastest reversions I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah, probably. You know? All right, guys, here we go. We're involved in a couple of trades. SUNE, we built a position in a 3. This one rocketed up into that 3, I believe, in a 3rd area. Let me just switch to my SUNE chart over here because I'm looking at defending the volume weighted average price. We got 13s on, but it did defend 3. Back up to 7 we go. We're still holding here our position on RXT, looking at DCA into the mid-90s. It's not up big. It's up 15 and a fifth, 15 and a third, but we're going to keep a close eye on this one for a possible move back in. There goes SUNE back into double-digit territory. Still no move, though, into that $0.25 area. That's what I want to see from SUNE. I want to see if it can work back into that $0.25 area. Let me take out PMA, put in SUNE on the side chart over here. There we go. Oh, I already had that one on. My bad. Just didn't look at the right one. All right, PME. We're going to update you guys momentarily on, number 1, JLHL halted up, 1097 tap. Halt time, 11:03:34. Earliest open will be possibly now, 10 seconds from now. So it'll be 13:34. So let's see if this one opens up. It's open. It's open at 1083. $11 seller, showing 11 and a quarter though on the level 2, 11 on the level 1. Not sure. There it is, up into 1140, 1192 limit up, guys. There it is. There's the halt parameter engaged already. False halt down into 62. Look for a hold of 11 here. If it fails 11, this is trouble. It's already negative on the day. 92 limit up now. 1192 limit up. Halt parameter engaged again. You need this for 10 seconds to actually halt again, showing 93 on the ask, 92 on the bid. 5.5 million shares traded so far on this monster. Keep your eye out on this one. This one could be reverting back. We are now halted to the upside. 1192 halt time, 11:14:16. Earliest open, 11:19:16. Mark your calendars. All right, let's get to SK Hynix because a lot of people are here for SKYHV. There's going to be a V in the ticker today, guys, until Monday, until all is said and done with the paperwork and the administrative stuff in the back end. Otherwise, you're not going to have the right stock, and it's already showing you here, $174 tap. Let's load up the imbalance locator and get a gander at the buy-sell imbalance. Give me a second to load it up. There it is right there. Love it. Buy-side imbalance here. Very small buy-side imbalance, 1,094 shares. Paired volume, though, you can see the behind-the-scenes action here, 8.3 million shares paired so far by the exchange. We have a sell-side imbalance now of 12,000 shares. We'll see when this one opens up. We never really know when this one is going to do it. And there goes SUNE into a high of the day, into the third. Give me my money, man. Into the third of $1. We're looking for more here. $0.25 showing up here. Oh, we got some decent size here on SUNE. Looking for a little bit more. Looking for the $0.50 now. Let's go ahead and post a liquidity grabber here, a liquidity tester, pardon me, into 42s. I want to see what kind of resistance we're going to get at the third of $1 first and foremost before we start looking at the $0.50 seller here locally at 29. Can't shake the seller at 29. So you're going to have to continue to watch for the higher lows. My suggestion to you, of course, as always, if you're trading these small cap gappers, put on the 5-second or the 10-second chart so you're able to spot localized areas of support and resistance where the buying and selling is recurring. So keep that in mind. And there goes RXT again, taking out all my orders. Let's wet the beak here as well. 513 high on RXT after it got decimated yesterday, looking to bounce back a little bit today. We will not say no to it. And there goes SUNE again through the third of a dollar. This one's on its horse and looking at the $0.50 here, OB. So you know what? You know what I sometimes say? I look at my scanner in the morning, the gap scanner.
Yep.
And if I don't see a couple, of high double digits, or a couple of low triple digits, then I automatically label them the pickings are slim. You know what I mean? Like maybe today's not the best day for the small cap gappers. But the fact of the matter is, man, you can take these smaller moves with some good size here and, make it that. We don't need triple digits. We don't need high double digits. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. Keep me updated. Okay, here it is, Adam. Right there, 1194. We're showing 1194 on JLHL tap. That is a theoretical auction price for all the newer traders. A halt time, 11:14:16. If you're a newer trader, volatility halts come in waves of 5 minutes, meaning the earliest will be open on JLHL is 11:19:16. Currently is 11:17:31. So we need a little bit more time. Sage, you're awesome, man. Well, you work pair well with. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate Sage88, man. Very kind of you to say that. We just do it live here. The chemistry between all of us is fantastic. That's kind of how Trader TV Live operates. And shout out to you, my man. What do you got, Obi?
Nothing much, man. Yeah, definitely got a shout out to the chemistry of the team here. It's something I'm watching right now, Sharif. I'm being patient. I got my SK Hynix up. I was kind of in the process of making
shows your line.
what do you call the imbalance, putting it on the imbalance locator here on this setup. But yeah, currently tapping 172.11s. Something else I've been watching as well. Yesterday, man, there was a stock that kind of blew me away in terms of like the type of action and the aggression in terms of buying that it sustained throughout the day, and that was Meta. And Meta came in with a bunch of news yesterday. Coming into the morning, I saw a little bit of a gap down below prior day's levels, but you can see here gets bought right back up and closes with some serious strength going into the end of the day. And you can see here pretty much held moving. A decent amount of moving averages for majority of the day. You can see here very active buying in the morning session going all the way into lunchtime here, 12:20s, 12:30s ish. You can see pretty active buying. Maybe some passive buying shows up for the next couple of hours going into 3 o'clock. And then 3 o'clock strikes, Sharif, and then boom, you see expanding volume, increasing volume going into the end of the day. And Meta was quite a nice long. You know how you take like breakout trades and breakdown trades right off of the open, the first 30 minutes to the hour.
Sure.
Guess what? Breakout and breakdown trades are just as good, if not situationally in certain situations better coming into the end of the day, I think, the last 30 minutes, because you have all of this action to go off of from
market on close orders,
and then the imbalance comes out. Maybe that adds confluence as well, but an hour before the close and it still gets bought up. And now Meta gapping up and consolidating sideways here in and around the 675 level. So that is something I am watching today. I was looking for a potential continuation today off of this gap. Look at that strength. That strength, this is a daily chart. That strength wipes out pretty much 4 or 5 days worth of action. We're coming up from a bottom down here at 550s, 540s, some decent volume as well. And I guess we've been waiting for AI news to come out of Meta. We got some, so I guess
like
maybe
positive AI news,
potentially. I have no idea.
They keep failing. That's the thing.
Here's the thing. I didn't really delve deep into what the news specifically is, but what I saw was the market definitely liked it.
Exactly, and that's one way to tell, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, damn, something must be brewing here. The market definitely likes it, but we're coming up into some prior resistant levels here, 680s, just shy of 700s as well. I was looking for a potential continuation, but we might just get that bit of a, you get that gap leg consolidation and the next leg. So maybe we do it that way, but I have no idea. But Meta is definitely one I'm watching other than SK Hynix and SpaceX today. But let me know in the chat, what are some of the names you guys are watching on a Friday, Sharif?
Absolutely. Oh, I got to remind everybody, though, that Trader TV Live members on YouTube get Sharif's mine. Daily morning research note every single trading day. The big market stories, I should say, the key levels, the trade plan, the catalysts, and what we're actually watching into the open. It is only $4.99 a month, and you get members-only videos. You get posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit the join button below this video to become a member. Now, I want to mention as well that the Katina Man and the Neil have been putting members-only exclusive videos about trade setups on there as well. So if you want access to those, you got to get this membership. And there may be more coming as well. So shout out to everybody who's joined, and thank you guys for always doing it live. All right. While we were doing that, SUNE Tiffany ripped into $3.50. We got 303 on this one. We've taken a good majority out. We're still holding a few pieces here. It's zigging, it's zagging at that 3 1/3. I see support on the 1 minute chart at 3 1/5 to 3 1/3. So between 320 to 330, okay? A 10 penny, let's just say support zone. If that fails, there's a really good likelihood we're heading back to 3. Thankfully, we got 303, so we'll be able to pack the patience there. Now, I see you in the chat there, X2CYEE, saying, Sharif, RXT is going cheaper. You're absolutely right. So RXT gets into 514, and then it puts in a doji kind of topping tail candle of sorts, right? And what it does is it drops back down into 5. Now, a couple of pieces that I want to point out to you, X2C, which is number one, it's still holding above $5. That, my humble submission, is a key area of technical support. Usually these $5 areas, $10 areas, very important, but so are the whole dollar areas, the 3s, the 4s, the 6s, the 7s. But I would submit to you 5 and 10, a little bit more important, especially for these smaller stocks. That's number one. Number two, it's still holding above that green line. What is that green line? That is the 10 exponential moving average, and it's being shown here on the 5 minute chart, right? So to me, this is a very critical level because it hasn't lost that green line essentially since reclaiming it at 955. So I want it to ride. I personally want to ride with the trend, right? I'm taking these because they're moving up, not because they're moving sideways or moving down, right? So long as we hold trend, I'm going to stay involved with RXT. If it loses trend, starts breaking down below 495, 490, I'm gone Zeno on that one, all right? So we're going to keep a close eye to see what it's up to here. Let's also take a quick look here at JLHL. It's open, all right? So it's showing 1110. The spread here is displeasing, about 30 pennies, 25 pennies now. That's a little bit hard to manage risk on, especially on such a volatile name, because this one can move dollars at a time, okay? And I've seen it move dollars at a time. Yesterday, we're watching it move down now. 1043 limit down. We're showing 1054, so we're quite close, okay? Limit down now is 1033, okay? By the way, if you are a newer viewer, a newer trader, these red lines right there on my level 2, those highlight what limit up and limit down are. So limit up will always be on the right side, and limit down will be on the left side. So if I'm showing the screen and you're able to see that, you make sure you're taking advantage of knowing exactly what the halt bands are. That's what we call halt bands, up and down. So keep an eye out on that. And here comes RXT. I've got a DCA here at 495, but that may be an inaccurate level because I'm looking for the 10 EMA to hold, and the 10 EMA is a little bit higher than 495. So what I want to see here, does it defend, and does it make a new candle to make a new high above prior bar? So prior bar is the 1120 bar, the high of which is 503.5. If this current 1125 bar breaches 503.5, I'm adding to the position. So we're going to see how this cookie crumbles. But sadly, the cookie is crumbling the wrong way right now on SUNE, as it's continuing to hang out at 330. But this is the area of technical support we discussed between 320 and 330. So I'm not panicking quite yet, but I'm displeased with what I'm seeing. All right, let's bring attention here to some other names that are moving in the right direction this time. NWVE, we mentioned that this one was a second leading gapper in the market, but I didn't want to trade it because it was trading below the volume weighted average price at 16 1/3. Well, that's changed. 16 4/5, knocking on the door of 17, but I need you guys to remember what we've been talking a lot about lately. These prolonged downtrends, the ones that hold or lose VWAP, only to make a move back up, they tend to be bull traps because they end up making lower highs relative to the prior area high, and you end up getting caught. The confirmation that it's a bull trap will be this big candle here, and with the subsequent candle losing the low of this current candle or whatever the breakout candle is, all right? Talked a lot about that lately. Keep your eye on it. I don't want you to get caught on that. Bless you, Ram. All right, so that's what we're looking at there. I don't really have anything else that I like except, maybe JZXN over here continuing to work up into 270, but that's a former area of resistance, so not really a fan of that. As always, guys, make panic great again. All of a sudden, you're killing me, bro. I saw this.
There was a panic earlier.
I mean, well, that was a real panic.
Yeah,
though.
that was a real panic right there.
No, the panic is like a running gag on the show. Because one time my monitor went out.
Okay.
And I was in a position, I was like, I'm panicking because I couldn't get out. I couldn't see anything. So I got trolled for that for forever, right? Like that's kind of the way that works.
That's fair, that's fair.
What's going on there, Bovin? Why are you yelling boom? What are you in, man? NWVE. Bovin's in NWVE, that animal. I love it.
Yeah, a few of our viewers today are definitely printing. As you guys shouted out some stocks there, some tickers in the chat, and I wrote a few of them down. Sorry if I forget who said what, but Basu Games saying, asking us if we can look at Hood. Let them know our thoughts. As well, head-to-head wants to know about INFQ, and we had another one, Palantir, as well. Someone was watching Palantir, maybe Wendy's for the tendies. I know there's somebody in the chat called Wendy's.tendies.
Yeah, Wendy's tendies is
Wendy's
awesome,
tendies
bro.
as well. So we can take a look at all those stocks today. Palantir, wow, what a great trend this one's been holding off of the open. No sign of a bid here, and kind of distinctly different from that of the market. The market we had a bit of a bid up, we had that flush down, and now we're cracking those day highs along with NVIDIA. And again, people calling out NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA's already pushed past high a day, trading at 208.78 as of right now. But Palantir consolidating near its day lows. Prior day low just coming in shy of 125. 124.80. So good luck to whoever's trading this one today. Hopefully you had the right side of the move here, as sellers are very, very much in charge on Palantir today. So Hood, another one with some aggressive selling coming in off of the open. We got that bit of a quadunque there at that 10:30 mark to take some words from Sharif here, but maybe some head and shoulders back into VWAP potentially here, holding these 111s pretty decently. And I talk about head and shoulders. This does kind of look like a head and shoulders to me here. We flush, we dip down, we kind of consolidate, can't break 111s, boom, 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 finally breaks, cracks, reclaims almost within the next couple of bars, pulls back in, retests that 111, now pushing a little bit higher. So no idea what this one is going to be up to here, but Robinhood giving us some interesting action as of right now. I'll cover Wendy's and INFQ right after we get back from SIA.
Thank you so much. Just keep an eye out. SKHYV ADRs are indicated reports coming in to open at $170. Each offer priced at $149 as we do know it. Just repeating, keep an eye out. This will be changing. A recent update right now is that SKHYV ADRs are indicated to open at $170 for now.
Thank you very much for that, Sia.
Yeah. Wendy's Tendies asking, what about me?
We were talking about you, man.
Didn't forget about you, man. At least,
he's funny,
we'll take
bro.
a look at
That's funny stuff.
I know you're the one who called out Palantir, I think. So we did cover that one here. But Wendy's, I know they had a decent gap up craziness, a couple weeks ago? Yeah, June 24th. Since then, just kind of holding within that range post whatever this was. And I think, it's some relative volume here, catalyst-driven stuff for Wendy's. Nothing crazy today. I don't think this one's really on watch for a day trade for me at all. But interesting stuff here. Wendy's Tendies, but INFQ was asked by I think it was head-to-head. So let's inflect to this one here. $12 high a day, just shy of that. It seems like we're kind of stuck in a bit of a range over the past couple of days here. But some seller dominance as well coming in off of the open. Something that stands out to me right here on INFQ right away is that take a look at the volume.
Show them, Ob.
Volume is by far my number one indicator, right? Everything else kind of derived off of that. VWAP, maybe not moving averages, but, you know, regardless. So volume, you can see these sustained bars. I know it's a little small on the bottom of my screen, but you can see for the first hour or so of trading, 10:45, 11 o'clock, the volume bars start to die off. Take a look at the size of these volume bars.
Más grande.
Relative to kind of all of yesterday's action, relative to all of Wednesday's action.
Or I should
Most
say it in
of
Fei Cheng Da.
what is that?
Extremely big.
Oh, okay, yes.
Fei Cheng Da.
Yes. So exactly. So what Sharif said are these volume bars here. So interesting. That's all it is. A piece of information, some heavy selling, sustained selling coming in within range after some, I guess, more selling. So
Katina
next
Man,
few minutes saying.
Katina Man's already. We're talking about the. Really?
SKHYV.
It's at 170. I put the order in.
Hold on, let me get
Come hell or high water,
I gotta get
right?
my
Let's see.
seatbelt.
All right.
All right.
Man.
I forgot my
Neo.
need some gloves, man. I can't feel the tips of my fingertips.
So Neo, you have big. So Neo Da means you have big, and I don't know what Yinjing means. Yinjing, right? I don't know. So I'm gonna need my man Olaf Grease to tell me what Yinjing means, because I can tell what the three other words mean. So just before we go to the desk, I know Juan and Adair are ready for the Euro close, but guys, I got to tell you, SUNE ripped up into 360, 362 high. Watch out for this one, guys. It could really turn here. Look for a loss of 330. Let's send it up to the big desk. Oh my God.
Time to talk to Juan here on a very, very exciting Friday about whatever excitement existed in the Euro market as these European markets prepare to close.
Thank you, Dara. So I won't take much of your time because we know SK Hynix is coming up soon. So let's go over the European markets close quite quickly. All right, so we see there's been a little bit of consolidation in European markets. There was a little bit of relief as from Middle East waters receding, as well as energy markets cooling down. But there have been some massive corporate movements in London. So let's go over some of the indices. Stocks Euro 600 marginally lower at the bell, mainly because broader technology trimmings offset that of consumer travel and telecom blocks, all right? We can see the big leader today in the green is the FTSE 100 UK, up by 0.18%. There have been some multi-billion pound corporate shifts for EasyJet and Vodafone. I'll go into detail now. These corporate deals, basically EasyJet, they leapt by about 13.5%. That was after they backed Apollo Global's 5.7 billion pound takeover bid. And also Vodafone rose by about 11.1%. That was after news of Xavier Neal buying a 16.2% stake for about 4.4 billion pounds for that company. Now, apart from that, we saw some tech trimmings ahead of that SK Hynix debut. Tech shares basically slipping. Oh, there we go. SK Hynix is open. All right. So, yeah, let's send it back to the guys for the open of SK Hynix. Let's go.
Hynix open, guys. Here we go. 170, 172. We're out half. Boom. We're taking more out. Let's go, Katina Man. Up big here. Let's go. We got 170 on the dot. 173 incoming. We're taking out more here. Let's go. Let's take out a little bit more. How many do we have? Good. Boom, OB. Boom. Let's go. 175. Give me my money, man. Let's go. We're doing it live. Let's go. Here we go. Yes, Katina Man, this is way better than SpaceX because I'm here this time. All right. Let's go. Looking for a 175 breach. We're not getting 175. Let's see where the buyers are stepping in. 172 in focus here. 172 and a half. I'm out. Boom! Great trade, man. Great freaking trade. There we go. right down into 170. It's bleeding its own blood. There it goes. SKYHV. Look for a 170 hold. Look for the 170 hold here. That is the day low, and that was the open price. 171. I want to see what kind of size we're getting here on the tape, because it's only showing me one lot per exchange, per gateway, excuse me. 170 in focus. Big buyer at 170. This could be an interesting area here. 170 big buyer. Looking for that 170 hold, guys. Zigging and zagging here. The spread is decent given the share size and given the volume so far. We're almost up to 20 million shares, but that 170 area for now is holding. Obi, how are you seeing this so far?
I'm just kind of watching it, being a little patient. That 175 reject was absolutely solid here. Shout out to anybody who had that opening drive off the 170. 170 comes in, Sharif, and it holds pretty well.
Clean.
I kind of pull into 170 and then boom, right back up to 173s, 174. So let's see what this one will have in store for us if it gives us that 175. But there's a lot of size here, kind of getting, traded and on the book. So I'll try my best to kind of take you guys alongside as well. 124 is potentially incoming as of right now. That 175, man, the way we rejected and then held that 170, very, very interesting to me here. Let's see. If I can get off of that 175. Let's see if we can break through that 175. A little bit of a chase from me here, but I really like what we did with that 170 at the lows. Let's see what we do in and around with this 175 here. Kind of strong reject right back down at 72 halves here, pulling right back in. So decent chop. We're seeing about a $2 kind of chop here both ways as it's kind of it's finding its price. This is a price discovery here. This thing has never traded before, so we shall wait and see if there is some real demand. That demand does come in pretty aggressively off of the open. 75 reject, yeah, I get it. Maybe, you know, people looking to pull off some at 75s, but that 170 hold definitely speaking maybe a little bit of information to me. I was a little slow there and a little aggressive on the 175 punch, but size accordingly, obviously. Market, let's see what that's doing here, rejecting off of that 30,000 here on the NASDAQ as of right now. So let's see if SK Hynix can break through that 175, Sharif.
It's a key level,
great
Thank you, brother. We took some good size there, man. We took it at the open. Very pleased with this trade. It's not the biggest one ever. I appreciate you, Katina, man. Kind of you to say. 175, as Obi mentioned, it is a critical level of resistance. The technical high of the day is 175.50, and here comes 175 again, Obi. I saw 175 and a third on the ask side. It did not quite make it up into the $0.50. So they're still there. It goes, Obi, frickin' Kenobi into 176. Look for this one to continue now. Do we get a 180? First, before we start looking at 180, we need a decisive hold of that 175, and I'll submit to you, you are not getting that. That 175 level, even though it's technically been cleared, it hasn't been cleared in a decisive way. The shorts are setting up at 175. That is very obvious here because every time it makes its way above 175, it's being met with aggressive selling. So be on the lookout there. And while you look at that, I'm going to look at this. There goes SUNE into another area high into 360. We're not taking it out here. We want 375 on SUNE. We're in at 303. So let this one move up a little bit more. We don't need to be looking at this one all the time. We don't have too much in the way of shares. There it goes. Obi into 369. That is the new 368. 369. If I can get 369, I got 369.
Oh, let's go.
Boom on SUNE. All right, happy with the trading today. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, what are you looking at, Ob?
Just watching this 175 can't really break through here. I got VWAP at what, 172.89, so 170, roughly in and around 173s here. But yeah, knocking on the door of that 175.
Go ahead, Adara.
172.40 is a level. I'm looking at like a second chart here. 172.40, it cannot break below. In my opinion, that is the do or die right now. It's not. Yeah. That's the do or die.
No, I think that's definitely worth watching some of the lower time frame charts as we start to get some development here. You know, as much information as we can get, and some of those second charts definitely giving us just that. 175, man, we got a wick high at 176.35s. Not really making it here. So we'll wait and we'll watch. We'll see if it can hold 173s with any sort of significance here, trading back below 172s. You can see the spread's about 30 pennies, 30 to 40 pennies, give or take. Sometimes it opens up, sometimes it closes in. But yeah, 173s, VWAP holding as of right now. Got to be patient with this one, I think, and it might be time to borrow some shares soon, Sharif.
I agree. I absolutely agree. And I'm looking at DRAM. The Katina man, he's like, put DRAM on. Look at this. We're getting an aggressive sell here on the RAM. And this was the theory of some people, that we would get the cycling out of American memory names. We're talking about the SPCE, talking about the MU. For whatever reason, WDC seems to be included in this as well. I don't even know if they make RAM. I thought they were a storage company. But in any event, they're bleeding their own blood as money is cycling out of one area and going to the other, much like we were talking about with crypto and SpaceX, right? Even though I wasn't never really a big fan of that theory, but that was the theory that was posited by a lot of people, that crypto was bleeding its own blood because people were selling it and funneling the money into SpaceX. Again, not saying I'm a proponent of that theory, but the logic does make sense at times. Anyway, let's go back over here, because that 170 level, a key area again, it just came into 170 again, Obi, and found support at 170. So this 170, there it goes into 169.
Wow, that's crazy. Did you catch that short?
I didn't.
Wow, yeah, exactly. I was just like, if we crack through that 170, I am gone. And wow, look at that 170 crack. It slams right in. I'm like, I definitely don't want to be here. If we're gonna crack this 170, take a bit of a hit there, but again, size accordingly for that. We'll see what we can, what any sort of action we can trade off of here. But wow, that 175 reject. If you were taking any of that, that was pretty solid there. Could not get above 175, and then boom, crack a 170 gives you what, 166s and change. That's absolutely wild here. Absolutely crazy. Boom, indeed. So you got both the long and the short here on the day today.
Something
with
for everybody,
SK Hynix. So shout out to anybody who caught any of those moves there. I'm gonna stay patient here. I'm gonna go and see how much some of these borrows are costing now. But it seems like those borrows.
Neil said they were 30. Well, super early in the morning, like 6:30 or whatever it was. It was 35 cents per share.
Yeah. So when I checked, it was like 50. It was like $50 for a lot.
Okay.
I think so, around 50 pennies.
Bad,
50 pennies a share, roughly. I just checked a few minutes ago, and it seems like it's around the same. So I'll check once again, and we'll see if there's been any changes. But a retest of that 170.
Limit up, Adam.
Kind of gives us a little bit of a chop here. We'll see. 170. We're still trading about $2 away from 170, but that crack was absolutely wild there. So shout out to anybody who borrowed shorts early on and got involved with that 175, because that was definitely a very interesting push there. So I got rocked on it. That's perfectly fine. Where is the next trade? I'm going to be patient here. It seems like sellers very much in charge, not only on SK Hynix, but also the market here, Sharif.
You're absolutely right, Obi. Right now, the market is looking a little weak, okay? But Adam, thank you very much, Adam James frickin' Abroad, for dropping another 2 nice ones in the chat. We always thank him for that, all class Adam. James Abroad, not Adam DeLuce, because that's his name as well. Julong, go, 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 go. Adam, 1438, limit up, 7 million shares, $14 resistance. Adam, we just got into 14 off a key $10 hold. That was clean. And right up into 14 we go, showing 20, 13, 20. Or 10 now on the bid, 30 on the ask, so about a 20 penny spread. It is now green on the day. There it goes up again, 5 1/4, looking for 14, showing 13.50 on the bid on JLHL. So keep your eye on that one. And while you keep your eye on this, I don't know, maybe you're cross-eyed or whatever, or maybe you can get cross-eyed. Keep your other eye on SUNE 385. Shout out to my man Bovin. Bovin's like, yo, I think SUNE can get to 450. I'm like, don't sell yourself short, my man. We can get to 5 here on SUNE. It's about where we're going to get in, Bovin. And right now, I'm not liking this topping tail candle that just manifested on the 5-minute chart at 1140. If we lose prior bar low, I'm looking for a deeper retracement. Prior bar low takes us to 347. So Because prior bar low is 47, bless you, Sia. I'm not going to say 50 penny resistance here. We're going to look to the prior bar low. Obi, you're wowing over there. That usually means something selling off pretty aggressively.
Yeah, no, I was watching this 170, just looking for information here, and it tries to get, it can't even get up to 171s, and then slam right back into 168. So it's starting to become a little bit clear who's very much in charge as of right now. 175 resistance, and then 170 holding as well. So stepping down pretty decently here. But this is kind of what I have on watch as of right now. Nothing else too crazy. And yeah, thank you for mentioning that DRAM, because I remember this morning I did borrow shares on DRAM, and I guess that one was the one to get involved with here, as comes cracking down straight through VWAP, trading all the way down to a low of in and around 6180s here on DRAM. Now that trades on the Amex exchange, so check it out over there. Made a high of roughly just above 6360s here on the day, and then pulls back down into 6180s there, Sharif. So yeah, different vehicles to kind of take this move here. A lot of size stacking up there on SK Hynix.
Yes, sir.
Let me pull it up here on this book so you guys can see alongside SKHYV.
Got multiple books. I like it.
Right here, so you'll be able to see the book right here and see, get an idea of how crazy some of this stuff is. Look at that, 10,000 on the offer, 171. So we'll continue watching this one, see how this one unfolds. Stay tuned. What's up, Sia?
SK Hynix has made its NASDAQ debut. Let's take a bit of a deeper dive into this and what is happening, what's going to happen. So U.S. investors will now have the opportunity to get a stake directly in South Korea's second most valuable company right after Samsung. The stock is trading under the ticker SKHYV today, not SKHY. We do know about that. Another reminder is not wrong to get. Regular trading begins Monday. So the company's ADRs that had originally been priced around $149 are now opened at $170. So they've raised around $26.5 billion, but they have opened, like I said, at $170. That's up about 14% from the pre-decided, and as we knew it before, $149 price. So SK Hynix chairman Che Tae-won has said that it's a kind of a dream, and now it's a dream come true. So SKHY, like I said, is the second most valuable company in South Korea, right behind Samsung Electronics. Now, just like Samsung, SKHYV makes computer memory, which is also used by phones and PCs to store short-term data. And SKHYV's roster of customers includes some of the biggest names in tech, as we do know it, NVIDIA and Apple, to name two. And Tae-won had also said that even when SKHYV had announced it would double capacity within 5 years, customers said that it would fall short and we would need more. So a vast majority of SKHYV's planned expansion that's over coming years will take place in South Korea, obviously, which will include a cluster of chip fabrication plants in Yongin that will cost around $390 billion. So underwriters for this IPO were, for SKHYV, we had Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, Citi, and JPM. Additionally, we do have CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, Elon Musk, who will be talking on CNBC in just a couple minutes. That's 15 to 20 minutes. Any more updates, stay right here. Don't go anywhere. Like, share, and subscribe at Trader TV.
Thank you very much.
Great. Obi, let me just cover this if you don't mind here. Guys, YMA. Oh, Katina Man, you're long NVIDIA? The Katina Man is long NVIDIA. That's 2 in the money. He's in at 206 and change, guys. NVIDIA knocking on the door of 210. 208? 208. 208, my bad. Yeah, that's okay. Well, that's fine, Katina Man. But I'm making funny of the trades. That's cap, Katina Man. We're back into RXT here. We're doing it live. Let's go, RXT. Take out 514 high, showing 12s. Let's see how this cookie crumbles, guys. But I want to mention YMAT because this one just popped up de novo. It is a new trade. It was doing nothing earlier. In fact, it's only got 1 1/3 million shares traded so far. It's 1150, right? So it was doing nothing. It's just popping in now. You can clearly see that on the volume bars. It almost did no volume. It is having trouble with $3 with, I believe, the high of the day, 294. The low of the day is 182. We're zigging. We're zagging. I want to see a $0.50 hold here. If it loses the $0.50, I think it'll have to set up anew. But the fact of the matter is, I'm keeping my eye on this one now as a major potential gapper, especially if we can get above that critical 3 level. And you know what I'm thinking? We clear 3 with the kind of volume and momentum this has, I'm thinking 5, right? So shout out to everybody who's involved in this one. Couldn't be more pleased for you guys, as well as SUNE. I know Boven's still holding. Boven's got a bias that this one moseys on over to 4.5. Let's see if that ends up happening. And I'm also keeping a close eye here on JLHL because my man Adam James Abroad's been involved in this one, man. And what a bounce off the area low. We were at 7 1/3. Now we're knocking to 14. We're doubling up off the low. So fantastic look there. And we're still holding nice pieces here on RXT. We're looking for a bigger move into 5 1/4. Let's see if that manifests. And then if you're here for this one, SK Hynix, you must have heard that there was an IPO today. Well, not even an IPO, an ADR listing. Let's just go with that so we don't get characterized as, dropping misnomers. But this one is zigging and zagging, all right? 170 is in play again. It got to a low of 166.19, but yet, again, it is above that 170 level, and it's almost done 50 million shares of volume. We have been barely open for half an hour. We haven't. We opened up 11:34 on the dot. It is 11:51 currently. So we're doing a lot of volume here, Obe. And there goes. What kind of day is this, man? RXT into 5 1/4. Man, give me my money, man. There we go. 5 1/4 on RXT, HOD. We got 04s on this one, and we're looking for more here, Obe. And now that we've got into that $0.25, if we decisively clear it, my mind just goes to the $0.50. So let's see how this cookie crumbles.
Yeah, I like that. I think you know me. I like to work in quarters and halves as well. 170 reclaim, pulling back up into VWAP area, kind of just still chopping around within that opening range roughly. And as Sharif mentioned just now, we did drop down to 66s. We popped up to 76s as well, 76.35 high, 66.20 lows, and now just kind of churning in around that 170 area. So I like it. 170 is the opening price. We're trying to trade above the opening price, but something a little bit sketchy for me where it's just like, I'm watching this really closely. It's like when the buyers come in, it's a slow, steady grind up, and then the sellers come in, and then boom, slam down $2 or $3, which is distinctly different than the kind of buying that we're getting at the same time. So interesting stuff to say the least here. So got to be a little bit wary, maybe potentially on the long side, unless and until we can actually push through that 175 area, if that's going to come in, and then maybe all the shorts are underwater above that price as of right now. But yeah, being a little bit patient here as it kind of chops and churns in and around that VWAP. I did get involved into the push into 171, but like I said, with those $2-3 drops, that those numbers can turn red real quick here. So being a little bit patient here, market catching a bit of a bounce here at the same time. And then DRAM, I'm watching DRAM as well. Maybe some cleaner action on DRAM if I'm going to use that one.
I love your entry on that, by the way. I didn't even notice that you were involved in that.
Once again, yeah, I mean, not the best entry.
I'm
the
pretty
first
sure that's
time,
a pretty good entry, bro.
No, this first time, 175, and then boom, 170. So, $5 hit there. Of course, sized relative to being able to absorb that, but unfortunately, it doesn't really come in as expected right off of the open. I was a little bit slower here as well, but 173s, 35,000 shares on 173s. You guys can see it right here, highlighted on the bottom on my screen. But we got a super chat here.
Yeah, let's read this out, man.
Thank you.
Shout out to SP Williams, man. Sharif, enough respect to you. TVRD, JLHL, SUNE, bang, 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 bang. Give me my money, man. Shout out to you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Kind of USP Williams, 48.59. Mig Raj, didn't forget about you, man. 5 Canadian. Ooh. In the super. Thanks, Trader TV Live team, for SKHYV. Buy zone pricing update. Well, Obi just gave you all the goods there, but let's get right back to it and take a quick gander as to what we're doing. So on the top, if you guys, if you're newer viewers, the top chart is the 1 minute. The bottom chart is the 5 minute, right? Always on every screen that I have, that will be the case. The white charts, not the black charts, right? But here comes 170 again. So let's do some TA here on the 5 so we can kind of drown out a little bit of the noise. I know it's hard because this is obviously a very new trade. Look at the closing prints on the 5, guys. They barely lose 170. Now, the wicks, they go deep. 166.19, as we mentioned, is the low. But the lowest closing print we have, closing or opening print, is 169.70. So, I mean, this has to make you feel some sort of way that 170 is an important level. But that's not the end-all and be-all. What is the trend? Well, the trend, sadly, is right now indecisive. Why do I say that? Because prior bar, we're engulfed by prior bar, meaning what? The price action of the prior bar, the 1150 bar on the 5, is both higher and both lower than the current bar that we have right now, right? So you're seeing prior bar high, 173.42, prior bar low, 169.11. Current bar high, 173.25, current bar low, 170.38. So we're compressing lower highs, higher lows. How this cookie crumbles? Nobody knows, right? But you can do like what Obi did there, which is to pick it up off a repeat offender area, which is the 170. Now we know it's already lost that level, but didn't close that below that level. It was quick to get bought up, right? So you're going to have to get in to the amount of shares that allows you to take a hit that deep. You see what I'm saying? If you can't give your position to the next area stop, the next technical area stop, it's probably not the right trade, and you're putting yourself in a little bit of risk here. Bovin, what is going on with SUNE? Yeah, there he is. Boom, boom, boom. I love when Bovin gets excited like this. Get it, Bovin. Yeah, SUNE, absolutely him, her, and everything else right now. Up 60%. Fantastic look here. This is squeezing here, Bovin. This is catching a lot of people offside, isn't it? Because the size of these 5-minute candles, the range per candle here really opening up. And when the range per candle opens up, typically what it's telling you is somebody's getting squeezed out, right? Because then you have double the buying. When the shorts have to cover, they have to buy. So then you have the shorts covering and you have the people buying as well. I'm explaining this obviously for the newer traders. More experienced traders already know what's up, right? But this is the daily on SUNE. And I just want to point out, Bovin, that the closing print on this green day here is at about 5 1/3. So I'm feeling awfully good about my $5 call here on SUNE. We're going to have to find out if it can make it back there because we're not even involved with it right now. So we got to get back involved with that. But we're involved with a name here that's doing quite well, which is RXT. So let's go ahead and see if we can wet the beak here. No, I'm going to insist that it clear that $1/3 of a dollar. We're going to hold off here on any more profit taking on RXT. I'm going to focus the majority of my energy now on how to get back into the SUNE trade. I like that 380 level. That 380 level comes in, it finds a buyer in me, and I stop out below 360. Alas, it is doing the dance with absolutely no underwear or pants with this $4 level. So it's got to lose this $4 level or hold it for me to get involved here with SUNE. Let's see how this cookie crumbles, Joey. I mean, yeah.
No worries.
Habits die hard, bro. Habits die hard.
So yeah, I'm still kind of watching this. You see that DRAM actually reclaimed VWAP here, and talking with my pod at the same time. It's just like, yeah, that DRAM short was probably the better trade to kind of get involved with here, as that you have action coming into the IPO, and then that cracks as well. Beautiful reversion there coming in, and maybe it gives you a potential chance here. 63 is a little bit of chop. Maybe doesn't make you feel like you're chasing a little too much. It does kind of stop there and then cracks that as well for a flush back in. You can see that strength pulling right back in on DRAM. Let's see how well the confluence of price action comes in here on SK Hynix here. You know, that DRAM constituents, I think the top constituents for DRAM are SK Hynix and I think Samsung, if I'm not mistaken. But pulling back above VWAP as of right now. VWAP is at 171/2. So that's pretty solid here. 173 is we got about 40, roughly just shy of 40,000 shares sitting on the offer. Is it on the MEMX gate? Hello. Okay, interesting. It seems like 173 is with some size. But again, that reversion on DRAM looking absolutely solid here. So I think if you didn't want to get involved with the volatility or the chop or like that aggressive selling, coming into SK Hynix here, SKHYV, then DRAM was a great vehicle. There goes the 173 taken out instantly, one-shotted right there, pulls right back in. So let's see if this can make its way back up to 175, Sharif, especially if DRAM can catch an aggressive bid. The 63 area might be interesting to work with here as well on DRAM, as that was the one place that it paused for the flush down in. Now this is just a 1 minute chart. Maybe it paused for a little bit longer on a shorter time frame, but that's what I'm seeing here. Blatantly 163, bit of a chop. You can see 3 minutes here coming in, and aggressive buying right there, and Confluence with a market bid as well.
He dropped it. Hey, all right, man. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales, guys. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM, they launched an all-electric ride-hailing service in Kazakhstan using VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them trading on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. And with that, sending it up to Sia.
Let's start by taking a look at the three major averages. The SPY currently up 0.14%. The triple Qs are down a bit towards the downside in the bit of the red, trading flat, but still down into the red. Dow, we have up 0.20%, and the IWM down, sliding closer to 0.70% on the day. Let's take a look at two things I want to talk to you about. First of all, Pepsi, we discussed the earnings yesterday during the news segment. However, Pepsi may continue to suffer a sales slump in North America. As we saw, domestic sales were down, international sales were up. This continues, inflation continues to persist, being the reason for this, weighing on PEP's shares. So Citi has downgraded Pepsi from buy. So it has also lowered the price target on the shares, $145 from $170, implying just a 5% upside from yesterday's close. Currently, Pepsi is down on the day, very close to 8%. Let's take a look at DAL. Delta reported pre-market before the bell today. Stock has fallen despite beating top and bottom line consensus estimates for the second quarter. Delta down very close to 2% here, almost 2%. So the Q2 2026 adjusted earnings per share of $1.56, beating the Wall Street consensus estimates of $1.51. Total adjusted revenue reached $17.67 billion, outpacing expectations despite the record high fuel prices. But before we send it back to the guys, Neil, what lesson do you have for us today?
Thank you, Sia. You might think with the big move on SK Hynix, we're going to talk about that listing and how to trade it. But you know what? Not really. There's something that happened this morning, which I feel like it has to be what's discussed. Because you might have been cruising along in your morning trade, whether you're waiting for SK Hynix, making some trades, maybe sitting in some longs that were working. And then right at about 10:30, you saw this spike in USO. I don't care what you were looking at. Basically, every single level 2 that I had up in that moment completely disconnected from the bid, and there was just no liquidity. The algos just pulled their books, more or less, and it was a huge liquidity event on another one of our Iran headlines that completely reversed. When you see something like this, where that hefty a move up catches the top, there was no bid almost instantly on the way back in. Like, you're watching USO, and it's like there's not even trying to buy this after it starts coming back down. One of the things that I know can be difficult to do is realize if it's a fugazi, you're right back to where you would have started. And this was downward trending the whole way. And it's about finding something that gives you like a reasonable risk to reward entry to be able to take the long. Like, ignore what happened. You might have got trailed out or stopped out on a good trade, but you got to be able to move on to the next. When I look at what happened in SLV and what happened in gold, these are the examples I want to give. You don't actually have to be on the bid, catching the absolute low to make money on one of these plays. You don't. You don't have to be sitting here like freaking out, grabbing these longs. On a 3-minute, this is your proof of the reversal. It's already back into support. And then look at the continuation. This is after things have settled down. See the bottom volume spike? Look at the volume go right back to normal on this candle and then back to normal after this. There's your confirmation. You can be long in here. It's about 53.75 on SLV. Like you've got the morning support here underneath 53.65. So if it's back to normal and that was a nothing burger headline, that's just gonna mean nothing, mean absolutely nothing, your long is there. And you even get a chance at a reload at it. It's almost like psychologically you have to take away this wick and look at what happens when volume normalizes after the fact. And then look at it from that point on. Like imagine this didn't happen, go only on the real volume, and if you were go on the real volume, where would you be buying dip support? Either at VWAP or at support here. And that's where you start engaging again. And then it just becomes another structured trade. It's not easy to do because of all the craziness that just happened. And you mentally, you're just seeing the wick and you're seeing the volume. I get it. But sometimes just to find that next trade, it's what you're going to want to do. I am going to go over and because while I was just talking, I didn't reload. I know what we did. Still in the long 172. There it is. So he still has the 72 long. I'm out of it. Obviously, this was a good IPO. I wish it was good. Got some really good outs in the 75 range. For me, nothing better than the 75, but was able to get well over 90% of it out before it broke the bottom. Maybe too aggressive in the first few dollars. I think that would be the problem if I go over again. I don't usually take that many exits. That's what I'm frustrated about here, is I'm usually more of the, I'm going to have 5, 6. On an IPO, you have more shares. I'll still be under, like, usually less than 10. But I had way too many decisions. It's just not usually my style. I find like every single time I was seeing it chop up a bit, I just started taking some legs out, which again, that's not really me. Maybe I would have done a little bit better, 20, 30% better, but who knows? So it was a good IPO, but that was a big opportunity on that spike in USO for us all to have out there. And before I throw it back to the midday, I want to highlight something. It's the mid-year, by the way. So at some point in the future, we're going to be doing some picks for the back half of the year. So stay tuned for that. Obviously, Joe's not here. We want to make sure the entire team is here for us to be able to do that. So we are going to be all over it probably sometime next week, but we'll let you guys know when the entire team is here. We're going to make those second half picks. Adara? You can pick whatever you want. Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's a good point. It's a good point. Because when we did our picks at the beginning of the year, I actually said something about not picking the things that we already had from the year before. But that's silly. If you still like something, you should still take it. Like, why not? If you still like something from a year before and you still think it's one of the best things out there, you go for it. Yeah, about to throw to midday, but we're back through 175. So another dip here in SK Hynix. It just can't seem to hold the high breaks very well. The dip buys are where it's at. The breakouts, not so good on SK. Back to OB, good luck on that long. It looks still like it's a good one off of VWAP. Can't really go wrong with these IPOs or ADR opens, let's just call it. Peace.
You see, tell the people you're involved.
Yeah, so we got back above 175. We printed a fresh high there, 177s. The prior high was 176.35s, so didn't get too far off the break. I was looking for maybe some more aggression, but Neil is definitely correct in seeing that, yeah, the dips are where it's at, and the breakouts are absolutely unforgiving if you're trying to chase into a breakout. And, right there, you had the breakout of high a day. You only went about 70 pennies, 60, 70 pennies, and then you flush right back into 175s. So, it's if you don't have, an average from maybe below or maybe even in and around here relative to VWAP, then that could be a little bit troublesome here. But pulling right back in through that 175, maybe I'm expecting too much. Maybe I'm looking for too much, but I don't know. That 177 high a day looks pretty interesting. You can see that at the DRAM also got to that 63 that I was talking about. So now we're kind of contesting that 63. Do we pull back into VWAP? VWAP on SK Hynix is at 172. VWAP on DRAM is sitting in and around 62.40s. So that's kind of what I have on watch. Market maybe taking it a little bit of a pullback here as well off of its highs, but still currently this 15-minute bar Sharif has still
sir.
5 minutes left to print.
Exactly.
So we'll wait and see how that one potentially comes in. We'll see if any sort of dips continue to get bought up. But like I said earlier, some of the selling is absolutely aggressive. Like, dude, we got from 177s back down to 174s in 3 bars, 3 1-minute bars, right? So seems like it's a slow, steady grind, slam, grind, slam. So it's just like that's kind of what I'm seeing here. Let's see if that changes to any effect going forward. But seems like pretty decent first day of trading on this ADR. Now in preparation, there goes DRAM jetting back up to that 63. Let's see if we can reclaim some of this structure from before and kind of maybe attempt to trade higher. I have no idea, and maybe get some market tailwind as well. But in order to kind of study past ADR introductions here, I went back to Alibaba.
Okay. I love to hear the story.
So Alibaba, I couldn't really get a chart for it, but lucky enough, one of my pod members, he produced a chart later this morning. But regardless, the point was, I think it opened in and around $92. It hit a high of $99.70, so couldn't quite get past that $100 mark, and then closed in and around $93. So it's still closed green, relatively speaking to its open, but we did get that nice push there. Now day 2, day 3s didn't really look into those just yet, but that might be some homework for tonight.
Sounds good, man. That's fantastic. And now you know you got free time on the weekend. You can do that. So number one, Elon is going to be on CNBC soon. So obviously SpaceX and Tesla have to be in focus when he's on because volatility can ensue. Number two, I want to mention something that Elon did yesterday, very atypical of Elon on X, very much openly praising a competitor. Okay. He said that Anthropic's models are as good as people are saying that they are, and that he would not hamstring them by restricting compute. He doesn't want to do that as a matter of principle. He wants to compete, and he cited SpaceX and how he's launching vehicles for competitors and satellites, I should say, for competitors who are putting also low Earth orbit satellites to rival Starlink. He made this whole thing. I don't know what he's going to talk about today, but just putting that into context as well. Is he on, Adara?
He just postponed the interview. He just postponed the interview. I was wondering why he's so late. It's now saying on the screen he has postponed the interview. If there are any updates as to this interview and what the postponement time is, I'll let you know. CNBC hasn't actually posted it yet. It's just right there.
It's there. It's there. Yeah, it's there. Okay. Yeah.
Postponed.
So then he's postponed. So then I take back everything I said. No, everything I said is accurate factually, but obviously the volatility that we were looking for there with SpaceX and Tesla probably not going to happen quite yet. So anyway, Elon Musk scheduled to be on CNBC. We'll see if he comes back on at a later time within today or what the postponement is. So that is the headline there. And we can kind of move on to other things. And the other thing that I want to talk about is RXT. Into 540 goes RXT. We've got 04s on. We're getting a bit of a downtrend now into the $0.25. And I'm not really sure whether I want to add or not. I do see a good area here at the $0.05 of a dollar, in between the $0.25 to a $0.05. A good area of prior support. When we got into that third, we dipped back into 20, held 20. So I'm unsure whether I want to add here. But if it continues to hold this higher low, higher high pattern, I'm just going to ride trend with it, okay? We don't have too much in the way of shares left. With RXT, it's not up that much. And it also got shellacked yesterday. So there could be some bag holders at key levels here that we need to concern ourselves with, okay? So that's number one, RXT. SUNE, the other one I was involved in, bleeding its own blood. Me and Bovin going back and forth in the chat on this one. 450 high, topping till candle, loses prior bar low on the current candle with a low here of 376. Now, funny enough, look where it finds support, right off that white line. White line always will be the volume weighted average price on my black charts. It is finding support there, but it is below that $4 key area of technical resistance. So I personally will not get back involved with SUNE until and if it can get it back above 4. Yeah, that's exactly what I said, Bovin. Bovin pointing out that SUNE is holding VWAP more in agreement. I couldn't be with him, but I'm just going to kind of insist that 4 clears so that my bias, which is 5, especially if we catch a bid, I can take that for $1 and change, okay? All right, headline there. Claims of an upcoming round of talks between Iran and the U.S. next week are unfounded. Farce citing sources close to the Iranian negotiating team. Being reported now. Thank you so much for that. Shout out to my man Adam James abroad. JL, HL, long to VWAP, then Rocket, please. Let's have a look at JLHL. It continues to stair step up, Adam. Now knocking on the door at 10%, up 8 1/4, 8 1/3. 14 though, continuing to be a critical area of resistance here. But as Adam points out, JLHL, VWAP into about 15 1/3. But you know how these white charts are. They start at around 630. So we can't trust them all that much, right? We got to put on JLHL on the black charts to find out what the price action was from 4 a.m. onwards. Adam, we are above VWAP. If you consider the price action uninterrupted from yesterday. Now, on my white charts, they start populating at 630, so it doesn't take into consideration all the price action before it. So if you look at VWAP, we're above it. 13 1/3, give or take. Right now, it's showing 13 1/2, but this has been the trend since that area low at 732, almost doubling up what we were at the low of 1466. Is now the current official high of day. Obviously, we're above that level in the pre. The best level, I think, in the pre was this 410 candle, which was 2280. So be alive to that. Back in, Bovin is back in on SUNE here at VWAP. I wish you all the luck, Bovin, and all the success and everything. I'm going to kind of insist that it get back above 4 and breach prior bar high for me to get involved. But the question I need to ask myself now, are you going to add to your position here on RXT? Because it is holding that 20 penny area. So what I could do is I could give it to this area low. So that's 515. You know what? I'm going to get involved with a small amount of shares here, and I'm going to give it to 14. So let's go ahead and just drop that there. 514, we'll say L, because that's below prior area low. We'll do that, you know what, just to get the reps in, and we'll put in a profit taker at 27. And then we're also going to put a profit taker at 37 should this one catch a bid. Recall, 540 is the high. I stop out below 514, right at this prior area low. So that's my look there on RXT. Let's take a quick look at SKHYV. We're in a bit of a downtrend now, coming into about 173 off that 177 on the dot high. Is that what you're seeing as well? 177 on the dot? Is that the high?
Yeah, 177. Yeah.
I see 177 on the dot as the high into 173 here, trying to hold 173. It is losing prior area low, so it's lost the 1210 bar, it's lost the 1205 bar, the 12 o'clock bar. The low of that is 172 1/4, and here comes 172 1/2 on SK Hynix. I'm not going to keep saying this 5-letter ticker. By the way, guys, if you're just joining us, that V in SKHYV, that V won't be there on Monday. So make sure you're adjusting the ticker when that does happen. Bosu Games, Obi, Sharif, thoughts on Hood recovering from the lows, reclaiming VWAP and pushing into 115, 118 EOD. Let's take a look at the hooded one.
All right.
That's my chart here. There we go. I know your boy Joey loves Hood.
Yeah.
He always likes Hood.
Yeah.
All right. So let's have a look at this.
I always make a joke where sometimes when the broker's down, I'm like, I'm switching over to Robinhood.
We have Robinhood in Canada now, Ob.
Yeah, I know.
So that's cool. All right, here we go. Let's add this.
Let's see what Hood is up to. We was doing that head and shoulders last time I looked at it earlier, right? So
inverse head and shoulders? Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, VWAP. And as Obi mentioned, left shoulder head, right shoulder could be a bit of an upward channel as well. We are suffering though from the sellers at the volume weighted average price. The closing print from yesterday and a target you could be aiming for is around $15, $15.10, give or take. So that would be, an area of resistance. We're still down 1.8% on the day as a result of that. So keep your eye here on Hood. Is there a headline on the hooded one though? Let's see. Kathy Wood goes on a selling spree. SIBO data shows mixed sentiment for Robinhood. I'm just looking here to see if there's anything. Equal weight by Morgan Stanley. Looks like they gave them $95. What did they do here? They raised the price target. Morgan maintains equal weight on Robinhood, but raises the price target to 124 from 95. Okay, that's kind of bullish there. Anything else? Anything else? Looking prediction bets, this, that, and the other. It's Morgan Stanley headlines, so that's really what's coming in. That's what I'm seeing on my blotter, not much more than that, other than maybe some prediction headlines like macro stuff, but that's not what we're looking for. Bovin, SUNE, is working back into 4. It's make or break time here. Bovin, right as I say. Bovin, SUNE, he writes it in the chat. Shout out to my man. He knows what's up. Shout out to Bovin, man. Where the hell is Casey, man? Where is she on day? Where's Tisha? Like, what's going on here? There's a lot of small cap gappers. I think I saw Casey in the chat in the morning, man.
Where they at, though?
What's that? I don't know, man.
At?
I have no idea where they're going, man. But
so
she was.
okay.
Tisha was in this chat. Yeah, that's right. Oh, Assassino, she supered for that other one there. And Casey went for a meeting. All right, Casey had a meeting. I love how everyone knows what Casey's up to. Shout out to Roger, man. Micron Millionaire, she's at the beach. I don't know, man. Do they have good beaches in New York City? Because that's where she is.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've ever been to a beach in New York City, but I'm sure they have some beaches.
They got some beaches.
You know, you got a couple islands there.
Oh, there's the beach, yo.
Stay in the game.
Oh, we're gonna do
definitely
subscribe. Let's go.
Definitely not in New York, that beach.
No,
I'll tell you that much. But yeah, market seems to be doing all right here as we are attempting to break some fresh highs. So now the Nasdaq trading above 30,000 right there, and a little bit of a wick action on the ES towards its highs here at the same time. So VWAP, bit of a bounce here on SK Hynix. So we'll see if that will potentially come in. Still chopping it up with this 63 mark on DRAM. So yeah, maybe we make a bit of a decision in and around here, but sideways chop on SK Hynix, kind of, you know, getting a little interested in this position as that price starts to do a little bit of a compression here above VWAP. Let's see if it can hold above VWAP. VWAP I have sitting just at 172.19, and if it can't, that's perfectly fine as well. Where's the next trade is what I will be asking on this one here, Sharif. So let me know in the chat, did you guys trade the open? Did you guys trade after the open? Did you guys not touch SK Hynix at all? And have you guys been trading DRAM, or you just don't care about this ADR at all, and you're looking at some of the other stuff happening in this market, like Soon or Sunny, SUNE. I don't know what the news on that one was, but
it never really matters,
that's a crazy
man.
trend. No, of course, but you know. We'll,
you know, these small cap gappers, they don't, you know
wild,
what, right?
Absolutely wild, man. It's a tough game that small cap shorting or even going long. I mean, that's why I know you say when you look at some of these charts, it looks like right up my alley. Some of these reversions, some of these backside moves on small caps, and yeah, no doubt, I definitely there's a bit of a bid coming in, pretty aggressive there on SK Hynix. We'll see if we can reclaim that 175. But the thing is, with some of these small caps, man, like I've been following a lot of different traders throughout my short trading career here. And yeah, some of these small cap traders, they do absolutely amazing. But you know, there is some tail end risk to that. And you can see that like some of the larger players, you know, getting blown up, getting taken out, and listening to some of you know, some of the stuff that maybe some market wizards have said in the past, where, you know, you see shorting small caps, swing shorting small caps, absolutely solid strategy, but you know, 60, 70, 80% of those players eventually get knocked out.
Oh,
you know? Like you can make it. Apparently, now these are not my words, but apparently you can make it up to like 7, 8 figures total trading small caps. But then you're going to be sized just as big for some of those opportunities, and you know, it only takes one tail end event to kind of wipe all of it.
And it constantly happens to them. Like I see.
I mean, it's a tough game. It's a tough.
Yeah, it's certainly a tough game. No question about it. We see Luis Barbado all the time telling us about his short strategy. Right? He's very, very specific where he's getting in short. Like you guys saw, I think it was on JLHL yesterday. He was going short, but he was going short like very much near the high of the day. So what he was risking was like 6 or 7 pennies. Right? And he was taking calculated risks here. So I don't like the, you know, just shooting in the dark like that. Very, very calculated. Shout out to my man, Luis. I don't know if he's in the chat today. He typically goes by the name A-Day Trading. So if he's in the chat, make sure to send him some love and ask him questions about his strategy, because he's often very, very accommodating and helping out people. Oh, my days, Adam. What's going on over at Adam? What are you doing over there, Adam, man? JLHL is halted up again.
Again?
Yes.
Another
up
one.
Now 26 2/3%. Beautiful. 9 million shares. We're getting some volume under our hands here. Halt time, 12:53:51. Halt level, 16:20. Current time, 12:25:17. So we still have a few more minutes. The earliest this one will be open is 12:28:51. Could be longer, could be shorter. We'll have to wait and see. I am running out of patience here for my trade on RXT. It is not holding that 520 level, and I'm very close to getting stopped out for the last remaining amount. We're in at 19s. I'm not in the mood to give anything back. So that makes me a little risk averse, and more fine I could not be with that on the day. So we'll see exactly what we get here. If it rockets back up, wants to curl, maybe 5 1/3. Otherwise, we stop out below 514. Simple as that. We're going to keep an eye, though, on JLHL. Bovin, I see it. SUNE, I thought this was going to be a fake out, breakout, and I didn't want to say anything because I know you were involved, but I think you're right on this one. Prior bar high is 411. We're showing 407s. If we can take out that 411, I want to even say 411 to 420, we can go. In the same way that I think if we take out that 17 level on JLHL, I think we can go. Here it is, Bovin. It's above it right now. Let's see exactly what this one does. Does it have the continuity? It did breach prior bar high. 413 high on this bar, 411 on the prior bar on SUNE. So undecided. I'm still undecided on this one. I continue to watch here. I want to see the price action and see if we can clear it decisively, or are we getting lured in? Obviously, if you're long from where Bovin is, which is at VWAP at around 370, you're fine. You've got a lot of room. You got about 40 pennies under your belt here. So no worries for Bovin or anybody else long at VWAP. But for those above 4, I just need to see a little bit more here to get involved. And I did get stopped out of RXT, so that's fine. I guess we'll give back a little bit there, but we can't be too upset about that. Today's been a good day. 414 here, Bovin. What do we got? Do I pick this up on the dip, or do I look for more here? 408, 407, let's go. Let's give this 398. We're going to give this one a little room here. Oops. So we can see exactly what we can get. Maybe we get a nice price spike up. We'll see what we get on that. What have you been looking at, my man?
I'm still kind of staring this down. We had some size at 175s here on SK Hynix, but you can see here a little bit distinct difference happening between the DRAM and SK Hynix. Maybe it's a little late, and I'm kind of debating what I want to do here, but it hasn't really hit the stops. DRAM is looking pretty solid. It's recovered almost 100% of the flush off of when SK Hynix came out there. That was in and around 63.45s ish. We're trading at 63.30s right now, so not too far away. Some size on the off. You can see right here, but was it? I thought I saw 120, but it seems like it's more like 70, 80,000 shares on 175. That's on the lit book. Let's see if that gets taken out, especially with the strength coming in. We are doing a bit of continuation here, Sharif, on the Nasdaq as it continues to trend up. So that's kind of what I want to see. I want to see more confluence of that bid across the board. DRAM getting bid, Nasdaq getting bid, SK Hynix maybe holding above that VWAP as of right now. But yeah, pretty solid opportunity. It's a little cold in here. Can't feel my hands.
Oh, it's fine.
Knees weak, arms heavy. SK Hynix is on my blotter already.
This warm?
I don't know, dude. I don't know what kind of what kind of exercises are you doing?
I don't know, man.
That's the question that I want to ask.
Unbelievable.
But yeah, no, I definitely maybe I should go for a run before hopping on. Get the blood flowing,
get it
up a little bit. Exactly, just like that. You'll hear me doing that right around the block, right there. A quick run around the block, because when you can't even feel your fingertips, dude. I don't know what keys I'm pressing over here. Could be fumbling my keys.
That's crap.
For all I know. But you know what?
Get it, Ob.
Thank you.
You're all done.
For now. Okay. If it's gonna take out or if it's gonna do some of what it's just doing, then maybe I can be patient. Maybe I'll look again if it gets above 175. What's $1 there? Take that little bit off. was all the way up at 177s. I really thought we were going to go, but you know what? Bit of a reload here on top of the VWAP bounce here, and we can't really get past that 175 right now. So I'll give it some time. Maybe DRAM will give me the next opportunity, maybe SK Hynix, but we'll wait and see how we come into a close on another, I guess, are we calling this an IPO?
We're just
listing.
saying,
Is it a direct
we'll just
listing?
call it the North American listing, right?
Yeah, it's a listing. It's not the original.
It's not a SPAC.
Not like the
It's not a DL. It's not an IPO. It's just, a second
listing.
exchange. Exactly.
Yeah, it's a listing. So don't forget that this stock already trades. Where does it trade?
In the Kospi, in Korea. But I know you like these ARB opportunities. You know what some people ARB were, you know what they were telling some people, bro? Okay, so UBS was telling their clients to buy the North American ADRs and simultaneously short the Kospi. And then you know what else? There was supposed to be an arbitrage opportunity here. Aside from that, there was supposed to be a disconnect between the Korean price, the common shares and the ADR price. And there was supposed to be some arbitrage that you could actually leverage there. The problem was, the Korean regulator would not allow you to convert your shares back from common shares back to ADRs. And so that kind of canceled the ARB. Yeah. So it was like, that's what people were saying. BABA on the Hang Seng, because you mentioned BABA earlier, when it was listed as an ADR, the conversion went both ways. You could kind of convert your shares onto the Hang Seng and back into the NYSE, right? And they're not letting you do that here.
That's a little unfortunate. See, I didn't know about that, Sharif. So yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of traders who are potentially disappointed about that. What's interesting though, Sharif, is that the Kospi has been getting absolutely rocked in the overnight session.
Exactly.
And I'm just I'm here. I'm trading SpaceX. I'm trading Soxel. I'm trading some Nvidia, maybe some Micron in the after hours in the Blue Ocean session. And then boom, you get these crazy moves. And I'm like, wow, why is this extending? This kind of follows none of some of the stats that I have. I'm like, why is it extending so much? And I go look at the Kospi, and I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
Have you been trading that Kospi ETF?
EWY, yeah, I take it every now and then. If it's doing enough volume, it's definitely liquid. But there are some nights where it does more volume than others. And there was a couple nights actually within the past 2 or 3 weeks where the Kospi was halted down.
Dang.
Right?
Oh, that was right. Yeah, it was limit down on.
It was limit. It was limit down as well. And I had to, I was trading during that, and I was like, oh, what's happening here? Go look at the Kospi, and that's halted down. So. Interesting stuff. It seems like maybe some volatility on the Kospi heading into this American listing of SK Hynix potentially. I have no idea, but it seems like the overnight session has been pretty dominated by sellers.
All right, so, just before you go, thank you, Daniel J, for the 2 quid super chat short squeeze on WHR. I promise you, we're gonna look at that as soon as we get back from CN. And shout out to my man Jen Weiwei, man. He's always doing it live in the chat. Jen Weiwei, hello Sharif. Sun, nice hand. I know you like that Sun trade, man. Get it, Jen Weiwei. Thank you for always being cool, man. Shout out to my man Jen Weiwei coming from Taipei, baby. And we're sending it up to Sia for the small cap recap.
The IWM currently down in the red, 0.67% to be precise. Let's take a look at some individual tickers, some reasons, and some just pure speculation and momentum. GMM, Global Mofi AI Limited, is up 93% on the day. There's just some AI microcap momentum going around. No big news on this ticker. JZXN, GUZ Holdings, is up almost 61% on the day. So they've announced that they intend to sign a cooperation agreement with a company that's not been named, specializing in AI, intelligent imaging, and data platform technologies. We have NVVE, Nuva Holdings, that's up 66% today. So there had been some clean energy fleet updates about a couple days ago. There seems to be continued momentum on this. SUNE, Sunation Energy, Sunation, SUNE, is up 54% on the day. Again, some solar microcap rotation momentum over here. That's all. Sending it back to you.
Thank you for that, Sia. My favorite segment of the day, of course, anytime we talk about small caps. But yes, guys, I'm in no positions right now because I'm not liking anything, but I'm keeping a close eye here on RXT because it's starting to curl after that area that I got stopped out, but I haven't seen enough quite yet to get me back in to the trade. Let's see, maybe 5 1/4 weasels me back in, but for the moment, I got nothing. I don't like it here. I did take a quick, nice scalp, Adam, on JLHL. We almost took $1 there. Got in at around 17, wet the beak there at around 17 3/4, 17 4/5. Didn't quite make it up to 18 though on JLHL. The high of the day, 17.83. It did almost halt down on this band right here, but it's right back up, and now it is knocking on the door of 17 again. If it gets back above 17, man, we could see 17.20. On this one, I can't quite see yet, but limit up is 18.10. So we're going to keep a close eye here on JLHL as it's a crazy mover. Oh, limit down is 14.66. It's bleeding its own blood here into 15.30. So maybe not quite time to get into this one. And then SUNE, Boven, this one did reject 4, at least the way that I see it now. This is an unbroken downtrend here on SUNE. Guys, watch out for this one. If it loses VWAP, all hell is going to break loose here. And this is the unbroken kind of downtrend that I mean. Area high, lower high, continuing to put lower highs, all the while it keeps defending off that 370-ish area, which is, of course, the white line, which is, of course, yes, the volume weighted average price. So I'm not liking the look of this one's jib here at the moment, but we shall keep it on because it could change, right? And then JLHL, oh, is this going to halt? Is this going to halt? 14.51 limit down, 63.56, very close. Halt parameter engaged here, but false halt OB as people were looking to buy this off the $0.50. But yeah, JLHL bleeding its own blood down into 14 and change. This is the 10 EMA. Below that, we have 2 areas of support I want to point out. We have 14, of course, the whole dollar level, and then just below 14, we do have the volume weighted average price at around 13 3/4. So that is something to think about there. I don't want to get involved with JLHL at the moment. It is too volatile, but there goes RXT. Okay. Yeah, I should have been into this at 20s. There goes RXT. This one is curling here, guys. It's a 540 high. It just got into 25s, I believe a little bit higher. So let's see if this one can take out the third. I don't mind jumping in back here to RXT. These kind of buyers, but SUNE is really selling off here. Guys, watch out. It just lost the volume weighted average price with the current bar low here, 356. This one could lose the $0.50 as well. So yeah, SUNE, I think that the better trade, at least for the moment, is behind this one. So keep your eye out on that. Gorev. Shout out to my man Gorev there. Your boy Joey Options, though, is in Ottawa. I wonder if he went to Mooney's Bay. I told him to go to Mooney's Bay.
What's up, Ottawa?
Right? You been to Ottawa?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah? When's the last time you went?
Ooh.
It's been a minute, eh?
I would say it's been about 2 or 3 years.
Oh, so
roughly.
More recently than me then, man.
Yeah,
I went in 22.
Yeah, I mean, it's like right there.
It's right there, but it's
a few hours
kind of a
drive.
boring
It's a
drive. I
quick
gotta
flight.
tell you the truth. It's like the entire 401, and then you have to take that highway that goes north to Ottawa.
Yeah.
You know, I actually took Highway 7 on the way back the entire way. So my cousin moved out there, and then we had to go move him back. So I had to get a big truck, move all this stuff. I was like, you know what, man? I'm not gonna take the 401 because I had to actually go back up to Keswick, so it was more north, right? So I'm like, I'll take Highway 7 the entire back. The most scenic route.
Oh yeah.
Scenic as hell.
Was it? I think there's a 400 highway as well, which is like absolutely beautiful if you're going like northeast. I think.
Northeast. The new one, the one in Durham. Talking about the one in Durham.
But yeah, I know what you mean with the Highway 7. Absolutely beautiful, scenic drive. Yeah, covering the distance. If you're going for a road trip, that's the route to take. You want to take the scenic route for sure, even if it's a little bit longer. Yeah.
Did a drive between Houston and Dallas.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what caught my attention immediately? It's as green as here, but you come across no bodies of water. Not rivers, not lakes. Here, it's green as hell, but every few kilometers there's a body of water.
Right.
You know what I mean? I did not see that at all in
you gotta take a look at northern Ontario. It's pretty much like marshland. Right? It's a decent chunk of it, right? So it's definitely lots of bodies of water, fresh water, holding one of the best lakes in the world.
No question about it. Shout out to my man, Texas Jet fan.
So
loved my stay in Texas, man. The great state of Texas. It is Fantastic state.
I don't usually go there. That's where all my exes are, but so it's not really. It's not conducive to me to visit. You know.
Well, you're pulling some kind of Houston, Atlanta, Vegas life over here, Obi?
Maybe, yeah, exactly.
What's going on over here, Obi?
That's Houston, Atlanta, Vegas. That takes me all the way back. But yeah, I used to. Yeah, my exes from the Houston, Atlanta, Vegas days are potentially still there. But speaking of bodies of water. The pod and myself are planning a fishing trip potentially for next month. So kind of looking at some potential spots.
What do you think? You're a fishing guy. I've always known you to be a fishing guy.
Yeah.
And you have some.
I love that you pulled up
spots
the map right there. So I have a few spots saved on my map.
Tell me.
But there's some solid. Lake Ontario.
You want to give them up?
But I'm not going to give up.
I know you don't. You don't give up anything, bro. He doesn't give up trading strategy. He doesn't give up levels. No. He won't even give up fishing. I know you are like that guy who keeps everything.
No, dude. I'll give you. I can give you my main trading strategy. Why not? I like reversions. Right. I don't think there's anybody who doesn't know that I don't like reversions. Right. I love reversions.
Of course.
If you look at historical charts, that rubber band effect has always been there. When something extends a little bit too far high or a little too far, too fast, too low, it does tend to have a little bit of a tendency of pulling back. And there's obviously nuances that I'm probably not going to talk about. That it's very different. Not even just the nuances; it's just interpretation of the chart as well kind of matters as well. And that's something I'm obviously working on every single day. It's never it's not perfect. I don't expect it to be because it's always changing. And there's nuances that kind of change up and whatever. But yeah, anyway, so fishing spots. I kind of like Lake Simcoe is dope.
So that's this up here. So guys, Toronto right here, and then you would have to take this highway up to this body of water, Lake Simcoe, which is
it's just one. I mean, you grew up in Markham. That's like one road. You just take ninth line straight up.
Yeah, exactly.
It goes straight to Lake Simcoe, and that's pretty solid as well. Lots of great spots for boating as well by the marina.
My aunt, I'm going to be here tomorrow in Keswick. My aunt. So this is what they call Cook's Bay. So it's a little bit.
So I've been fishing there as well.
What do you think?
In Cook's Bay, it's dope. It's good. I like this. So that little inlet right there.
This right here.
Yeah. So I like that spot. So I've kind of explored there. And there's a waterway that goes through Keswick. That waterway you're seeing
right there.
So yeah, those are. So you guys got to look up the waterways in Canada.
So
we have
that perfect
very history in terms of waterways. But
so let's show them, guys. All this area here, this entire area, you can go from over here, Brighton, where my cousin has his cottage, and you can go to my aunt's cottage in Keswick right there. They're all connected. Like I don't know exactly how they did it, but they did it many years ago. Look at the amount of bodies of water we have here. And so you can get from all the way from Prince Edward County, which is like the hot spot right now for summer cottaging. And you can get all the way over here, all by boating and all through locks, of course, and ways, which were obviously man-made. But it's a hell of a time to be in Southern Ontario in the summer. But what I really loaded this up for, I wanted to show you the Texas highway or the Texas setup here. They have this set up, look at this, in a triangle. Dallas, Fort Worth, what they call the Metroplex up here, all the way down. You go Waco, you go Austin, you go San Antonio, and then you go right to Houston, and you can go Houston back to Dallas. So it's literally a triangle of cities where the majority of people in Texas live. It's fantastic.
That's solid. Yeah.
And you can. This is the path that I took.
So how long of a drive from Houston to Dallas?
4 hours. I didn't take the one that. See, I stayed in Fort Worth, right? So it was more in the western side. So I had to take Houston highway to Waco, and then from Waco I went up to Fort Worth. But if I was going to Dallas, I would have taken the other way. But that was a hell of a drive. It was a hell of a trip, man. And I think we beat that one.
That's pretty solid, man. Good.
Shout out to everybody in the chat for putting up with us there. Yeah. All right, guys. Everything is breaking down.
Trader TV Geography Edition. A little bit of exploring the map.
GMM is running apparently, says Lele.
I was watching that this morning.
Everybody
GMM.
was.
Yeah,
man,
I came in, walked in around like 7 something, and looked at some of my scanners, and it just showed it was GMM and then one other stock, and the other one wasn't really doing anything. Bupkis, as you
Bupkis, my
so
man.
It wasn't doing anything, but Yeah, GMM this morning, absolutely solid. It went up to like $6 or $7 almost. Yeah, $6.5. Yeah, what's it up to now?
It's dropping. It's trying to find a bit of a bounce here off that 3 1/4 low. But this 3 1/4, Lele, like I like this level because that's the pre-market area high. Look at this consolidation here, Lele. From, let's just say, from 435 to the breakout at 7. I caught a bid at 7. The high up there was around 350. So the fact that that general 350 area held, kind of a bullish signal. Now, the problem is this one is below the volume weighted average price at around 450. It's also below 4. So I'm interested in this one, but it's going to have to show me a bit more. But it's set up for anybody looking at doing a little learning over here, set up a great head and shoulders pattern. So you had the uptrend, right? Because the head and shoulders pattern is a reversal pattern, meaning it's got to reverse something. So what was it reversing? Sideways action? Can't reverse sideways action, right? So uptrend, left shoulder head, right shoulder, breakdown below the neckline. I would submit to you guys at around 475. Then all hell broke loose once it lost VWAP. So let's see if it can work its way back into $4, perhaps 4.5. GMM on the side chart over here. SUNE lost VWAP. RXT is about to lose $5, but it's lost trend, so I'm not interested in this one as well. JLHL, yeah, I guess this one had its moment in the sun. Yesterday was the big moment, and today it did catch a bit of a bid off 7 1/3 into 1783, but it is really dropping now, losing VWAP, about to lose that $11.50 area. It's trading at 11 1/4. It is heading down, and it looks like it's going to halt here. JLHL could be in some trouble. Sorry. Where is it? There it is. Is it halted? 1084 limit down. So 1084 limit down here, guys, on JLHL, showing 1129. Shout out to Lele. Get it, Lele. She said she jumped in. Bovin, GMM. I took it this morning. Now back in from 76s. Good call, Bovin. Ozan, did you stop at Bucky's? Ozan, I did stop at Bucky's, and we're going to show the pictures in a minute. Bucky's is huge. But let me tell you something, Ozan. Other than the fact that it's just a giant gas station, I bought like the peanut brittle. I bought some like chocolate almonds. Yeah, I went a little, digress from the diet there, but they weren't that good. But I did see a wall of beef jerky, but I was about to meet somebody for dinner. So I'm like, I don't want to fill up on beef jerky and then can't have my din, right?
Right. But you buy some saving for later.
I know, that was the move. I screwed up. But
you gotta stay. You gotta have inventory. You gotta stay. When in Texas, apparently you have to stay strapped. Right? Come on,
dude. Everywhere I went, there were signs: no firearms allowed here. It's like they gotta tell people where firearms are accepted.
It's open carry.
It's open carry, right?
You can see people walking down the street with their
I didn't see
AR-15s.
Those. I saw a lot of police, obviously, which was I don't have a problem with that, but I didn't see anybody open carrying them. I loved my time in Texas. Guys, it's not like an area I would want to go visit because it has like beaches and stuff like that. But it's a hell of an area if you want to raise a family, man. It's a really nice area. I like the Metroplex. And with that, I'm going to send you to see it.
The SPY currently up very close to 0.30% at the moment in the green. Let's take a look at what the sectors are doing right now. We have starting with electric technology, NVIDIA up 3.5% on the day. Apple sliding on the other side, down 0.51%. We have AVGO trading flat at the moment. MU down 1%. AMD and Cisco up 1.4%, both of them. And INTC is down 2.5%, SNDK up 3.2% on the day. We have Dell also down 1.4%. In tech services, we have Meta. Shares are rallying today, up 5.75%, very close to 6%. It's on pace for its best weekly performance since early of 2024. So we had news about Meta. We will have more to discuss about Meta in the news segment at 1 p.m. Don't go anywhere. Google downside 1% almost. Microsoft trading flat with Oracle, Netflix, Palantir, and IBM, as well as PA&W sliding towards the downside. Finance, we have BRKB, Visa, MasterCard, all trading a bit flat, but inclining towards the red right now. JPM's flat as well. Bank of America and Citi up almost 1%. Up 1%. MS, GS, WFC trading flat at the moment. Retail trade, we have Amazon trading flat as well. Walmart and Home Depot up 1%, where Walmart is up 1.3%. Costco trading flat at the moment as well. Producer manufacturing, we have AMAT, CAT, and GEV in the green, whereas we have LRCX trading a bit flat here. Consumer durables, we have Tesla up 1.2%. We were going to have Elon Musk talk with CNBC. The interview has been postponed. If any more updates about that, we will be sure to keep you updated on that. Consumer non-durables, we have KO up almost 1% on the day. PG trading flat. And moving on to health tech, we have a bit of bearishness across that sector a little bit, with Lilly leading the pack down 2.5% and J&J down 1.1%, followed by MRK and ABBV also down 8% each. Energy minerals, flatness throughout the sector, XOM down 0.2% and CVX down 0.01%. That's basically nothing. We have consumer services and utilities as well as industrial sector and commercial trading flat across those four sectors. Transportation, we have a bit of green and a bit of, it's mixed all across the sector as well. UNP trading up almost 1%, UPS up 1.5%, and Uber up close to 8%, whereas FedEx is up 1.2% at the moment. Non-energy minerals is seeing a bit of green. It's probably the strongest sector, one of them today. NEM, FCX, CRH, and all the other names in the sector are in the green, followed by STLD up 2.5% on the day. That's all for your sector. Right back to you.
All right, man. Thank you very much for that. See, I just want to mention, you guys see this book over here called Real Trading. You probably also know that the name of this prop firm is also Real Trading. Yep. But the author of this book is the CEO of the company, Daniel Schaffer. And that is his book right here, Real Trading. It's a Forbes book, by the way. And we just want to let you know, man, it is officially an Amazon #1 bestseller in the online trading. And it is a top 100 business book. For a limited time offer, guys, to celebrate and push the global rankings even higher, digital Kindle copies are available for just 99 cents for the entire month. Support, you know, this promotion runs through August 10th. So grab your copy now to help the book maintain its #1 status and to trigger a more organic promotion on Amazon. It has top-rated content as well. It's already earned the #1 release status in categories like the stock market investing and the e-commerce professional categories. So shout out to Dan, man. And I follow Dan obviously on LinkedIn, and he's been getting a lot of great reviews from a lot of big people. Shout out to Dan, and I can't wait to read this myself.
Sure,
Definitely some great reading. So
kind of talking about how you know the hybrid trader, how the hybrid trader is still needed in these here markets. Absolutely solid topic there.
Yeah, and it's a great topic because we always talk, everything is algorithmic, right? So it's nice to see that the actual, you know, human trader still has some place here, because that's what you and I are doing.
Yeah, right? Exactly. No, it definitely. I think. That's gonna continue into the future. Now, I know a lot of people talking about like how AI is gonna change the game.
Yep.
And I've said this before. It really, honestly reminds me of the way people are approaching how, you know, AI is gonna take over. AI is already trading, this, that, and the other. At the end of the day, some of the strategies, like there's still humans behind them.
100%.
Right? And it's just another tool to use. So just you know. A lot of these models are not really behind significant paywalls, right?
Well said.
You know,
well
if you want to make something really nice, then yeah, sure, you can get the top tier LLM for like $200 a month, grind it out for a month, and then there you go. You have something pretty decent. Even the $20, $25 ones are pretty solid as well. The ones available to the public. Now, I can't speak for the ones that are in-house and, you know, proprietary at all, but at the same time, so what it reminds me of is the transition to computers.
Very interesting.
Right?
Make the case.
So the mentality of people, not the actual transition, but like the mentality of people. They're just like, you know, oh, it's all done now. Oh, it's finished. Trading, you know, it's an algorithmic game. If you're not trading algos, then what are you doing? Which is great. But now, you know, being on the algo floor itself, I'm kind of learning the ins and outs of how some of these hybrid traders actually function and think. So it's always going to be a little bit of both. I think there's a bit of hybrid. Sure, there are certain strategies that you don't need to touch. Some of them maybe you need to manage. But at the end of the day, it's still going to have a significant human component to it. And there are times in the market where, you know, even the algos get rocked.
Oh,
right?
God, yeah.
And the interpretation,
Fact.
right? A trader who has the seat time and the knowledge in this market over many, many years has the ability to pick up on nuances that the algorithms may potentially not be able to.
Right.
Right. So that aspect, I think, is going to be there. For now, for how long, I have no idea. I can't say for that, but it does. The mentality of some people around how AI will be taking over trading, and you know, it's not a thing anymore. Definitely reminds me of that transition to computers from. And I was talking about this last time as well.
Yeah.
Floored is the documentary.
Oh,
it's on YouTube. Floored, Floor, like floored. It's free on YouTube. I highly suggest, you know, people kind of watch that. Take a look at some of the traders that were in the pits. So this is talking about the Chicago pits and how some of those traders.
This one here?
Exactly, that one right there. So it's an hour 20 minutes roughly.
Yeah. Right there, guys.
And yeah, so there's a funny guy in there as well. We take some memes off of him. We call him the bet more guy. So they ask, like, when things are working, what do? You bet more.
Yeah.
Bet more.
But isn't that you add to winning positions?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
it's
exactly.
a very.
It's a very rough way to say, yeah, just add to your winners, and when things are working, keep on pushing, push as hard as you can,
absolutely,
until they stop. So and then when they do stop, you gotta manage your risk as well, and you know, dial it down just as aggressively.
But I also like how you pointed out there the use of AI. So you can actually develop your own algorithmic trading, your own quantitative methods by throwing in the data into AI. And I realize that there's a lot of people that don't want to use AI, but those people also remind me of the people that didn't want to use the internet when it came out, that wanted to go and use books. Okay, and then what are you doing now, right? You're using the internet. So I get people's reluctance and because of hallucinations and stuff like that, but there's a lot of ways to get around that, right? You just, what I do often is, you know, if it's a complicated subject matter, what I'll take is I'll run the result from one LLM by many other LLMs to see if
I'll use a couple, right? Exactly. I'll use a couple to work.
You know, just to double check whether it's right or wrong. Let's just shout out West Palm Beach Trades, 199 super chats. What are your thoughts on SK Hynix? Love Trader TV. We'll tell you when we get back from Madeira.
Keep an eye here on the market and on USO. No movement yet, but we're getting comments from the parliamentary speaker of Iran, whose last name is Galibaf, saying that, quote, the recent conflict will never end with Iran's surrender. And furthermore, that Iran is ready for an all-out defense if Americans betray the MOU. Now, we know, based on comments he made earlier this week and then again today on social media, President Trump says the ceasefire is over. Sounds like Iran doesn't agree, so we're going to have to wait and find out what happens next.
God, this again.
All right. So yeah, a little bit of back and forth continuation there on that topic. But let's get to SK Hynix.
Yeah,
and I do want to. I remember Asia was covering some of these stocks that are up like crazy. So out of those ones, Nvidia and Meta were the ones that stood out to me. And I was like, Nvidia.
Look at Nvidia today, man.
Yeah, Nvidia, absolute strength. This is kind of maybe not. Obviously not the same, not catalyst driven, but an aggressive bid similar to that of Meta from yesterday. Just keeps on grinding up. We have a little bit of a pullback coming into the middle of the day, 11 o'clock-ish, and then now we're trading even higher here in the market in step as well. So Meta did that yesterday, now kind of consolidating at its highs, gapping up. We heard from Sia that it was up about 6% roughly. And yeah, 6% up, yes, but still kind of chopping around. So very interesting stuff of how this is going to pan out going on to the next coming weeks here. But let's go back to SKHY.
I know, right? It's like so.
Right there.
Same with me, bro.
Because recently we got an IPO called SPCX, and as soon as I hit S, like muscle memory just goes PCX. And I'm
You've
like,
been on it a lot.
Yeah, exactly. So you know, I've been watching it pretty much in the morning session and the nighttime session as well. Not trading it every day, but definitely worth watching that one, as it is a great trading vehicle here. But SK Hynix.
Cut it over.
Sharif.
Yes.
It's been doing absolutely
nothing, man. Yeah. Exactly.
What's the word?
Bupkis.
Bupkis. There you go. Thank you very much. Absolutely bupkis since 12:30 roughly. Look at this sideways chop action, just kind of ping-ponging 175. Buddy on 175 gets filled a couple times for size, and then the price doesn't get anywhere. And then you have VWAP in and around here. Let me throw up some VWAP here as well. Volume weighted average price. Boom. We don't need those bands right there.
Bang.
Bye-bye. Thank you. All right, so right here, you can see this was a great place to kind of get involved for a potential push, whereas it bounces off of VWAP 172s, but doesn't really get anywhere. Sideways chop, 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 and we're still within that opening range. So again, it is a day one that this is trading here on the NASDAQ exchange, but don't forget, this has already been trading on the KOSPI for I don't know how long. And DRAM as well is something that I want to be watching at the same time if I am trading SK Hynix. Maybe we talked about DRAM being a better vehicle for the short trade when it does come in. Decent liquidity. You got to remember, how much volume does this thing do on the intraday? An average volume of 55, almost 56 million shares traded. Now this is a $63 stock here and done almost about 50 million shares. So DRAM, what is DRAM? It is a memory ETF. And I think that in terms of ranking for its holdings, it holds SK Hynix and then Samsung as well. I don't know some of the other names, but those two are some of the top holdings on that one. And you can see as soon as that SK Hynix started to trade, you got some unwinding of price, 63 halves all the way down to 61s. A lot more cleaner than what SK Hynix is doing as of right now. So I do want to point that out here. Let me go back. Boom, 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 boom.
No way.
Didn't want to type all of it in, so Control Z. You can see here, yeah, sure, you got that flush in coming in, but not the same, right? DRAM actually sold from the open at 11.30, 35 all the way down into 11.50. Then it caught a bit of a bid here, and we're still kind of sideways consolidation here. So the question for SK Hynix, what I'm looking for is what is it going to do with VWAP? What is it going to do with 175? Right now, sure, it's chopping $3. I don't want to mess with no man's land, right? There was opportunity off of the open. You saw Sharif take it. There was opportunity for the 175 flush as well. That came in quite nice, and anybody who paid for shorts early got a piece of that action. From even if you took the 170, chased it in, you got about $4 almost instantly on the breakdown. And then you had the recovery. The recovery started getting a little choppy, a little bit more aggressive. But you can see here, once VWAP actually reclaims a little bit here, you can see a steady increase in volume at the same time, and then some steady increase in price for an attempt at high a day, but couldn't really get that far. Like with the way this thing's moving around, getting slapped $2 into the bid on any sort of aggressive selling that comes in, and then kind of grinding, chopping up into the ask as well when the buyers step in. But I was expecting more than a 70 penny move when it did break high a day, and we didn't get that. We didn't get that.
No.
So I was a little wary. I was like, all right, well, you know, if this takes too long, I don't want to be around. I want to be here if that 175 breaks out, or if we can get back below VWAP 172. That was our last reclaim right there. This is what I mean right here, Sharif. This, as I'm talking, getting slammed right back into VWAP. Right?
Well, this could be an interesting buy
This could be something. Market's looking like it's catching a little bit of a turn here as well. Let's see if we can trade sustainably below this 172 half, 172.40 area, roughly where VWAP is. Then I'll make another decision. But
well said.
I think the best opportunity is already off of the open, and then maybe a little bit, following that, 30 to 40 minutes following the open there. Some of the best opportunities on SK Hynix. But it's not over.
No.
We still have day two.
Exactly.
We still have day three. We still have DRAM. And then we have so many other opportunities as well. In terms of memory names, what's Micron doing?
Yeah, good
wow,
question.
Look at that. Similar reaction here as the IPO comes. I'm going to keep calling it the IPO, but
whatever.
You know, whatever you want to call it, as the listing comes out, 1134, look at that. 980s
what a level
all the
of
way
resistance.
down.
Look at that level at the top. There was that.
Yeah, exactly.
950?
It can't get past 985. 984, 985. Yeah, 984s. It can't get there. Right, 94 half high a day, just cannot get there. Sideways chop, chop, chop. Don't forget, we are gap down and holding prior day's lows as well. Some aggressive selling. Like I had this short going into the close yesterday. Absolutely blessed by this the imbalance that came in. But I was like, I want to take the 1,000 crack as well. Pulls in, have to risk maybe 1,000 fives. there, and then slam
But you got,
Kouadoum.
you got
And
plenty.
I got a piece down to 92s here. Didn't really hold
Attaboy.
for the pairing, but once the inbounds did get paired off, we got another leg down into the 80s, which was absolutely crazy. But what we're seeing is maybe potentially a little bit of continuation or some consolidation here on the day today on Micron. So watching some of the other chip names as well. I know a lot of people trading Micron pretty decently. SNDK, that one in a while, but it's been not too bad either. So it seems like this one also got some selling at 1134, but came right into VWAP if we're catching a bid. So I would say distinctly different in terms of overall price action on the day, but it does reflect some of the selling in the memory names. For how long was this? 1134. So let's say to 1140. So the first 10-15 minutes roughly.
Okay.
Right. So that's my take on some of these
Love
memory
it.
names, SK Hynix, and the market as well, pulling back into 30,000.
Very thorough.
I have no idea what the market's going to do next, but I do want to react to any sort of range breaks that may happen on SK Hynix on the day today, going into the later half. We only have 3 hours left in terms of trading.
And
before the
we're
weekend.
positive on 3 of the 4 major averages. The IWM, the Russell 2000 ETF, is the only one that's negative on the day, down half. The DIA is up 0.25%. The triple Qs are up 1/5, and the SPY, very much like the Dow, up 0.25%. The IWM, as I mentioned, down 0.53. Just before we head to SIA and start the news segment, I want to mention here RXT, because it held 5 quite well. But for those who are looking at getting in, I really want to point out that we are still putting in higher lows. So don't get suckered in until we breach prior area high, because you're going to have those shorts that are going to be viewing that area low, that pop-up area as basically a reload area where they can get you kind of as a bull trap to take you below 5. So RXT in focus, and I see a lot of the traders, the small cap traders, TT Mass as well as others, looking at double M, a lot of topping tail candles into 4 1/4. This is feeling very flat top breakish because it is putting in higher lows. But I would say to you, even if it does take out that 4 1/4, you're looking at 450 as critical area of resistance, because that is the volume weighted average price. Now, I wouldn't take it personally, just my trading style, below VWAP. I would insist that, price action take it above VWAP before I get involved, but double M in focus over here. And then protect us from the trap, Sharif. Shout out to Osan. And then last but not least, did I have another one that I wanted to point out? No, everything else is breaking down, and JLHL is halted up, and it's going to be a minimum of a 10-minute halt on that one. So be alert to that JLHL halt. And with that, hold on. Bovin says there's another one moving here. So just before we send it to SIA, PLBL. And CRE, says Grenfell. PLBL, let's look at that one first. Nice breakout here, Bovin. 24% increasing volume. Not bad. 820. What the hell kind of spread is this? What? PLBL is the ticker. Trade it carefully. Let's see what the other one that Grenfell is calling out. CRE. Here we go. A retaking of VWAP. But as I mentioned, I think someone showed me this before. What I was concerned about with this one when I did speak to somebody about it is the tendency and the propensity for this one to break above VWAP and then immediately slam back down. It's done it 3 times. I wondered if we'll do it a 4th. So be careful with that one. Elon's in the chat. Get it, Elon. What's going on, Elon? My man, I know you want to come to Trader TV instead of going on CNBS, right? But you could have just reached out to us, right? You didn't have to show up like that in the chat. Shout out to my man, Elon Musk.
Yeah, hopefully he comes on. Hopefully he comes on for. What's up, Sean?
He's looking for a job.
He's looking for a job. No, I think
we gotta put Warsh's face on
What
there
do you
now,
mean,
man?
Sean?
Yeah.
I don't think he's looking for a job. I think he's set for life. Come on. But I think we got to hit him up for when he potentially wants to talk about the SpaceX and Tesla merger.
You're not going to tell him you shorted it, though, right?
What? I mean, he's probably very thankful for all the shorts on Tesla throughout the years. To be
true.
honest.
That's actually a good point.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, was it? I think there's one of the bigger shorts was Bill Gates. I think a long while back.
And he was admitted to him.
Yeah, I mean,
he was very open about it.
Yeah,
right?
I think that's perfectly fine. But thank you to all the shorts on Tesla over the years who
How
don't take their profits and take,
and get blown out, right? Well, Ozan, is Sean wearing a Palantir cap? I'm going long. I'm going to go long on Palantir. All right, get it, Ozan. All right, let's not keep Sia waiting any longer. Let's send it up to the big desk and start the new segment.
No worries about that. Let's start by talking about CRCL. Circle has surged after U.S. Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, or better yet known as OCC, has granted it approval as of today to operate as a trust bank. Now, this is important to know because it's operating as a trust bank, not a commercial bank. So this approval gives the company the ability to manage reserves directly for its regulated stable coins. That's primarily the USDC stable coins, which has more than $73 billion in circulation. Now, the new bank will operate under the name Circle National Trust. Just some background information, that Circle needed third-party banks and custodians to hold the cash as well as certain treasury assets backing USDC previously, not now. So this charter, again, does not greenlight CRCL to act as a commercial bank that allows loans and deposits, but rather as a trust bank. So CRCL up almost 7% on the day.
I like this headline, Sia. I like it. And I don't like the fact that the banking industry is trying to maintain its monopoly on certain parts of the financial markets. We see this with Coinbase, when they try to get their credit card users to get Bitcoin back in like cash back, but you'd get Bitcoin back. The banks were up in arms. They were livid. They're like, no, this is our thing only. Why? Who the hell are you? Like, why do you only get that? I mean, that's not good for the consumer, right? As long as there are the requisite regulatory protections to protect the consumers in the crypto space as there are in the banking space, why should you get all the action there? So that's just my immediate thought right there. But as Sia mentioned, this is not just going to be open season for anybody. It is going to be strictly for those who are operating with Circle already. So if you're a newer customer, I don't think you're going to be able to get access to this. Specifically, they said OCC approved business plan strictly restricts the bank upon opening to provide fiduciary digital asset custody service solely to its internal and Circle affiliates. So that's one thing to think about there. But the primary strategic value of this kind of charter is not external crypto custody, but it's internal risk migration. What do I mean by that? So the trust architecture is kind of designed to enable future capacity to directly manage and hold about $73.33 billion in USDC and Treasury reserve pool. So that removes kind of the legacy commercial banks like your BNY Mellon or Customers Banks of the massive fee-generating custodial deposits that they had been making money on. So I guess, they're not going to be able to use that moat anymore. I like this. I like the push into the crypto space to kind of overlap with banking. I think it gives crypto a bit more credibility. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think the Circle news this morning was very interesting to me, and I did want to kind of look into it. I do like the step. I think it's a step in the right direction. Yep. But in terms of the stock itself, I was just like, I was interested in terms of how it would react if any of this bid would actually be sustainable on the day. And yeah, I have some indicators here from a long while back, but you can see here, absolutely beautiful. So I did kind of take my eyes off of this one in the first 30, 40 minutes because I was trading SpaceX, as I said earlier, but Circle does come in and give you a beautiful opportunity. The market initially, I guess, really liked the news. We got all the way from 64s all the way to a high of 73, 76s, but just going up to, say, like an hourly, is there resistance here? What have we been doing coming in? What is the story on the stock itself with this developing news? You can see here, we were all the way up at 140. Talk about a textbook double top price action right here, textbook double top pattern, where you have that 40 twice and can't really get through. You break structure and you're starting to bleed off now, coming all the way back down into, I guess, all-time lows, 47s right there. But yeah, interesting stuff to say the least. But market initially took it well, but I guess this thing has bags. This thing's got a lot of bags.
Oh yeah.
Especially when you're coming.
This is one of your picks, right?
Yeah,
Isn't
for
it?
sure.
Yeah,
I think for.
Look at that double top.
Yeah,
My
there was a lot of. This happened after, right?
Sure.
This happened after everything, but regardless, I think that there are definitely a lot of bags in this one. We'll see what it does. Decent news for the sector, for the crypto arena, but in terms of the stock itself, not really doing too much other than the same. Every single pop has been sold off since that 140 double top on this name.
All right, let's send it back to Sia and talk a little Meta.
Let's talk a little bit Meta indeed, up 5.17% on the day. So Meta shares have rallied after lifting their gains for the week to 15% almost. They're on track for pace, the best weekly performance since early of 2024. So the reason being the optimism that's building around CEO Mark Zuckerberg's artificial intelligence, that's AI strategy. So Meta's made two significant announcements this week, Sadara, as you do know it. On Tuesday, Meta released Muse Image, which is a new AI model that they had for creating images, part of an effort basically to attract creators and advertisers for its new subscriptions offering. And yesterday, it released Muse Spark 1.1.
Yes.
What do you have to say about that?
So what I have to say is kind of less about these announcements. I think they're really good. I think the fact that we got our friend Zuckerberg back on X is pretty cool. I want to talk about another man's behavior on X, and that man is Alexander Wang. Now, why do I care? Why do I care what Alexander Wang, of course, who is part of the Meta intelligence team, in fact, he's actually leading the Meta super intelligence team. Why do I care about his engagements? Because I found a really weird pattern, and I think it might have something to do with maybe some wider concerns about spending on AI. So I'm going to go back a little bit before we talk about this man's bizarre behavior on X for the last couple of days. So we'll start here with just the fact that I think Meta spent about $14 billion, a billion with a B or so, trying to get Scale AI and our friend Alexander and, schlepping them over to Meta. So this was a lot of spending, and for about a year, we didn't really see anything come of it. There were a lot of questions. What is Meta doing? What is Muse Spark? Why are they not sparking anything over here? What is with these models? And I think probably if I was Alexander Wang, I might get a little bit worried about, say, my job or my prospects or how people thought of what I was doing. And so now you see him engaging in social media to a really odd, almost offensive, and then now switching to celebratory degree. So last week, and I tried to find the post, but he's posted way too many times yesterday that I honestly couldn't scroll the way back. But I know last week he responded to those, we had those comments that were made by Zuckerberg at that town hall that were basically, well, yeah, AI hasn't really worked out how we hoped so far this year over the last 4 months. And he responded, he was like, well, this and this and this, and don't worry, guys, more models are coming. We're going to get coding. He's responding to people in the comments. It's really weird and I don't know. And so then you get this type of post too, where he's talking, I guess Polymarket said Meta's up 6%, and he posts nice thumbs up emoji. But then we get even weirder. Because this post yesterday, I'm telling you, the amount of time I spent thinking about this post is unhealthy. So as we know here, SemiAnalysis, which is pretty well known at this point, kind of research firm, they write these articles, these posts or whatever about different companies. They released, honestly, to me, kind of an oddly laudatory post here about Meta. And I don't think there's anything wrong with Meta necessarily. You could criticize their AI strategy, but the degree to which this was kind of glazing was kind of odd to me. So they say Meta's the only hyperscaler Neo Lab on track to be world-class at all of these things. They are the best chance of catching up with Anthropic and OpenAI. So for one, I don't really know what they've shown us yet to give us that chance. Yeah, sure, Muse Spark 1.1, that's fine, but I'd like to see a little bit more. But then here's the comment that he posted, quote, "Compute Daddy has spoken," about the SemiAnalysis guy. I'm sorry, this is weird. I get it. He's probably pretty desperate for some kind of clout here from Meta, but I know this is kind of a rant, but I do think the way he's behaving on social media says a little bit about Meta's internal psychology when it comes to how badly they want A, AI to work, and B, people to like them. So let's see how that goes. Again, you guys can totally say I'm crazy. I want you to be honest with me in the chat. That's my opinion. I went pretty deep on this, and now I'm going to send it over, I guess, to see what you guys think.
Great point, Adara. But when you look at Mark Zuckerberg's or X, the last time Zuckerberg posted before yesterday was 2023, and then before that was 2012.
Wow.
So it feels like an orchestrated, organized, internal Meta effort. Get the word out about MS 1.1 because we can't afford people not to know about it because we've sucked so bad, right? It has been very bad, whether you're looking at Llama 3, Llama 4, Avocado, what's it called? MS 1.0. This is MS 1.1. I think they really need to get it out there. I don't think they have too many shots left to take advantage of. But I want to show something here that Zuckerberg posted yesterday, okay? This is a retweet by an individual by the name of Ryan. And it's going to build on my point here. This model is so cheap, I almost don't believe it. In practice, we see it's 1/10 of the cost of both Fable and GPT 5.5. If you thought OS models would compete away margins, and that's the point that the haired one was making on CNBC last week when Karp went on, he's like, these frontier models are ripping everybody off and they're going to destroy demand. And he was getting mad about it even though he was making money. So the cheapness here of MS 1.1 should not be lost on anybody. It is Zuckerberg basically alive to that fact and looking to get customers who are disgruntled, of course, with all their AI budgets being spent within 3 months rather than a year. He goes on to say, just wait until you see this. It's somehow cheaper to use MS 1.1 than host your own OS model. I don't know, I'm not vouching for the veracity of that statement, but it just goes to make the point that they're getting this out there and they're not looking to make money on it initially, right? Because they need to catch up. And so I do like this by Zuck. I like the fact that he's pricing it cheaply. I like the fact that it's also quite competitive in coding with some other models. So look at this. Coding improvements are significant. This was a real shortcoming of MS 1.0, this goes on to say, but 1.1 seems to have a 50% improvement in Vibe Code Bench and a 10% improvement in SWE Bench. So apparently it's not as good as some of these frontier models, but it catches up. So I do like this. I want to see if they're able to actually monetize this down the road, because the way that I feel about this, I think it's a loss leader for them at the moment, and they're not making that much money off it. A couple of other Meta headlines, of course, Zuckerberg taking to social media to confirm that Meta is actually looking at doing a cloud business. We had been hearing rumors about that previously, which had leaked out, of course, but we hadn't heard it from his mouth. And then, of course, the last headline here, which is the European Union has found that both Instagram and Facebook are addictive. And I don't know exactly what the penalties are going to be so far, but that's not something that you want to really, get pegged for. But here it is, the European Union.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think some great points there. And then, I didn't know about their pricing model. That's interesting to hear.
Yeah.
And then it was a Save Man Woman in the chat saying basically you get what you pay for, and that's kind of a life lesson as well.
We'll find out if it's good or not.
Exactly, we'll find out if it's any good. Fable is absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah.
It's absolutely mind-blowing, the capabilities.
Anthropic in general is really good.
Yeah, they're absolutely solid. But speaking of you get what you pay for, the marketing, as you guys mentioned, was done absolutely well yesterday. And if you paid for some Meta, you're looking at about 5 to 10%, sitting at 5 to 10% gains coming in on the day today. If you bought anywhere around along the way yesterday, so Meta from yesterday's lows all the way into today's chop, about 15%. We see it on the chart, 6% up on the gap as well. But yeah, the market's taking this pretty decently. We looked at a higher time frame chart here, Sharif, and
decent here.
Looking at the weekly, let's just step it up here, pulling right back up into, okay, we don't need to see those, but pulling right back up into some of these prior highs. So now the question becomes, is there going to be continuation? We've been to potentially come out with some sort of AI-related news. We know he hasn't really had much to say, I guess, since 2023. But funny enough, I did see the Zucky post yesterday because Elon reposted it.
Exactly.
Yeah, Elon reposted. I was like, wait,
no. But this was funny.
Yeah,
because Nikita Beer, who's obviously working with Elon now at XAI, he goes to Zuck. He's like, do you want me to turn on monetization on your account now that you're generating views and everything that? So it's hilarious. And then other people were tagging him, but like threads, ... This obviously shows you it is a concerted effort by the Meta team to go on all the social media platforms, make as much of a buzz as they can get people's attention. Whether or not, right, it is, as Adair was mentioning, a weird kind of post by Alexander Wang, who's a young guy, to be honest. So, he can be a little bit, out there. But the point is, I like this move by Zuck if he's able to get people on to his system. Now, don't forget, right? Go ahead.
Sorry, Alexander Wang's almost 30. I feel like calling
Yeah,
him
well,
too
I'm
young of a guy. I
44,
don't
so
want
to
to give
me,
him
he's
half
young.
credit.
To
Relatively
me, he's young.
speaking.
He's older than me.
Exactly. Well, you're
Come on.
not the standard.
Relatively speaking, guys.
Your button's still active, Adara.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. All right. So,
He's older than me too.
what is the competition? What's going on here? All right. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was born yesterday, by the way.
There you go,
Guys, I just want to put it
Hold
up.
on. I know you're a Cancer. So were you born yesterday? No,
What?
I know you're a Cancer. So this is Cancer season.
Oh, yeah.
I know that for a fact.
It's coming up.
It's coming up. This guy, man. This guy, bro.
It's the
Everything's got to be
anniversary of a very big market event is his birthday. And I've talked about this market event a lot, and that is the day, that's the day it is.
You want to give it up?
Okay, I'll just tell you guys the event. You guys can look up the dates, give it a little mystery. It's the CrowdStrike outage. That was
Oh.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, you brought the CrowdStrike outage. Some other person in this room also had a birthday a few days ago. I don't know who he is. Maybe EP, executive producer of the show. Brendo's birthday was a week ago, right? So there you go.
Happy belated birthday.
There you go, Brendo. We don't forget. Let's send it back to Sia and talk a little SK Hynix.
Let's do it.
Let's talk a little SKHYV today has made its NASDAQ debut. As we do know, it almost up 16% on the day almost. The stock is trading under the ticker SKHYV today and not SKHY. We've gone over this. Doesn't matter. We can go over it again since regular trading for the stock begins on Monday. So the company's ADRs have been priced at $149. Currently, the stock is trading at $171. So that's technically up almost 14.3% from its $149 offering price. So SKHYV is the second most valued company in South Korea, just behind Samsung Electronics. Samsung, SKHYV makes computer memory, which is used for phones and PCs to store short-term data. So SKHYV's roster of companies includes some of the most important names in tech, also Apple and NVIDIA to name two. And a vast majority of SK Hynix's planned expansion over the coming years will definitely take place in South Korea, which includes a cluster of chip fabrication plants in Yongin that will cost around $390 billion.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Great information. I think you pretty much covered it all. There was really not much to add here other than to kind of show the price action. We're still up about 15%, give or take, Assassino, from the, of course, the price that was pegged there. I think it was like 148 or 149. We're trading at about, where are we at? 171.5. Look, guys, this is not an IPO, as we know. This is an ADR listing. The main listing, of course, is in Korea on the Kospi. And the thing that I want to keep repeating is this is not your typical ADR where you're able to swap shares between the secondary listing and the primary listing. You're going to be able to switch it to the primary listing, but you will not be able to switch it back. Now, I know that probably doesn't make a difference to a lot of people because you're probably just going to hold the ADR and be content with that. But there was the theory that there could have been an arbitrage play between the two listings. And I don't think that that's possible now as a result of the Korean regulator not allowing you to switch your SK Hynix common shares on the Kospi back into the ADR on the NASDAQ. That was what was being spoken about initially. But other than that, I think it was well received. Yep. It's got a 166.19 low OB and a 177 high.
Yeah, I mean, I think you covered pretty much everything there. Some of the best trading opportunities, like I mentioned earlier on this one, right off the open, whether it was the long, it was the reversion short, or if it was the reversion of the reversion there, back up into the high a day. But since then, we've been kind of just chopping around. I did mention earlier, I want to take a closer look at it here below this 172. We've finally gotten below that 172, just holding that 170, 171 area as of right now. So could be interesting. We did break that range that we were kind of stuck in for a couple of, but it's already been like roughly over an hour here. But yeah, stuck in the range, breaking below it. Let's see what we do with that 170. That 170 is that opening price, right? Opening price specifically 170.43 I have, but with the wick lows at 170. So we'll wait and see what this one how this one unfolds. But nothing too crazy as of right now. And I think you guys covered pretty much all of the important stuff. Yep.
Let's talk Microsoft. The United Kingdom has officially designated Microsoft, Google Cloud, Amazon Web Services, and Oracle as critical third parties the country's financial system that brings them under direct regulatory oversight that begins on the 13th of July. So this reflects how essential cloud infrastructure has become for banks, insurers, also financial institutions. And rather than just targeting these anti-competitive behaviors, regulators are mostly focused on reducing these systemic risks in case of these providers, in case they suffer a major outage or any kind of cyber incident. Microsoft is trading super flat on the day today.
So by labeling these guys, bless you, Ram, legally labeling these guys as critical components of the financial system, that's a critical designation, because all of a sudden the UK government and the UK the regulator can basically demand granular, real-time access to operational telemetry. They're talking about architectural logs, data routing paths, effectively kind of piercing the proprietary software shields that are usually protecting these companies. Now, I also want to make the point here. They are not labeling Amazon as a whole, not even AWS as a whole, as, you know, this critical to the financial system designation. They are labeling the British, the English versions or subsidiaries of those companies as the ones who are critically important. So that gives them direct access to those companies, because what they often do is they try to have a jurisdictional move from England to the United States to take advantage of the United States law, which is more favorable to them. That's not going to be able to be done by them this time around. Also, I want to point out that this is not just being done in isolation. This is part of a bigger move by sovereigns to protect their data, their country's data. We're seeing it in Canada and we're seeing it in Europe, where they're saying to these cloud providers, look, you can't be subject to the whim of the US government if you want to house our data. You have to be subject to our laws. What they're concerned about is the migration of that data from Europe, from Canada to the United States, you know, if they're demanded by whoever is in power in the United States at the time. So you're seeing a lot of this where these companies are having to navigate this sort of bifurcated regulatory environment where they're subject to the United States, and now they're being subject to completely different rules in Europe and Canada and elsewhere. And we're seeing this, obviously it's new because AI and cloud business is really booming. Obviously cloud business has been going on for a long time, like a decade and a half, maybe a little bit more now, but this is interesting though. And it's really coming down to protecting your data, protecting your privacy, not wanting, competitor countries to get access to your data.
No,
I'm down to.
Yeah, no, I think those are fair points, and obviously Softy's going to have to watch out for some of those developments here. But again, like I pointed out, similarly on the Circle, there's one thing whenever I look at Softy, and it's this right here, Sharif, and I don't know if and when we'll ever get back here. Look at this beautiful. Like we talk about like certain technical patterns right here. And this is by far the textbook.
Monster. My
double
God.
top.
My God.
We can even go tighter and be like, that's a tweezer
that
top.
neckline.
Yeah, of course, right
and
there.
Look how that neckline held as resistance too when it was support. Oh no,
you're talking about this
right there. Yeah. Right, that's obviously support, and then it uses resistance for a few days.
And this is your confirmation.
Beautiful.
Back below 500.
Absolutely. Now
we're trading, trying to attempt a bounce off of these lows right here, which is where we found buyers last in and around March. But who knows? This kind of news developing. I have no idea where it's going to send it, but it does seem like seller dominance for, I would say, the past since the beginning of the year, and maybe even since last October, last July. So for over the past year on this name, for majority of the time, just sellers have been in charge. So I don't know where Softy's really going with this, but kind of zooming out even more, we can see, these are some pretty solid supports that we're bouncing off of. 350s we bounced off of here in March of 25, and then once again in March of 26. And we're back here in July. So just a couple of months later, we're back into these levels. So I have no idea in terms of how this news and how the development of some of these stories is gonna affect some of the price. But just looking at the chart, Sharif, look at this weekly candle volume.
Yeah, it's not good.
That is huge. This volume candle from 3 weeks, from June 22nd, where we had support over the past year or so, maybe even more, 350s, we have the largest volume candle on the weekly since 2020.
Wow. That's March.
On
That looks
Microsoft.
like March
this
of
was
2020.
This was 2 weeks ago. on Softy.
Oh my God.
So the 350 bounce. So that right away off the chart, it stands out to me right away.
We should mention
use
as well
that how you will. I have no idea.
that Softy is the worst performing Mag 7 name far and away. Softy is down 20.33%. It's flat on the day, year to date.
Yeah.
The second worst performing is, you want the truth?
Yeah.
No, I'm going to lie to everybody. Meta. Meta's now green on the year, up 0.57. That's the gap
Before
between
yesterday.
Softy. Yeah. So look at this, guys. So Meta up 0.5% on the year. Softy down 20 1/3. Apple up 15 3/4. Google up 13 1/5. Tesla up 6, and Nvidia up 12 2/3. So Softy, far and away, is by far the worst performing Mag 7 name, and it's the only one that's actually red on the year. So.
Beta, B-E-T-A, not Meta, has said as of today that it has wrapped up the first test of flights in the United States government sweeping electric vertical takeoff and landing pilot program, which are aimed at making the vision of these flying taxis become into a reality. So the company has said that the flights that had transported manufactured organs from United Therapeutics between airports in Maryland, and Virginia were about 275 nautical miles in total. And Beta CEO Kyle Clark has said in a release today that today's successful missions have set the stage for routine medical applications through electric flight at a much lower cost nationwide. So Beta is one of the several air taxi names and makers that are racing to secure the Federal Aviation Administration, that's the FAA certification, and to start flying passengers commercially. With that, Beta up on the day 5%.
This is fantastic. You guys know how I feel about this space, right? I never really wanted to choose a winner in terms of the space because it's so nascent, but I did choose Joby. There's Archer, there's Beta, there are others. But this is really important. 275 nautical miles between active airports here, Maryland and Virginia, right? That's big. And this is not just, kind of focusing on the luxury aspect of this, from downtown Dubai to the airport, or in New York City from JFK to Manhattan. They're taking a completely different approach here. They are looking at this very, very specific mission of executing, the transport of live organs. I mean, this is definitely an important thing, a niche to fill in, but they are still without certification. They have been locked in a frantic race against multiple domestic air taxi rivals to secure formal FAA certification. So far, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, the only one who's got it is Joby. I don't even think Archer has it yet. Correct me if I'm wrong. I could have missed that headline, but that's that. I like this. There's obviously the version versus fixed wing versus the eVTOLs, but I like this. I think it gives them a lot more flexibility. It's a lot cheaper than operating a helicopter. You could make the argument, why don't we just use helicopters? Well, these ones are a lot cheaper to operate, and they're a lot cheaper upfront cost as well than the helicopters. Helicopters run in the millions. These ones will be several $100,000. Let's just pause for a second and send it to Adair.
Keep an eye here in SK Hynix, XKHYV, until Monday when it becomes SKHY from that point forward. Now we're seeing comments from SK Hynix's CEO. So earlier today, we're hearing from the chairman. Now this is the CEO, two different guys. He's saying that the memory chip shortage could persist past 2030. Not much of a reaction here on the stock, but again, looks like these are new comments based on the type of circulation I'm seeing. So one more time here, SK Hynix CEO saying that the memory chip shortage could continue past the year 2030.
That's crazy, man. But let's not forget, man, the Chinese are throwing their hat into this ring, and they are looking at taking away the margins from Micron, from SanDisk, from Samsung, from SK Hynix. Now, the problem hurting the Chinese, of course, is the fact that they are Chinese, right? CXMT, we saw Apple, testing some of their products. We'll see if they get the geopolitical nod there from the Trump administration to go ahead and use that, or whether it's going to be only on Apple devices sold in China. That's an option for Apple as well. But the Chinese, dude, they're salivating at some of these margins, but they're geopolitically held back. So I just wanted to mention that there. Sia's not there, so we'll just pause for a second there.
I mean,
until she gets back.
This is the first time I'm hearing about beta technologies here. Now, I I did kind of type in that beta, and there's two of them. There's beta drugs, but that's on the NSE. Got to do the beta technologies, which is on the NYSE.
They were going to say the shoe store.
Beta don't do drugs. So beta technologies is
beta is like how to say sweetie, right?
Like yeah,
in
or like
Indian culture,
kiddo, or like
exactly,
yeah, something like
beta.
that. Yeah. So anyways, haven't really heard of this one, but I don't really know too much about the chart as well. It's just kind of sideways chop on this one. But speaking on some of that technology, yeah, we definitely need some of that technology, man. Like in terms of like just organ transport, emergency organ transport. And I saw people in the chat talking about, yeah, DC airway is a little complicated. I understand. Yeah, those are some of the hurdles that these guys are going to have to overcome. But at the same time, when you're talking about emergency delivery of life-saving organs, then you might have to come to some sort of agreement right there. So interesting. I'll keep a closer eye on this one. First time I'm ever hearing this name or looking at this chart here, but it seems like it's been kind of consolidating, maybe creating a bit of a base here. No idea in terms of their fundamentals or anything else. What do you got?
I'm trying to read this, Ob, so I can tell you these two characters, Assassino, if we can, that's Zhongguo. Zhongguo means China. I'm pretty sure this is Mei. I might be wrong, and this is Xu, Lao Xu. So it's Mei Xu, so Zhongguo, Mei Xu something, and then that's Xu, which means is, and then I don't know these, I don't know this one, and I don't know this one over here. But I can tell you that means China something, and then is something. So I'm gonna have to figure that one out, but I got pretty close.
Nice.
I got
nice. Good stuff, man. I mean, you've been making quite an improvement. I remember when you were first coming around, man. the floor was still here when you started.
Remember I used to come up to Wayne all the time with my Brock up Mandarin, so
yeah, exactly.
Now we're getting a little bit better.
Good, man.
Michael tells me my pronunciation is improving. Yes, all right.
Nice. Good stuff.
All right, we're having a good time here. All right, guys, we're just gonna pause the news segment for a sec. Wait till Sia gets back, but let's look at what is moving, guys, in the world of small cap gappers. Let's bring it in over here. We don't have a lot positive to report, sadly, right now with small cap gappers. They are literally, anyways, the one that I had on my chart all breaking down. There doesn't seem to be, anyone that is making an up and to the right move. They look like they're all down and to the right. You guys are so funny, man. I love you guys, man. What is going on here?
Drew in the chat was like, it's like China is something. Thanks, Sharif.
It's hard, but it's hard.
He's putting in the work. He's deciphering the letters.
It's just hard, man. Like it's not easy, and I'm not even that far yet, man.
You've come a long way, man. You've come a long way.
At the end of this month, it'll be 2 years.
Oh wow! Right.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. Shout out to my man, Mike Rider. There he is.
Definitely.
$2 super chat. Oh boy, that's all you there.
I'm getting an international call here. I don't know who this is. From Texas.
From Texas.
I told you, it's probably one of my exes.
Oh, she heard you on the show.
She did.
She saw you.
Y'all gotta stop.
Is it Stacy?
I don't know. It might be Stacy. It might be someone else. I have no idea, but that's funny though. What a coincidence.
There you go. All right, man. We're loving you guys, man. All right. Have you seen the reflecting pools lately, says Marcus Knight? All right. You guys are hilarious. I'm just looking at the scanner. Let's bring in the scanner, actually, because none of the ones that we have on the side chart are doing anything right now. So let's go line by line here, see what the scanner is showing us in terms of small cap gappers that may be running. FBRX, that's the only one that's near highs, right? And it's very illiquid relative to the time of the day and the price. 2.18 million shares traded, but it does have support at VWAP. Illiquid or not, it is still much closer to highs than the lows. RXT is still above 5, but I'll submit to you guys, we are still putting in that downtrend. I'm not liking the look of that one. Let's look at LABD, that's losing VWAP. And then these are inverse, these are inverse ETFs. The quantum space, I guess, getting hit today. QBTZ, IONZ, IREZ, and RGTZ are all up on the day. That means that the actual names themselves are down on the day. So let's look down over here. ALM. Okay, ALM is moving. This is not bad. Is it small cap gapper? No, it's not. It's a $4.62 billion market cap, but it's got a good looking trend. I would say 16 to to 15.95, a hell of a buy zone, maybe even a little bit higher if you want to front run the area resistance from before, maybe 16.05, even 16.10, going down to 15.95 for the volume weighted average price. The ticker on this guy, is ALM. This is something that I would be interested in if we were still trading here, but we'll keep an eye on ALM. But Sia's back. Let's send it up to her and talk about the next topic.
So is our next topic. So the International Energy Agency, that is the IEA, is now expecting the global oil demand to decline by 1 million barrels per day of this year. That's 2026. This marks the first drop since the pandemic of 2020, the first annual drop since the pandemic in 2020. So this downgrade follows a renewed fighting between the United States and Iran, which has disrupted the production, exports, and tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. So despite this weaker demand outlook, the IEA strongly believes that the oil and overall oil markets could return to surplus later this year if shipping routes normalize and the Middle Eastern production recovers. But the catch here, however, is that the outlook depends on a lasting de-escalation of the attacks and of the fight. And as recent attacks on the commercial vessels and renewed U.S. strikes have once again increased geopolitical risk overall. And obviously, oil taking the hit, USO down 6.7%.
Last time we were negative on oil, 2020, and that's because all of us were locked in at home, right? But we knew this was coming. We said if oil stayed higher for longer, it would start creating demand destruction. And I'll submit to you that's what it is. And there's also a corollary to this. In the United States, the price of used electric vehicles has gone up substantially since the beginning of this war. Not the new electric vehicles, the ones on the used car market. And that's because of demand destruction for ICE vehicles. And we knew this was coming, right? Now, whether or not it normalizes, as Sia was mentioning, when shipping routes start to kind of open back up again and people see that, maybe the price of oil is down to where it was, or price of gas, I should say, is down to where it was prior to the war. But I'll tell you, in this particular province, it has not. Prior to the war, I think we were paying something around 130s, 140s. Correct me if I'm wrong, Obi, maybe on a good day, high 120s. We're seeing minimum at the lowest, high 150s, right? And today I saw 170. So, and that's because it's a 2-day delay when the whole thing started again. But you know what I filled up for in Texas? The great state of Texas? $2.95 per gallon. Ooh. Yeah, man, it cost me, I got a Camry hybrid to fill from Houston to Dallas. It cost me $35. It would cost me $100-something over here.
Yeah. That's
right.
crazy.
It's not even close. It's not even close, man. So we were talking about USO. Any thoughts, comments, if we want to send it back to Sia on USO or oil?
Sure. Yeah, no, I mean, USO, you guys know I've been watching it very closely, very hyped and very, great opportunities coming into. This is a weekly chart. This is the stuff that I was pointing out much earlier a few months ago. When this was all happening, we gapped up and pushed past this 84. Look at this multi-year consolidation, breakout through that 84, breakout through that 90, breakout through that 100 mark as well. But you can see the volumes died off pretty decently here, right? We got to a high of 154, which is a pretty decent move off of that range break. If we're looking at 84s, we're looking at roughly about an 80 to 90% push off of that area into that 154 high. But you can see the volume's been pretty, distinctly different here, pretty worn off from those initial weeks, initial months of that price action. Even on the day trading side of things, I was trading USO a lot more when we were doing this elevated volume, and then it kind of fell off of my radar because it wasn't necessarily as in play, in my opinion, from an intraday perspective. But every now and then we still get news that moves USO around. We've gotten a little bit of that over the past couple of days here as well. So in terms of exercising opportunities, I think it's definitely gone down in terms of quality of some of the trades that are happening, in my opinion. So I haven't really been involved with it. But if you go back and take a look at some of the action that it was doing during those highs going into that 150, that was the kind of action that I really liked getting involved with. But yeah, I think even though there's still geopolitical conflict going on, they're still going back and forth as to what's what. The stock, the asset and the vehicle itself has definitely cooled down a lot here on USO or crude oil, whichever one you're watching. So I think that's what I have to say about it. If we can pick up some volume again, if we can start to get a little bit crazy, then yeah, sure, I think I'm more than willing to get involved. And you can see even here, earlier this Wednesday, we had some decent elevated volume. You had some relative volume as well, doing about 9 times in the pre-market session and doing about 6 times over in the intraday session as well. So you can see here beautiful kind of stuff, kind of consolidation breaks, breakouts, reversions. You take your pick, right? And you have a day 2 move as well today coming into day 3. Nothing too crazy as that volume has definitely dissipated here on USO, Sharif. So nothing too crazy there. Basically what I said was it's not really as much in play for me anymore as the volumes kind of died off. And the market's not really reacting as aggressive as it initially was in the first few weeks of that development.
No, and I felt like even, I don't know, I never talked to you about this, but there was a very interesting article that I read when we got here, obviously with oil. Mm-hmm. The article read that the shorts were almost, the great majority of shorts on Brent, so UK OIL for anybody on TradingView, were stationed at 80. That's where the majority of the shorts had accumulated their position at 80 on Brent oil. Yeah. Look at this, we made the move into 80 and right back down. Yeah. And so the theory, and again, it's just a theory, that this was likely short covering and that there was no net new money coming in long on oil, that it was a short covering from the top, and there you go, you come back in to what we would call the resistance area, and down we go again on oil. Where are we at right now? We're at 75 3/4, and we're putting in lower lows and lower highs. So I just would not mind seeing this lose $70 and give us, that pre-war barrel of 65, 66, whatever it is. But obviously that's going to be geopolitically related.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that. Like going back to the volatility that was coming in with every headline, the aggressiveness definitely is reflective of that, of what's going on. I think they have a bet on who is seated higher. Do you want me to sit? You want me to sit up?
Like there's like 5 minutes left on the show, man. Like oh my goodness.
I was like, why is Sharif's sitting height getting measured right now?
I don't know, man.
And mine as well. I do kind of hunch a little bit to the right, even when I'm gaming. I have a little bit of more lean onto the mouse. I
asked Joey this yesterday. He disappointed me with his answer. So hopefully you don't disappoint me as well.
I'll try.
Are you a StarCraft guy?
I've played it before. I've tried it, yeah. Why not?
Bro, 1 or 2 or both?
2.
You never played 1?
I don't think I've played 1. I've played 2 a little bit, yeah.
You play 2. They got new characters and stuff.
Oh, okay.
That's why it's not the original character.
Some epic traders.
Oh,
play
games.
Play some StarCraft 2.
Yeah, man.
I don't really play it. I've played it maybe a couple times. More of in terms of RTS, Age of Empires.
Okay, that's it. It was like Warcraft. What's it called?
It was StarCraft.
StarCraft, Warcraft as well, right?
Warcraft is that was more of like a RPG game. What's up, Sia?
No.
Also, Super Mario Galaxy.
Well, it's awesome, right?
All right, okay. So we got some Super Mario Galaxy here. AOE2 saying Charles in the chat. Yes, AOE2 is.
What was that one where it was like the Americans versus the Russians? It was called Command and Conquer.
Oh,
Command and Conquer. It was literally Americans versus the Soviets, right? Yeah. Am I wrong on that, chat? Was it called Command and Conquer or something like that?
I don't know if that was Command and Conquer, but I do remember the
CNC, yes.
Yeah.
CNC, yes, I was right about that. Okay, good. Look at Red Alert. Yes, Red Alert.
Age of Empires. You know they're still playing AOE 2?
No way.
AOE 2 is probably the best made Age of Empires game, and they came out with 3, 4, and all of these other ones, Age of Mythology, Age of whatever, and AoE 2 still stands, and now they're actually having tournaments with real money.
I believe that.
Yeah,
Well, I've seen the gaming
So,
thing is really boom, man. Really,
I watched this guy on YouTube. I think his name is Hera or something. The guy's a goat.
Is he?
He's crazy.
On
Like
that,
he's a warrior on the keyboard. Like just
it really does
so
come down to
fast.
shortcuts. You
Yeah,
have to be
shortcuts,
super-
everything.
I'm
And then
telling
like
you,
just
man, there's a lot of overlap
micromanagements.
between small cap trading.
Oh yeah,
and
just trading in
and
general.
gaming.
If you're really good with a mouse and keyboard, and you know your way around, and you can act
There you go.
fast. Best believe small caps for sure,
'Cause you have to be
and
super
stuff
quick.
like IPOs and listings when stuff is like just happening really quickly. Opening drive trades,
Right away.
news reaction, like news trades, anything like that. Imbalance trades, so anything that gets
You gotta
you
be quick.
fast thinking, fast on the keyboard, definitely helps out. So shout out to all my gamers.
All right, CL, let's finish off with this Delta story.
Delta beat Wall Street on both revenue and earnings, my bad about that, while reaffirming also its first-year outlook, signaling that strong travel demand has continued to go on and on despite these high fuel costs we've been seeing in the market. Delta, however, is down very close to 1.5% on the day, and adjusted EPS has come in at $1.56 versus $1.48 that was expected. Revenue has reached $17.67 billion. Versus $17.53 billion that was expected. Good numbers, but stock is still down. 2 days ago, it also launched basic business without launch access. We did talk about that, and management has reiterated its the range of $6.50 to $7.50 full-year EPS forecast and guided third quarter earnings above expectations. CEO of the company, Ed Bastian, has also said that the airline remains confident that it can continue passing higher fuel costs to customers, supported by disciplined industry capacity, as well as resilient premium travel demand. Now, premium cabin revenue has exceeded main cabin sales during the quarter, and corporate travel has remained strong across aerospace, banking, as well as automotive. And Delta has also highlighted stronger than expected World Cup related travel demand, reinforcing some confidence rather that pricing should remain firm, even if these oil prices are moderate. But recently, also 20 minutes ago to 30 minutes ago, we had the CEO of the company saying that flyers can afford these higher fares. The market didn't on that, but let's pause because I want to take Adara's take on this.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to give you guys with this infographic a literal window into Delta. You have this cute little plain window. I saw this visual. I couldn't resist. So we're going to take a look here at their revenue. So for one, I think the year-over-year revenue growth across all these segments, I'm going to give them props for that. I like that. Passenger revenue growth only 10% year over year, but when you get to that other category, now Sharif and I were mentioning in the morning a lot of like premium improvement there for revenue, and I think you really see that reflected in that other category. So I like that look. I don't have too much to say here that's bad about Delta here. I want to make an Ed Bastian pun really quickly because it's spelled differently, but same meeting, but I can't think of one right now. I'm a little tired. If I think of one later, I'll let you guys know. I think it's a good look, and also just like, if we go back 2 years here to July 19th, 2024, Delta got hit real hard, both its reputation and its stock price, and then had the whole legal battle with CrowdStrike over outage heard around the world. So, I mean, nice to go again, like almost 2 years later. I think company's in a better place. I think that things are a lot more settled. I think that honestly here, like this revenue growth is pretty good. And also, what else I like about the whole FIFA as revenue growth catalyst is the fact that FIFA, technically, I mean, it still is, A, it's still continuing, but B, it would have continued after the fiscal quarter ended. So we could see more of this FIFA run around here in Q3. I want to clarify as well, this is for the whole first half of the year, not just for Q2, but either way, solid look here for the company. And yeah, I mean, let's see if it flies tomorrow or Friday, Monday.
So Adara is absolutely spot on when it comes to their premium billing. We know Delta to be a premium airline. At least that's what my understanding was. And some of their actions also support that. Some of their airplanes are going to be 50% business class, between a third to 50%. They're really looking to target that premium flyer, who's willing to dole out some money. That's kind of how I've always known them. And that's, I think, that their reputation. But let's talk about some of the structural drags that really brought down profitability, even though they beat on the top and bottom line, man. They paid $4.41 billion in fuel costs in the dang quarter. That is by far a historical record for the company. It was obviously because it was heavily elevated because of the result of the war. And don't forget, this is a company that has their own refinery. They've built their own refinery to take advantage of their economies of scale. And that didn't even save them. So something to think about there. But the true structural business here remains with the premium. And they teamed up with one of the more premium credit cards in my submission, Amex. So their true structural buffer was this co-brand relationship they had with Amex. Their premium product revenue jumped 17%, and it came from loyalty revenue as well, which jumped 19%. And that was a record-breaking $2.4 billion direct remuneration from American Express. So to me, it seemed like it made sense. Those two tie up the knot. And they also boosted the dividend by about 15%. They moved it up from 19 pennies up to 21.5 pennies. But a lot of people are thinking, you know, this is just to distract away from the 15% increase in labor cost that they're going to have to stomach as a result of that new deal, which obviously will eat into margins. But I do like Ed Bastian as a CEO. I like Delta as an airline. Let's see how they do going into the rest of the decade. I think that they really want to refit their airline so that they can, you know, a lot of people are just, they're throwing premium everywhere. Premium this, premium that. They're trying to, can I say something to you though, bro? Like when I was coming back from Dallas, I had an option to upgrade my seat to, it's not even really business class, just a little bit of a wider seat. It's not those diagonal ones that you can sleep in and stuff like that. But it was like $150. And to be honest with you, that 150 to a lot of people to be comfortable for a 3-4 hour flight, it just makes sense to them to do that, right? And I was on American, I wasn't on Delta, but that's where they're making a lot of the money. They're not really making a lot of the money from economy.
Yeah, from the upgrades and stuff you're saying. I haven't flown Delta in a few years, but yeah, no, they last I remember they weren't too bad here.
They weren't too bad.
But yeah, it seems like it did try to react off of some of this news in the pre-market session. Aggressive increase of that relative volume coming into the open, and then boom, it just goes nowhere. Right? Just the relative volume drops down to 3 from all the way from 20. So I guess most of it just getting, churned and digested in the pre-market session. But yeah, let's take a look at the daily.
Oh, look at this, Ob. I think you'll like it, man. I think you're gonna like this chart, Ob.
Ooh.
This is not a bad looking chart,
no,
man.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Some decent. I mean, sure, it has its ups and downs, but look at the ebbs and flows, higher highs and higher lows.
Exactly.
Right. So
exactly. We just put in all-time highs on Delta last week. Let me just double check that, make sure. I'm going to go to the monthly here just to make sure I'm not wrong. No, that was all-time highs.
Not wrong.
We got, hold on. Yeah, last week. Last week was all-time highs for Delta. We got into, I believe, 95.68. This week is 95.53, so a triple top there at 95. So, you know, clearly they're doing something right if they're all-time highs. So.
Yeah, no, I like the look. I like the look.
You see what time
I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people bought airlines during the COVID crash, and they're still holding them.
Good for them.
Yeah,
That's smart.
Solid trade.
That's a move, right? Okay. Did you think that airlines were going to stop?
You think
COVID, right?
You think the stocks would just fly away?
No.
You know, come on. They're not going anywhere.
Okay. With that pun, and we're 2 minutes over. That means the boys, they owe me and Joey on Monday a couple of minutes.
Okay.
So shout out to the boys.
I'll
Thanks
get my
for coming
minutes
on,
out.
Ob. Hope you have a fantastic weekend. I hope our viewers have a fantastic weekend as well. I'm going to send it over to the big guys for the afternoon show. Take care, guys.
See ya.
Hey, welcome everybody. The best thing about this whole they owe you 2 minutes, you guys don't know the show Cheers, which was an absolute classic in the 80s. I'm going to date myself here. But Norm had a tab that he never had to pay.
Right.
And that's basically how it rolls. Like if you're old school,
that's how it's going to work around here.
That is exactly how it works.
No.
Okay, so Sharif just turned to us and said, was that Ted Danson?
No.
He's in.
Norm.
Yeah, he's the bartender.
He's the main. That's Sam. That's Sam. Yeah. But Norm was, I don't know, kind of the.
Yeah, I forget his name.
Emotional.
I think he passed away. Yeah.
Ralph, was it Ralph something?
Something, yeah, some sort of name
Ralph
like that.
something.
Ralph or Roger or something?
Either way, it was a great show.
Yeah.
Great show.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic show. But you know what, everybody?
What?
You know what's also pretty fantastic? Getting some updates from Origenics.
Oh, yeah.
And that is ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. This company has now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury. That's an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. And alongside that, they spent the year strengthening their balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus is shifting to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. That is OGEN, ticker at the NYSE American. I want to thank them for sponsoring this portion of the show. George Wendt, you got it right. That's it. George Wendt.
Yeah.
That was a great show. Cliff
Pretty
and
classic.
Norm were like the heart and soul
Yeah,
of that
for sure,
show.
for sure.
Woody was pretty great
It was
too.
a lot of fun, that show.
It was a great show, man. As a kid, yeah.
Welcome back. Yeah, it was not really I mean, I don't really know any sitcoms anymore. I don't know what the last thing. We started watching Amazing Race Canada. That's on now.
That's still on.
Yeah, one of the guys
I
is
love
Maestro
that show.
Fresh West is one of the guys on Amazing
Yo, I'm
Race
watching
Canada.
that for
Yeah,
sure.
Exactly. So
Done
Canadian
deal.
legend Maestro Fresh West.
serious?
Let those backbones slide.
He's got to be like,
Yeah, I think probably like 50.
yeah, he's older than us.
Yeah, I would think so. He's pretty old, but and then right now, I'm not even sure what other shows are around. There was the spin-off of the show that this guy likes, The Brain. Anyways, doesn't matter. We'll just keep on going through the trading today. Remember earlier on today, we felt like it was that going with Sheldon.
I know that
Big Bang. No, yeah, Big Bang.
Young
Theory.
Sheldon or the Young Sheldon?
Young Sheldon.
Are you talking about the spinoff after Young Sheldon?
Yeah, the one.
It's
with
it's what is it? I don't know. Is it something in Georgie's first wedding?
Yes. It's Georgie something. Yeah.
Mandy
that
and
one.
Georgie's first wedding.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah. That's one of the newer ones out there. I don't know. Let me know if there's any other sitcoms anybody's watching out there. Sitcoms used to be the jam, man. We used to run home, every Thursday night, watch some Office, or you'd watch Seinfeld, or, whatever. And nowadays, everything's just being streamed, right? So you don't have to set your VCR. Wait a second. What's a VCR over around here? What's a Betamax? Does anybody know anything about that?
We had a Betamax.
Yeah, so did we. So, but yeah. Anyways, Saved by the Bell. The Simpsons. Come on, The Simpsons. Very, very old. I still like to watch South Park, though. I mean, there's no doubt. South Park is still a classic. One for sure. Yeah. So we took. It took a couple times, man. I'm not going to act like it was a clean break here of 208, but the funny part about it is we were trading SK Hynix and everything, and then all of a sudden, my NVIDIA trade broke, and it's because in the morning we had set our stop loss, and I never bothered to cancel it. Sorry, not a stop loss, a stop to get in, a trigger long, right there at 208, because we had saw NVIDIA ramp. I mean, knew we wanted this name. It was a good job the last couple of days with NVIDIA. And it broke. We took about 30 or 40 cents, and then it re-broke 08. Then I took it again. This time we were able to run it up to about $1. That's dollar clubbing right there. Then it fell down on some kind of a news story there in the middle of the day. I'll have to go look back at that 11:42. And then I was like, nah, that's not it. And then we bought it again and right back to the upside. So a couple attempts there on NVIDIA for the long, and that's what we're holding on to right now. I mean, everyone's going to want to know what happened on SK Hynix, I imagine. It was a good one. We got stopped out when it broke 170, but we only had probably less than 5% left. Once it made its move, we got 175, 175. It was good, man. Most of the outs here above 174. So that was really good. We always, that first little execution was up here, 171.50. It kept on going. And it was a little choppy there, for sure off the open. And, it did look like it was even going to break. These wicks are real, man. It came back to 170. So, and I still go by, this is a very risky to take an opening print. It came back a couple times, and you could have almost done the exact same thing twice. So it was just boom, 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 out. And it was a big one, right? But I'd said in the chat, I took 5% of the shares that I took on SpaceX, and not really sure why we didn't get a little more jiggy with it there and took a little bit more. But it's, it's a new experience. The next time we get a 25 billion, which will probably be never, offering there from switching back over from one exchange to another.
Rare.
Yeah, Alibaba was. We talked about Alibaba. There was 22 billion. So, anyways, that's my story on SK Hynix. And then, honestly, man, it's $50 for 100 shares.
No. It came down.
To what? No.
It came down to 22 cents.
Okay, so $22 for 100 shares. So, yeah, that probably would have been reasonable there. Yeah. Look at VWAP, and I was looking at it, and I should have got another quote there, like Neil did. But
no, I too late because I just missed it.
Oh, yeah.
I just saw VWAP now. I paid for it, and I'm like, it's whatever.
And it's going to break. I'm going to check
if it
again.
comes back.
It's going to break 170. Like I think it's probably worth.
I think it's
taking another short there in SK Hynix. But yeah, welcome everybody back to the show. You know, make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe button as we get ready for a weekend. Tomorrow's Girls' Day at High Park, so it's a big girls celebration for girls baseball and everything like that. So we're ready to rock and roll for that. And then my mother's birthday actually on Sunday.
Oh, nice! Happy birthday!
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so she's gonna be.
Maybe you're watching that.
Gonna be celebrating that 73 years old. So yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so we're happy
Living the
for
good
that.
life.
Hopefully, a little barbecue.
You guys doing
Oh no, I think you know what I think she wants to do, and actually order in Chinese or something. Yeah,
yes!
She doesn't want to cook. She doesn't want
Let's
to.
go,
And I said, like,
Debs.
look, let me bring over something. We'll barbecue something. She said no, and that was that. So
That's
I'm like,
what's
we'll
up.
do it because we haven't had Chinese in forever. I feel like Chinese food is not like a summer thing.
It's not. You know what?
It's not, right? It's
it
like
really,
more like so.
It really isn't. That being said, it was literally yesterday.
If
when
she wanted it.
These guys were all talking to you. Were the one that was bringing up General Tao, and then
Yeah.
I've
Oh
been-
yeah, I'm gonna order that.
I've been fiending for General Tao chickens for the last 24 hours. Okay, so 170 is gonna break. I'm crossing 20 cents. If I get it, I get it. If I
Oh, you
don't,
did pay for shorts.
Oh, wait a minute.
Did you?
Oh, that's right. Shoot, I had an offer and a stop, so I can actually have my stop break short. So I have to put that back in. I'm only gonna cross 20 pennies on it, and then we'll see. Let's go.
Oh my God! I put in SpaceX. It came out 2 cents. I was like, yes.
SpaceX.
No, but I put the
Oh,
wrong
goodness.
name. I'm so used to requiring SpaceX shorts.
Well, you can pay for those too. You probably need it.
What's in this iced coffee after all?
I believe we're going to Adair at the desk. I think I heard. I think. Yes, we're going to Adair.
SK Hynix. We have more comments from this company CEO coming through. He said about 30 minutes ago, as we mentioned, that he believes the memory chip shortage could continue past 2030. Now he's saying that among a couple different U.S. candidates for a future wafer fab, they have not yet made a decision as to where they're going to do that fabrication. Furthermore, he sees 2027 as the worst year in that memory shortage cycle that he does expect to pass here through 2030. This is, again, just from a supply perspective. Back to you.
Thank you there, Adair. Just saying, have a good weekend there to Sharif. We got about we got in 50 minutes until power hour.
Here comes 170.
There's a bit of a bid here.
Yeah, I'm going short. I just paid for them $24 for 100 shares. So we'll see.
It went up by 2 cents.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. All right, so here we go, man. I'm going to take half a unit on the break of 170 and then see what winds up happening, and hopefully we can capture some kind of profit down there. The last time it broke, that was the very first time it broke, actually, was the only time it broke, I guess. I mean, it battled back and forth, but that initial break right there, that's a 169.10 fill or something. So the slippage be for real right now on SK.
It was full dollars.
But that's the first time it broke, right? So, and then it goes all the way down to 166. I'm assuming that was real. So nice battle back. Let's see. Hey, it just gave you 170 long again. So there you go, right? It might just be a 170 bid today, but we'll see what happens with SK Hynix. And if you remember what SpaceX had done, well, you know what? I'm going to call up on a different charting platform, but SpaceX had faded off at the end of the day there on its IPO. And the thing about that was, it was a little different story because it never broke the 150 except for right away, first thing in the morning, right? And here's SpaceX on its IPO day again. And I zoomed out like crazy so I could show it to you. But there it was. So SpaceX, here, zoom back in a little bit and show you what it was doing there at the end of the day on its first day of trade. Zoom in. Here it is. This is the day we're looking for right here. So there's SpaceX comes up. And then basically starting at 1 o'clock, so an hour ago, it started to make the moves down. Then there's the break. And when we sort of broke that most recent level, there it is. It just did break right. Did it break? I don't know. I just got short there.
It must have broken.
Okay.
I
got 169.81. So there it goes, man. SK Hynix right
That's
now
not
short.
bad slippage.
You got 84s? Yeah, no, that's not bad at all. So we'll wait to see what happens now. Obviously, we want to make a little bit of profit here. So let's put.
It's already at the half.
Yeah. Let's put some bids down here. More near 166 and change. Looks like we'll be okay. There, we'll bid some out right now at 50. We get that, Phil. It's just 30 cents. But, hey, man, if we took 100 shares there, we've already paid for that short, right? So, I really do believe that you have to take a little bit of profit, pay for your wares first, and then we'll see if we can get a little bit more money on the downside. So let's go now a little bit lower here. Wow, what a rejection of that 170 short. But, hey, who knows? Went to 169.50. So you got 50 cents if you wanted it. And now we'll wait to see if there's another push down. I'm bidding 50s and I'm bidding 30s, and then we'll see. There it is. And then we'll see if we get a little bit of a lower take now on SK Hynix. What is this, Phil, right there? Okay, that's 169 flat. Hopefully we'll get that, and we'll work off of it. So, yeah, that's about it for me right now. We're just going to go short SK. I put a bid down there at 169. Let's put a bid at 168.50s as well. And here we go, SK Hynix. The short is now in. Look, long was all the money. No, but we'll put on a little bit of risk here to go short.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's worth it. It should have been at VWAP, but whatever, noticed a little bit too late. Never assume that the price is going to be too much. Always double check it. It's supply and demand when it comes to locate, so I think that's what you got to do. I do have this, here, I'm just going to update the Intel position because I actually want to reload this. I just saw it do this. Intel was a kind of like a trend break, and then it just double tapped the same level that we had and got in. I'm going to try to reload it, move the stop from HOD to this bar here, so about 110.50-ish. Or so. And then I have VWAP on CCL. It's not really moving as much anymore, and oil's not doing anything. So I'll probably just hold. As long as it can hold VWAP, I think we'll be fine there. But yeah, SK Hynix will be interested in. And I think it was Kilgore Trout was asking about SK Hynix, and I think you mentioned something about holding over the weekend. I actually don't like this. There's one thing taking the opening trade long. I don't like this long. Like we saw
over the weekend?
No, I just mean like in general, like right after. Like what did we see with SpaceX? What did we see with Cerberus? I don't know. Like it's sometimes you get a couple of days out of it of strength, but it's already losing the bid here on day one, and all bets are closing underneath 170 would be really bad. If it can manage to hold above VWAP at some point this afternoon.
It's not going down now, though.
It's not really flush. That's the thing. It's not really flushing here, so it's not that bad. But if it closes above VWAP, that'd be a much better sign of strength. They're just seeing a lot of weakness in it since making that double top, for sure. And you don't even have options yet. I think it's not.
What was the price? 149, right?
Yeah, 149. So you have a ways to go.
Yeah, you're still like 20 bucks higher there, and I just feel like when this trades again Sunday night in South Korea, I don't know what's going to happen with SK Hynix and where that price is going to be come Monday. So yeah, I agree with Neil there. I don't really like. It's up to everybody else, but I don't really like an overnight hold here. And let it settle down, and let's get some upgrades and downgrades and all that stuff. You're going to get some analyst action coverage.
Exactly.
Remember, it's also trading SKHY. They're going to get rid of the V on Monday. So there it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. To the downside right here for SK Hynix. So nice little move there. We just got 169 in the account there. So, hey, man, we cooking with gas now, baby. There it is. Yes, sir. I don't know if the guys on the midday were trading this very much. I'm not sure.
Obi was in it most of the day.
Okay, good. So Obi was. They
both had the open, and Obi was trading it on some of the dip buys.
Oh, dip buys. Okay. Yeah. So here we go, man. Nice little downside. I was just wondering because I sat down here. I didn't hear too much about it, but there it is. Nice downside play here for SK Hynix. We both got this. Let's see what winds up happening. Now it is a smooth dollar. I mean, we just took the stage over here, man, and now it's a dollar in. We'll see what winds up happening here to the downside. Good trading there, and then so we're a dollar in on that. We're $2 in over here, but I mean, I have more shares in SK Hynix. So let's have a quick little look at Nvidia. Let's put an offer out right there, taking 08. And we'll just work off that. Breaking through 210 might be the next little stage there for NVDA downside. But yeah, man, Bitcoin holding pretty good today, 63.5. I guess we can get rid of this. This is the imbalance locator that we once looked at there. There's SK Hynix. So there's the final print that should have gone off at the open, about 11.95 million shares, right, of SK Hynix going off there at the open. Let me just see if that's actually right. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like that's almost exactly on.
Should be dead.
Well, it looks like it's 12.3 or so, but whatever. Could have been dark pools and all that stuff. That's counted in this first. This is the first minute, actually. Yeah. So that's right. So it would have been 11.95 million. This first is the first minute, how many shares it did. So yeah, man, that's a big print to start the day off. It's SK Hynix, and we'll see what winds up happening there. But it's all the way back up, man. That's why you got to take some covers. We got a nice cover there at 168.80s. down there. So far, 168.73 our best cover there for 10%. But all right, we'll keep on watching at SK Hynix.
Yeah, and overall, if you're wondering what's going on with the market, try to remember, SK Hynix is moving around, been a great stock for a lot of people to trade today, but it is still a Friday in the summer, so volumes are pretty low. It is a good thing that the market's up and got back into the green. It was a bit of a dump off. You guys saw what happened this morning with USO and that nonsensical move that really just flushed things out. Great rebound. We're looking pretty strong on the session, but it's very much that I feel like we could have one of those slow pullbacks on the Qs the way things are going. But anyways, the only other names I'm in are, again, CCL, VWAP, Intel, and now this SK Hynix is pulling. I hate having to type in the 5 tickers. It's just
no, I can. That's why I couldn't even remember today. I was like SKYHV.
Like I'm struggling.
X5.
I'm trying to type it in to show you guys, and then I'm like mucking it up. I can't wait till they get rid of the V. But it just retested the 170. I don't want this breaking above even a $0.50. Like originally you might give it more, but I don't want this getting above the $0.50. It just feels like that's not the right move. The wick, the last time it broke 170, it was a heavy wick and a rebound. That's already a bottoming tail wick. If this closes green, I might just jump out of it. And then the other thing that we're in is until I didn't get the reload, I want VWAP here if we can get it. That'll be 109.40-ish or so. So I'm just gonna pop that in.
Kaboom! I just put another bid. Are we talking about SK Hynix there?
Oh yeah, I put another bid too. No, but I did put another bid on.
Yeah, no, I just got it again there. So I took one at 75 and then another one at 50 there, just because it did come back. 60s and 50s there. So now I'm gonna take another bid right here. We took enough shares to be able to sort of like do this, but I don't want to, like on the way up, it would have been better for me to hold everything, but look what just wound up happening on the way back down, right? So you got to think about what the trade is. We don't have too much, memory or, there's nothing for this stock. It's just trading on a whim here today. So, if it does want to fall down, we'll get it. Here it is, 168. Let's go, man. I'm at 55s. 168, 55, we can get a 55. Can I get a 68, 68, 69, 74? No, we do not get a 55. All right, well, we'll put a 70 then. How about that? SK Hynix, and we'll see if we get a 168.7. There it is. We get that 168.70. And now we will go over to the screen because she was at the desk, then she's at the window, and now she's at the wall. It's Adara.
Oh, this is a task.
Yeah, I have to shout out Kilgore Trout here in our chat, suggesting a new name for this segment. If I just want to shorten it, could be To the Wall. But either way here, I'm at a wall. I pulled up a chart window. And we're going to talk about it here on the wall. So we're going to take a look here at these task forces. Now we know Kevin Warsh, new Fed chair, at that Fed meeting on June 17th, 2025, he announced there's going to be a whole bunch of task forces. Now, I don't think we were maybe prepared for the sheer amount of task forces. He said there were going to be 5 task forces, one on communications, one on balance sheet policy, one on productivity and jobs, one on data, one on inflation frameworks. Now, as to where these people would come from for the task forces, he said at the time, and then again to moderator Sarah Eisen at the ECB Forum panel last week, that they were going to be from all across every kind of sector. They could be former members of Federal Reserve banks or different other kinds of national banks. They could be, professionals that had nothing to do with the financial world. And I have to say, he delivered what he promised, because this is a completely hodgepodge list of people. And again, we've got 3 members of each of these task forces. Let's get right into it. So communications task force, you've got, honestly, I think this is kind of the standard makeup of these task forces. You've got a professor and some people who were former presidents of different kind of regional or national banks. Either you've got Arminio Fraga, who is the president of the Central Bank of Brazil. Then you also have a former Bank of England president, Mervyn King, an elderly gentleman there. If you go over to this side, balance sheet policy. Once again, you have 2 former presidents from some kind of national bank, including a Federal Reserve governor by the name of Jeremy Stein, former Fed Reserve governor, rather. And then you have a professor. Now, that makes this productivity and jobs task force completely different for a couple of different reasons. So you do still have one professor here, Charles I. Jones of Stanford, but then you've got 2 other completely kind of out of the box individuals. You've got Mark Andreessen, whose presence here is weird for another reason. I'll get to that in a minute. And then Asha Sharma, who is, of course, the kind of controversial Xbox executive vice president and CEO. Now, why is Mark Andreessen's presence so odd that I flagged it here? It's because he's also on President Trump's tech advisory council. So I'm not really sure the kind of Fed independence here if you've got someone who's on both the Tech Advisory Council of the President and the Fed's task force, but we're going to have to wait and see. Now, here in data, you get the name that actually kind of left me shocked. You've got Doug McMillan, a name I immediately recognized. He's the former CEO of Walmart. He actually just left that post. So he's going to be in this data task force, along with, you guessed it, 2 more professors. Now, if you go on here to the Inflation Frameworks Task Force, you get again 2 more professors and this man named William White, who currently is working in Canada as a senior fellow at the C.D. Howe Institute. So long story short, a lot of profs, a lot of finance experts, and a couple random people from different industries here. That is the task forces here, or the Fedcare Kevin Warsh task forces. We're going to have to wait and see what they actually give us or bring us. But again, do not underestimate Mark Andreessen's presence here, and we'll have to wait and see what's next. That is today's segment of To the Window, To the Wall, or just to the wall, whatever you want to call it. I'm here at a wall. We're going to be talking here every day, every afternoon around 2 to 2:30 about whatever infographic I want to bring to you guys as we send you back over to Sean and Neil.
Whatever Adara wants, whatever she wants to do at this time, it's hers. But yeah, so yeah, no, very interesting there. You just saw that Xbox CEO, 37 years old, you said, so pretty young there for that. Get some experience there. I like the Task Warsh Force there. That was a good one. And you can go check that out at Trader TV Research, right, Adara? Oh, it's not out yet. Okay, at some point.
Coming out tomorrow.
All right, coming out tomorrow, so bookmark.
Stalk
tomorrow.
that feed.
If you have nothing better to do on a Saturday, then check out that graphic. Well, you have tomorrow to wait for. So that
get on the hammock, read the infographic.
Yeah, get on the hammock there. There's called The Hawk. It's a new Will Ferrell movie. He's a golfer. I think I was telling you about that. When is that out? That's the next movie I want to watch. The Hawk, it's called. There it is. Netflix, The Hawk, coming out right here. Oh, July. Oh, boo. July.
It already sounds funny.
July the 16th. Yeah, it's supposed to be hilarious. I don't want to do. Marissa was talking about. I haven't even seen the trailer, but I think we want to do that, man. Anything Will Ferrell, man. I am down with that. So The Hawk. I was hoping that it was this week. I was gonna say like, what are we doing this weekend? But yeah, no. Maybe it's not a movie. Maybe it's a series. But anyways, that should be fun. July the 16th. So yeah, okay. So SK Hynix right now, I have 30% left. And it looks like it's going to break back above 170. And I was thinking like, hey, man, if it does do that, let's get out. So let's go to that 170. I'm going to use, I've used 25 periods many times. So there goes 170, 31s. We'll just do that, man. We'll punch out, get out of it all. If it does happen, we have 30% left. And, our best outs are all the way down here, 169, basically numerous times, like so many times. So, to take a 30-cent hit on 30% is reasonable. I'm actually bidding 169.50 again. We just got that fill right there at 169.25. And these are all like there it is. My worst outs are 50s. So, to get, we might have just got run at the very top there, but that's okay. So there's the out there at 170. Maybe we push it again, but I think that, on an SK Hynix, as we zoom back out to have a better look, I still do think that we should go short again if it breaks 160, whatever that was. Yeah, there it goes. My best out there. I have 2 outs actually at 168.70. We have 2 168.70s, a bunch of 160. Oh, that's right okay. Back. That went to 170.60s. I wasn't going to hold that anyways. But I think that break might be something 168.70. So maybe we can, look and do that. But we had some cash to the pile there on that. Good. And, still good trade there. So we'll wait to see what ends up happening here in the afternoon with that. And now 250 in the money is look what NVIDIA, our good friend, has just done. And we took some out there at 210.10. Let's take another piece out right now as we're at the 50-period moving average. I am waiting up here for another fill. So 210.75, we're almost there right now. As my number, I only traded 3 names today. SoFi, 4. SoFi, TQs, Hynix, and now...
I got to stop watching that trailer.
Now NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA. So those names keep going here today, and there it goes, man.
I just watched half that trailer.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to have to watch it myself. That's the thing, man. Maybe we have to buy Netflix shares based on one movie, maybe?
Let's go long. No, I don't know. You're not going long Netflix based on that Will Ferrell movie, but 1 minute of the trailer, and I'm laughing, but it is what it is. I got to throw that away because I can't. We got to be focused here.
No, you don't. I'm going to watch it.
No, we don't. It's Friday. I think it's funny.
I'm going to watch it.
Whatever. Yeah, have a gander. They need to get some things right. Netflix, because this stock has been getting, in all seriousness, this has been getting woodshedded. It got destroyed this morning. At one point we were talking about, it was, the pullback in Circle, and then of course Robinhood was just dying at the open and didn't even notice how bad it was on Netflix because the eyes were going into other places. But my goodness, that's right, not split adjusted, so I'm gonna use my e-signal. Look at the weekly chart on Netflix. Yuck. Like, could you be more bearish technically? Not really. I mean, you could be at the lows, but my goodness, respecting the 50 period and then filling the gap into the 200. Like if we don't hold this, stock is in a world of trouble if it loses 70 bucks on the weekly. So look, maybe one or two good things can make it work, but I don't know. It's got some convincing to do. The last time it bounced, like this bounce really just happened because of the Warner Brothers thing. It was an absolute free fall on the weekly. Look at how many red candles on a weekly chart in a row. I can't remember the last time I saw anything like that, and it's almost doing the same thing again. So this one is a short till it's not. We're gonna hit the wrong bear graphic. I don't like that one. We're gonna hit the bear graphic for Netflix. See the difference between the two? What a fan. This second one's so good. The quality's high. Yeah, the other one, quality. Like, what are we even doing? Like, what does that hat even have to do with, and it doesn't even make any sense. There's just nothing about that actually adds up on that graphic. But no, it's in a free fall, and there's nothing much that I'm gonna like about it, if we're being real. So let us know what you guys are watching, because I'm just looking at SK Hynix to look for a potential reload. I've got my order to try to get VWAP on Intel. So I want to see what's moving. Like, what is actually moving a lot, like currently outside of SK Hynix? We get wicked out and it's immediately $1 back to the lows. I might look for a re-entry here. Show me that we can close back above back underneath 170, and I'll go for a potential reload
back down to
on the stock. Yeah, it just looks weak. And that bottom wick, I mean, it says 166. I don't have any reason to believe 166 isn't the low. So getting another short somewhere in here gives you plenty of room to rock and roll to the downside, like a lot of room. And then if it breaks 166, like there's no levels on it. There's no options, so who cares? It's just every even dollar is good.
Okay, then nothing. Yeah, my audio is not working. No, because it just said unable to render. I tried to watch that video there, and it goes unable to render the audio. So I don't know. So I don't have. And it says please restart your computer. So thanks.
Yeah. I just watched it on YouTube.
No, but mine's definitely not. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It didn't work, so I'm gonna have to try.
Oh, like your audio on the PC?
It says on the PC. It says unable to render the audio. Yes. So doesn't matter.
These PCs are built for trading, right? Like it's not.
Yeah, are they? Yeah. So okay. So we'll just disconnect our AirPod and try to get back in. But okay. So I'm going. Oh yeah, there it is. Look, can't connect. Right there. All right. So at the end of the day here, SK Hynix, I'm going to try it a little bit right now. We're short at 50s. Just seeing where this is. We really absorbed that 170.50. So I'm going to put it in right now again. We may wind up losing back end of this trade, and we'll see what we made here. I'm going to just risk it again. I still think the short could hit. I mean, I just want to go based on what we've seen before. Cerebras. Oh, God. Now here it goes. Cerebras, the other names that I'm looking for, SpaceX, some of the more recent IPOs had gotten hit there in the afternoon, but there is still second day plays, right? I mean, SpaceX got up to 225 there and then fell back in through to where it is today. So, definitely SK Hynix here, vulnerable for a move higher, I would think. So we'll just stop out at our short now. So we'll lose about 80 cents or so. I feel like the slippage will probably be okay, but that's what we're going to do up there, breaking through the 50-period moving average. It broke one time on this short right there, and it stopped at VWAP. So I think that if this is an irresponsible trade, we can get back in. If it does come back up into 172, we will do that. But here it comes back in now, comes SK Hynix. Oh, my earpiece is now working again. So I just disconnected the AirPods and went back in there. So we're probably good now, everybody, and we'll wait to see now what happens. I just put a bid down here a little bit because we don't want to, again, look this gift horse in the face. I mean, we just made a hold back through 70. Let's put a bid there. I'll take some 45s, and now we'll wait to see how low it can go now on SK Hynix. So, in it, same amount of shares that we had before, about half a unit or so. So here it comes back in. We'll see what happens. There it goes. We get that 35 fill. Now we're trying to see what SK Hynix has for us again. We're stacking up a little bit more cash on this one into the close here for SK. We could probably talk about other names, but we knew this would be hot.
Well, there's nothing else moving.
Okay.
I asked people to say what else is moving. I saw Battle in there. I don't know. Did Battle really move? That just moved the buck. I didn't bid until we just got some 20s, and I'm waiting now for 168 half, and after that, this wick bottom is 167 half. So that's what I want to look for. Everyone said Battle is cha-ching, so we'll look. Oh, it is moving a little bit. Cha-ching. Oh yeah, USO caught a little bit of a bid. Hey, not bad USO. So USO is, I mean, it's not going down. There's that. So it kind of went up a little bit, and BATL, I guess, is moving. It's back above 150. 5% is not that big of a move for Battle. Oops, that was my e-signal chart. Just want to put into perspective, like this is still holding yesterday's range. USO is going to have to do some juice to get 160 breaking out. But remember, Battle has proven it can do this. This is back to where it started when the squeeze happened. So a 160 break if something happens on USO. But I'm just not seeing any real volume on USO. And if that's not, if it's not doing volume in USO, I don't really see how Battle's going to be much of a thing. So good luck, but don't mind looking at it. It just didn't really see much of a trade there. Need that volume, man. He's got to have the volume. SK Hynix is going to do 100 and whatever million shares. Done 90 already. Well, I know a lot of that's a big opening print, but it's going to be 120, 130. Battle needs some real juice. Otherwise, it's just a nothing burger. But keep letting us know what you guys are watching. Oh, this is what I was going to do. And then we went to Adara. I'm going to make it really simple.
Okay, I was going to say, like, I get a poll going on.
Yeah, but this is simple. I'm not talking about trading. The key word is investing. Are you investing in SK Hynix? Simple yes or no question. Type 1 in the chat right now. To be in the chat, you got to be subscribers. Actually, if you're not in the chat, get in the chat. Hit the subscribe button. Ask questions. Join the conversation. But type 1 if you are investing in SK Hynix right now, not 10 years from now, not months from now. I'm talking about now, today, tomorrow at the close, or 2 if the answer is no. Maybe you got too much exposure already to some of the membership names. We'll leave that one up here. A lot of no's. I bet you a lot of you own some Micron that are probably saying, yeah, I don't need it because I own Micron, which I think is fair.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have so much of the space. I mean, there's going to be winners and
if they rug it, or you maybe have DRAM already and you're just like,
yeah. I still think that you would never put on a bigger position today. Like I want this thing to open
on
up
IPO
on
day?
Sunday night. Get a look there in Korea and see what winds up happening there on the Kospi, and then if it settles down and it's pretty stable, and the pricing is matched, and you don't get this sort of, because we had heard that with the exchange and everything that it was going to be a little mispriced here today. I don't know which way it was mispriced. I'm assuming higher. 49 was what the expected demand level was 7 times higher. So then it pushes it out today at 170. And so that's, again, about 150. So you push it out $20 higher. So about 12 or 13% of a premium to what they expected. So yeah, there it goes today. It's SK Hynix. And I do think that there's going to be some value in this name. So for me, I would be, yes, I would like to be an investor in it. I think that's probably the right choice. And for anybody else that's involved in anything DRAM, you may want to look at the DRAM ETF, right? And so this is one that's sort of there. You can see what happened. And we did have Raider Trader on yesterday, and he was talking about the DRAM sort of maybe short once that came out. That looks like that was a winner there. Don't hold it for too long. You went a little bit upside into 63.50 to start, and then boosh, right when it came out, we dropped down about $1.80 or so. Now you're right back to those same levels that we had started at, which is maybe no surprise, man. I mean, we're right back to the same levels that DRAM is at when SK Hynix sort of IPO'd now. So good move, IPO. I don't know what you call this, direct listed, I guess. I don't know. But there it is today for DRAM. And then let's have a look at our other friend, the name that I've still paid for shorts on today and didn't make it any trades on SPCX. And look at that, man, 149.50. That was a great opportunity there. Came right back in, and we should have, and we could have traded that out, but we didn't. So that would have been a great opportunity there for anybody looking at the trade for a short in SPCX. Came right back up into its first 30 minutes high and made it again there. And that's just when did SK Hynix come out? Because that's probably right here. That's 11:30. The market just went whoosh to the down.
I think it's the same time.
And this time, shout out to the Benzinga dude. I mean,
he was spot on.
Yeah, and I said to Sharif, Sharif, the guy just said a couple minutes, and then Sharif's like, oh, okay, and he got ready for it, and hopefully gave it to you guys as well. But yeah, look, money came out of a lot of markets when SK Hynix hit. If you look at the TQs, it's the same thing here. The NASDAQ, it's all right here, 11:30. Boom, to the downside on that one. NVIDIA. Where's 11:30 at? Yeah, NVIDIA said, hold my beer. Oh, right here. Yeah, same kind of a move happened. Oh, yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, we got stopped out of NVIDIA. Yeah, remember I was like, oh, something happened and we got stopped out. So there it was coming in. We got stopped out. In that melee, we still bought NVIDIA back again. And it was a nice little upside play there into the closing day. And then the only losing trade that I have on today Yeah, it'll be a cup of coffee, obviously, as we look back at what the SK Hynix trade. But this one right there, we dropped out early, and then we tried it again there, and it didn't work again. So, yeah, boo earns on that one. And what just happened right there? Nothing. Oh, did we get an NVIDIA?
We broke 69.
Oh, okay, yeah, nothing.
SK Hynix just broke.
SK Hynix just broke. Okay, so I did not get a fill there. I thought maybe we did, but where am I bidding here? Oh, 168.70. I'm right here at
It just hit 75s.
No, I know. I'm watching it. I'm surprised I didn't get filled there. I'm bidding 70s.
Oh.
So, all right. Maybe I'll just put an 80. You know what? I'll put an 81. We'll join that ARCA, see if we get hit. Hopefully we get hit. And right now we have a hit back over. Is it at the desk? Yes, at the desk. Well, there it is. We get 80s. At the desk, we'll see ya.
Let's take a look at the 3-4 almost major averages. 3 major averages, and then you have the Russell. So SPY currently up on the day, 0.38%. The triple Q's up very close to 0.40%, and the Dow is up 0.32%, whereas the IWM is down on the day, 0.36%. So we're going to take a look at two things I want to talk to you guys here. So first of all, we have the UFO, that's the Procure Space ETF, is on track for its 5th negative week in 6 as investors are continuing to digest the potential effects of the SpaceX public offering on this aerospace sector. So UFO has pulled back more than 7% this week to date, and it holds several stocks, including Rocket Lab, York Space, Viasat, Intuitive Machines, and Honeywell Aerospace, all shed 10 or more % this week. Also, let's take a look at VOD, that's Vodafone Group. So Reuters has reported that shares have jumped over 13% after French billionaire Xavier Niel has taken a 16% stake in Vodafone, worth about $6 billion, making him the largest holder. With that, Vodafone is up 12.6%.
Thank you there. See, the poll's still sitting at about 77%. That's where it was initially. So there are some people out there that want to get SK Hynix. Let's remember, SK Hynix does have a 4.5 forward PE. Like, I chuckle, right? Because you look at the move that the memory stocks have done, and then you realize that then Micron's like 6, which is, you think that's
SK Hynix
insane.
had a very similar year to Micron.
But you've got to remember,
they're all up huge.
That's assuming this continued lack of supply. Like, it is what it is. Sorry, the demand is through the roof, and they just can't catch up with supply. Like, at some point, if that changes, I mean, obviously the growth.
Yeah, you don't want to always trade on PE because it's that whole story. You got to look at the macro side.
Yeah, you have to. Like, that's the thing. It's a lot easier to look at the PEs when you talk about like some of the mags. When those get cheap relative to the market, then you're like, okay, like, what are we talking about? Like, if you ever get Apple at a premium to the S&P,
we just saw Meta underneath. So
underneath, NVIDIA underneath, those are a different story.
I think the story with the Mag 7 is that there's just so many levers they can pull. They're the most cash-rich companies out there. And it's just like, if they want to do something, they could just do it. They don't need to, that's why it took everybody by surprise when Google went out there and raised that money, and so did Meta. And there's some dilution of shares. We saw Rivian do it the other day. Not Rivian's not cash rich. They're the complete opposite. At the end of the day, Meta, Amazon, Google, they all have Microsoft, Apple. They're just sitting on boatloads here, and we got to be careful. I mean, maybe it's not boatloads, but it's enough to keep them afloat to the point where Apple has no idea what to do with their money, and they have that buyback on, and as do many of the Mag 7s. I think even Tesla has a share buyback program on it as well. Yeah, Meta goes down. I mean, there's so many trades, and you're going to look back and always be like, why did that set up and this set up? We looked at some SpaceX levels, but Meta down here at 660 was pretty sweet. That was the low here at 10:30. That was also the low here at 1:30ish into 2 o'clock, and now you're bumped up $10 from that. So we'll see if we can come back into 662 right now for Meta. What a good day Meta's had today, obviously, as it's like a day 3 or 4 play, and we've seen, boom, boom there on more news about Meta. NewSpark apparently, well received, obviously on the benchmarking side of things. New data centers here in Canada. Just a lot of stuff happening now for Meta, and we'll see if eventually they can, work into the cloud, and that's sort of the idea there. And they're trying to also get money back for their subscription services. They're trying to charge, I think there's different tiers, $5, $10, $20, something a month for Meta and different services that they're charging for. So, hey man, if it benchmarks well and people decide to use it, then, that's what they're going to use. And, we're just still waiting for Apple to figure out, who they're going to link up with. And I know you can set up your Chat GPT. I got a 15 Pro, which is old, but they have the Apple AI intelligence, and it asks you, do you want to connect it to Chat GPT? So, right away you're asking Siri, and it's going right, just like you ask Gemini and all that kind of stuff. So we just wait here as consumers to see, what that next leg to drop is in this space, right? And so, so for right now, ChatGPT and Microsoft connecting with Apple. But anyways, Meta, we'll see if they can make a deal. That would be awesome. I mean, imagine Meta's all of a sudden like, hey, we have all these new cool things that we could connect with Android or with Apple. Maybe that's something that winds up moving the needle. But yeah, Siri's not the greatest right now. So we'll have to wait to see if that happens. And then we did get, meanwhile, we're talking about it, so might as well just go over it a little bit more. We did get a decent breakout right there, breakdown, I guess, on SK Hynix. So I got a bunch of 6850 fills. So that was good, man. It just ran right into me there, and we take it out. So 6850, good, more outs there for it. And now I have that 30% again. So we tried to let it run the first time. Once it failed, we got back into the short. So right there, all the money today made, maybe I'm making 10% on this or something like that, what we made over here. So let's just wait to see what happens now on SK Hynix. Day one, I think we're going to break this.
Break the low?
Yeah,
I think we get to the low. I don't know if we break the low.
I'm bidding 167, so I'm bidding 168.20s. I'm also bidding 750 right at the low. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's
the low is
66.50. 66.50, just clarification.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of the same way. Like after it broke the low from the last time, I wanted to get down to the 68 level, and then we're just thinking low of the day. There's a bit of a, I don't know, I might add to this intel on a flat bottom break. I've been trying to get a pop, but it won't seem to pop to get me up. But once it loses the bid here, I think we're going all the way to VWAP on intel. Mike P. DeRider.
Oh, that guy.
Just said TT #1 facts, Jack. We appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat there, Mike. OpenAI and Alphabet are reportedly selling advanced AI model access to Singapore-based subsidiaries of Alibaba, Baidu, and Tencent per the Financial Times. So
I don't know exactly what that means.
Alphabet is very, very slightly bouncing. I mean, if you squint hard enough, you can see it trying to get to the upside. It's still down 0.9. And keep in mind, it's down 0.9 into a market that's very slightly up. I don't know, the NASDAQ's up 1/3%. So it hasn't really been the best week for Alphabet the last 3 days, kind of giving everything back that it had done early in the week. It's not the greatest day here for Alphabet. It's not terrible, not good, not bad. But overall, the chart is still, you're still putting in these lower highs for now. The overall trend looks fantastic, but it might be a date with the 200-period moving average where you can pick it up again. I like the value there if you're able to get it. Chart Hustle, hey, love that name. Love all of our viewers, but I don't know. The creative names, you might as well have a fun creative name.
I think.
Priced at 149, HK Hynix open at 170. Can allocated investors sell immediately, or are they subject to an IPO-style lockup?
Maybe Adara knows? I don't
know if Adara knows. I saw nothing about any of the traditional lockup for it. And again, this is a more rare situation. And keep in mind, too, I think one of the things that Sharif said was really interesting about how you can't go back and forth. You can convert your ADR back over into the Kospi, the Korean shares, but you can't go back, which stifles some arbing back and forth, which I think is a good thing. The first thing my brain went to when it came to that was, well, if that's a good thing to stifle the ARB, why aren't all ADRs like that? Why can't you go back and forth in all the other ADRs if you're trying to stifle any kind of ARB trade? But anyways, that doesn't really make a difference. I'm not aware of any a lockup. Let's be really, and part of that, it's because I'm not invested in it, and I don't want to invest in it. I kind of feel like, it's not that big of a deal to me, but that's probably something we should look up. Adara, never mind. She is not there yet. We will keep our ear to the ground. Maybe just look it up in 2 seconds right now when we get a chance.
66. So I was, I'd written down IBIT down there at $36 today on the sticky note. The low is 36.13, so we're right here right now. So I think I'm going to try a little bit of a shot here in IBIT at these levels. We'll wait. I mean, at this point, we might as well wait for a 15. If this breaks lower, we'll see if we can bid and get that 15. Before we go over that, oh, well, my bid's there. If it fills, it fills. But right into there, I did get out another piece of NVIDIA. Just don't want this thing to absolutely, collapse all over itself. So, and I don't think it will. We have less than 5% left now of NVIDIA, and we've done pretty good holding that all the way up. We just don't need it to break down. We saw a good breakdown yesterday in the market. We took that short, remember? It was a good one into the close there for the TQs. We don't necessarily need that to happen again. Okay, so here we go. 64,000. Let's see what IBIT wants to do. It had a good couple days now, especially today, up to 64.5 or so. Hasn't really done a whole heck of a lot. Its best day was basically right off the open. Its best move was right off the open today and faded back. Thank you, Mike Peter Ryder, for all your super chats and all your questions there that you're asking us. Right into there, that's 36.12. So I'm going to take another bid around 36.10 or so, and then just give it 10 cents. If it drops it out and we lose on it, I'm not sure there's going to be much action here, but it's at a level that I think we could try to support. The market's nowhere near, any of their lows. Meanwhile, Bitcoin is, and I don't want to equate the market to Bitcoin. I mean, market's at all-time highs. Bitcoin's dropped at half, so that's not the same. But yeah, we'll take another long here, see what winds up happening at 36.10 now for IBIT. So that means new position. So new position alert right now for IBIT. And thanks everybody. If it's your first time here, we do want to thank you a whole heck of a lot. And the other thing I wanted to bring up right now is in that we did this last time we were here. It was the promotion of this book that we have over here. It's actually called Real Trading. It was the #1 book on Amazon Finance business for the month, I believe, of June. And right now, it's only, I got this noted. I cannot believe this is even right. You can grab this digital copy for 99 cents now on Amazon. So there's a special happening. I believe it's for the entire month here of July. So go grab that right now. This is brought to you by the founder of Real Trading.
I will confirm it is a great read for the commute, or if you're taking a flight or whatever it might be. And
the promotion runs through August 10th. I'm just reading it.
Yeah, so exactly. You have 1 month. Pick it up for $1 digitally.
Yeah, and then you can just listen to it.
Exactly. It's
absolutely not the audiobook. Sorry, digital. Yeah, digital.
Yeah, digital.
Yeah.
But you can have. I can probably read it to you anyways. But I'm telling you, it's a fun read.
It's a pretty simple read.
Fun read. It's a good read. Market structure matters probably a heck of a lot.
Why stock markets always need a human touch. Yeah. So if you guys are looking at that, Real Trading, go check that out. We probably have a link in our description, but if not, we should get one. So that's Real Trading right there by Daniel Schleffer. Thanks, Dan, for hooking us up with some books.
Holla.
Keep it right there if you have any questions about that book right there. 99 cents on Kindle. It's worth a read for sure. You don't get that many financial books that are like recent. This is just released. So, it does talk all about what the current market status is and different aspects of, individual trading versus algorithmic and all that kind of stuff and what's necessary in today's world for the day trader. Okay, are we going back there?
I thought we were going to Sia at the desk. Yeah.
I hear you, Andre. All right, small cap recap.
The IWM is currently down at 0.36% at the moment. Let's take a look at 2 individual tickers I've picked for you right now. We have LASR, that's N-Light Inc., down 3.5% on the day. That is just analyst commentary maintained at buy by Needham and buy by Craig Hallam. We have CDZI, that's up 10.6% on the day. Shares are rising after the U.S. Bureau of Land Management has approved a right-of-way grant.
Thank you very much, Sia. Now, it is not here. I just looked it up on Gemini with regards to the lockup. So I'll read you what we have. Nice. New shareholders purchasing the Hynix are not subject to a lockup period. But that's when you buy from day one. So I want to preface that. That should be obvious. But there is a lockup. A 90-day lockup period applies strictly to SK Hynix itself and its corporate affiliates. So company and insiders cannot dump more tranches. So that's the important thing. Retail and institutional investors who purchase the newly issued ADRs in the public offering or on the open exchange are completely exempt from the rule and face no trading restrictions. I think that's fantastic. So unless you work for SK, if you work for SK Hynix, you're an insider.
Okay.
Company executives, that's who was locked up.
Okay.
Everybody else was free to get the 149 if you got it. Michael said he didn't get any shares and he tried. So I guess it was 7 times oversubscribed. Not many people were able to get what they wanted, but you're not. Looks like you're not supposed to be. That being said, you can always ask your broker. That's something that you can do. And maybe we should have asked if anybody. Let us know in the chat. I feel like we had a big discussion on SpaceX Day of people saying, "Hey, how many shares did you get? Did you try?" I don't recall seeing anybody today say that they got or tried to get this issue at 149. So did anybody actually get this on SK Hynix? Like, let us know. Like, no, sorry, I have Circle up because it just broke the low of the day and kind of hit an alert. But I really hate that I have to type all 5.
I know, it's definitely, I agree with you. It's pretty annoying.
It's really, can't wait till Monday for that. No, but did anybody actually get the issue here? We're seeing in the chat, Aru for 1,500 and got 23. That is cold-blooded. Really? Yeah, that ain't right. Come on, man. Yeah, so that is what it is. Easy peasy, red day.
Oh, no.
Short, oh, you mean short SNDK going to
Red
read
day
real
short.
trading? Hey, enjoy the read.
Oh, there we go, man. Another one.
SNDK.
Good, okay.
But thank you for the, where is it? SNDK. I'd say much stronger than what a lot of people would have expected. Outside of, hey, the whole playbook of shorting the other memory names when SK Hynix opened up was dead on. But that was probably the only moment where that was a great short. And if you have look at it, just hold the trend. SanDisk has just been a beast, and it's reversed its last pullback. That said, it's still a ways away from the highs. I meant to zoom in, not do that. Yeah, what are we still a good? Wow, yeah, $400 from the top plus. This is a good ways away from that HO, from the all-time high here in SNDK, but good rebound for sure. You had double barrel action pulling this thing back, and you heard Michael talk about that. It wasn't just about Samsung; it's maybe people selling shares for this SK Hynix. And if people get into that and have more options, who knows? Money could be coming out of SanDisk, but it was the best one here today. Micron, maybe, last I checked anyways. Yeah, Micron is flat. So Micron flat on the day, just kind of got back what it lost, whereas SNDK is up 3%. So a lot of times, like market-defining events like this, if you're a memory chip name, big piece of news today, or at least a big event happens, this is where it shakes out. SNDK is relatively strong compared to Micron. That could be something that aids us in choosing which one to look at when you're trading, at least for the upside, I suppose. Only about an hour to go, and this market is it's in Friday mode. If you're not SK Hynix, I really don't see what else is moving a lot right now.
Well, we can always look at. I mean, we looked at Robinhood earlier today. We can have a quick look
maybe
over there. I mean, I'm trying to find out on my scanners too what's going on right now. And actually, Robinhood looks pretty good for the short. That's for sure. I mean, this has been bleeding pretty much all afternoon. I mean, starting at 1 o'clock. I don't know what that run up was all about right there, but it's been since then straight downside. You could definitely play off of some of these lines there, either 112, 112.50, 113, 113.50 right there for Robinhood, as that's making lower moves right now as we speak. So that could be something to look at. We've already sort of not messed up, but we have a red trade here on SoFi. It'll be our one red trade of the day, of course. But we lost it right there. It came back out. And, maybe that one breaking something like the low might be a trade there as well. SoFi really defended up there at 20. That's a couple times in a row now that this name specifically above $20. I mean, you can go all the way back to February, and SoFi hasn't seen 20. So it's like it tried to get there today. It tried to get there back in May. It tried to get there back in April. And then, that vaunted February move there as well. So, yeah, man, SoFi probably a good short. I mean, that would be something that we could look at. And then here we go, man. We're not reloaded. I don't have a button for averaging. This is for you, Ozan, if you're still around. But we're long IBIT right now at 12s. So we take a 15, we take a 10. So actually our price is $12.50. So right now we'll wait to see what happens at 36.12. Because we're going to give it to 36 break, I'm going to take something out if it gets up to the 200 period right there at 36.20. So if that comes through, we'll take that. But yeah, other than that, man, we're just looking around for some opportunities to see if we can get some trades coming through right now. So maybe Micron.
Check this out. Karangarg in the chat. Neil saw you on your walk today in Yorkville. Didn't realize it was you until you passed me. You can say what's up. If you didn't realize it.
Yeah. What's he going to chase after you, maybe?
Well, the crazy thing is, there's not like there's a million good places to go for a walk around here. that's the one thing I love about Europe. Is like there's like great parks everywhere.
I mean, go through U of T is a great walk.
Yeah,
up to Yorkville's a good
I do
walk.
that. But it's that or it's Yorkville, and
Yeah, well, I mean, that's where we live.
like that's where we are. So
work.
like, if you see me at lunch, I'm probably in one of two places. I just go walk for a half an hour to get the legs going. It's like, no, actually probably a little bit longer than that. But you're sitting down all day, especially on an IPO day. Like once we're out and done that trade, my first thought is like, I gotta eat and gotta go for a walk.
I was gonna say the second they said Yorkville, I knew it was like, okay, they had to have seen you, because like there's literally Yorkville, U of T, Queens Park, and like kind of the areas around and behind those areas.
Yes, and as you can see, there's never a dull moment and never a moment's rest improving the show. You had Mark and Rob working on something back live. I have no idea what they were doing, but everything is about making the show look and sound better for sure. We just had another super chat. Let's throw that one up here because, I think is this a troll? Are you trolling us here? Because here, Karen for Darren, I asked for 1,500 SK Hynix shares and got 67. I don't know, like maybe you did get 67 shares. I don't want to say it's fugazi, but that doesn't seem like a lot. 7 times oversubscribed. That feels a heck of a lot worse than like when we're talking about SpaceX. Everyone was able to get shares. So it seemed way better than like 67 for 1,500. Like that's basically nothing.
I just took another.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, that's yeah. I mean, I don't know. We actually didn't even really ask anybody if they.
Because we asked a bunch on SpaceX Day.
Right,
we
that's
didn't
what I'm
ask
saying. We didn't ask
anybody
anything right now. So I just took out another piece. We almost ran one again. You know, well, we pretty much did try to run it, and so I just put a bid and I got 60s. So I'll take another 30 cents there. We actually got 58. So we're getting lighter and lighter on this trade. As you can see. So I only have 20% left, and we'll wind up seeing what happens. If we take a 50-cent hit, again, completely fine. Like our best outs are $1.40, you know, so we could take a hit on 20%, especially if it's only going to be 50 cents. But here it goes, breaking through 170 again. No surprise if that happens. I mean, right back up to its, listed price today of 170 when it's supposed to go out at 149. So that's SK Hynix. Just a quick little look at, this is the watch list that I have right here. So I'll just keep it here and we can maybe look at what's been moving around and not today. And we'll sort it by the top movers there. So for some reason here, Cerebras up now 8% today. So we can have a quick little look at, CBR. Ooh. Power hours here. Yeah, there's Cerebras right now, 214 and change. Meta, we already talked about that, 669. Not a bad day for Meta, up 6%. NVIDIA, I'm long that one as well. Crypto, we're long right now with a Bitcoin, but it's BMNR and Ethereum going there. SMCI having a decent, there it goes. We just got 169.30 again. SMCI having, Sia's actually going to do sector watch right now, so maybe we can look at that when we get back. But there it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. Another out there. Booyah. Good move there on SK Hynix. Right back into 169. We'll take that, Phil, baby. That's another dollar club. It's the same trade. We got 20% left. Now we have less. Now we have 15% left as it's coming back in. Yeah, let's go, buddy. Nice move down there on SK Hynix as we just keep on scalping it out, man. And we've been taking advantage of that. So we've added a little bit to our stacks today on SK. Let's wait to see what's going on. Put that AK away and let's go back over to the desk with Sia.
Animal Thug.
SPY currently up 0.38%. Let's dive into the sectors. Electric tech, we have NVIDIA leading strong, up 3.6% on the day right now. Apple, AVGO, MU, GE, KLA, CRTX, all trading flat at the moment. AMD is up very close to 1.5%. INTC down 2.5% almost, and Cisco is up 1.6%. We have SNDK up 3.4% on the day. In tech services, we have Meta having one of its best weeks that it's had since the early of 2024, up 6% on the day. Google is down very close to 8%. And Microsoft trading flat at the moment, whereas Oracle, Netflix, Palantir all shedding more than 2% each. We have PANW down over 4%. Finance, we're seeing a lot of flatness between BRKB, Visa, MasterCard, JPM, GS, WFC, and MS. The lag in Robinhood, the down 3%, is something we're not seeing any news or reasons for, but as soon as we do, I was just talking to Ardera about this off camera. As soon as we do, we will let you know. But for now, Robinhood is just sliding down almost 3% on the day. We have retail Amazon is down 0.64%, whereas Walmart HD up on the day over 1%, both 1.4% at the moment. Costco TJX trading flat at the moment. Consumer durables, you have Tesla up 0.57% on the day, and Ford up 3% on the day, with SNA up 1.1 and GM up 2%. Producer manufacturing, we have AMAT and CAT up as well. AMAT's up to over 2.5%. CAT's up very close to 2%, and LRCX trading flat with GEV up 2.1%. Consumer non-durables, we've got KOP&G leading the pack up 1% and 0.52% respectively. Health tech, we're seeing a bit of bearishness since the beginning of the day, where Lilly is down 2.3% and J&J is also down 8%. ABBV continuing to slide down close to 8%, whereas MRK is down 1.4% on the day. Energy minerals, super flat over here. XOM, CVX, both trading flat at the moment. And two of the names, EQT and EXE, sliding further to the downside, very close to 3%. We have transportation, communications, distribution, utilities, consumer services, a bit of a mixed bag over there, a bit of mix throughout these four sectors, whereas in consumer services, we have Disney and McDonald's basically flat on the day. CHTR, however, is down 2.7%, very close to 3%. And CMG, that's Chipotle, is up 2.3% on the day. In communications, finally, we have TMUS up on the day, 2.6%, and T up 0.52%, VZ, Verizon trading flat, and Echo down 1.5%.
Worth keeping in mind for some of those, and thank you, Sia, like G Renova, the Caterpillars, some of those plays, and AMAD. Just remember how much they had bled recently. So it's good to see, but in perspective, like they haven't moved as much as you would think. I was a little surprised that was Meta's third best day this year. This is Meta's third best day this year. Bit of a surprise, but it is true. It's been a rough year for Meta. I'm going to slip out just a bit better than break even on Intel, but I'll quickly show you why. I'm going to do this from one trend break, and then there's the trend break. Two, yeah, it was sliding lower, and then you're going to break this wedge. I'm going to jump out, and we'll wait to see what is going to move next. And just on the line of, I'm going to go back to one of the names we were just talking about, Caterpillar. Like, it's a good day. It's up a couple of points, but all we've done since bouncing the 50 period is just consolidate all week. Still very range bound, and you're consolidating this time in a bit of a downward trend here with CAT. So not bad. It's good because it's holding the 50 period, which is fantastic. I love the stock. But it's very much not a massive bounce. I think what you're seeing in some of the memory names is a much better than things like CAT and G Renova, looking at the power side of things. So good. You like to see this bounce, but I want to see more than that. You got some confirmation with more spending out of Meta, building another data center. You would think that would give a little bit more of a bounce to some of these names. So I think they're looking a little bit tepid. I think the money's sheepish to continue to buy these at some of these highs. At least that's what the feeling is to me, because the spending isn't slowing down. We have yet to have a single earnings cycle, which is telling us that the hyperscalers are not still expanding. Yet the growth from these names, at least in the stock price, is not nearly the same. So a little bit of trepidation, I would think. Market's back into the highs here. That's looking pretty good. I know we keep talking about SK Hynix, but
never heard of it.
It just keeps holding the same level. And once again, I try to hit enter before finishing it. It just can't seem to fall. We get down to 169 even. It's pushed down to 168.5, which would be the next leg. That next flush, the big flush, I actually tried to add on that curl at 170. I'm going to leave it in there. If it gets back to 170, I'm just going to add back in just to continue scalping the range, because it's a very distinct price range that we're seeing on this stock. So why not? And I'll bite. Pineapple Energy. Is this being brought up? Okay, well, I thought maybe this Pineapple Energy was getting brought up.
Why is that the symbol for it?
I have no idea.
That's not
AAPL.
Yes, that's Sunation Energy here, SUNE.
In our drop down, it's Pineapple. That's crazy.
Yeah. This one,
on our platform.
Is it? Oh, okay.
On our platform, it is.
Maybe it changed its name.
Maybe they changed the name.
That's maybe what it was. That would make sense, maybe. Sometimes our software just doesn't update it. I think they do like an update of the name change.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Quarterly or something. But yeah, there it is. So what about this name? How? You know anything about this, Adara? 70 million shares, HAO. I'm going to take a random guess that this is a Chinese name. There, H-A-O. We have a gentleman here that works for us named Hao.
There was news here on the Haoxi Health. They had a $4 million registered direct offering of 10 million Class A shares. This was priced at 1:15 p.m. today.
Crazy times. Yeah, I mean, it's like...
Look at the dollar break on it.
Yeah, but it's like this. Like, it was already 1 cent, man. They reverse split it to get to NASDAQ compliance. And they must have gone 200 or more. It was 1 cent. Yeah, so 200 to 1, it looks like. It got up to $2. And then, the day it did that, it was like, see you later. I mean, who the hell is going to price an offering and buy this offering? So they probably didn't get anybody to fill it. So now we're going to have to wait all the way down here, 32 cents for How.
Get delisted.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. I mean, they're trying to raise $1 million on the back of who? Like, who would do that?
Sadly, there's always somebody. Like, look at Mullen.
But I don't know how many times they were actually like. You can have an offering, but it doesn't actually get filled. So we'll have to wait to see.
That's so bad.
All right, so there we go.
You got a hedge fund. All you need to do is short these things.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to take. Let's just take out 20% maybe here at 16s if we're lucky enough to get it. Now we could have just waited for that price, but it's crypto, so let's let it sort of cruise up. I was going to get it out at 20s. I'm actually at am I at 19s or 20s? No, I'm actually at 20 proper. So that's really the fill that we're looking for to get out of about maybe half or so of our trade, and we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening now as we're waiting to see if we got partial filled there at 16. So we sometimes use this bat Y order there. So we'll have to wait to see if it does blow through us now through 16s, and there it goes. Now we get the full trade. So now we're out of a partial fill there, out of 20% of IBIT there at 16 and off the long of 12s. So it's a very, very small little trade, but our trade was getting out. My stop is at 36 break anyways. So we'll see if Bitcoin wants to mature up there into the close. And again, just another couple good outs there on SK Hynix, right? I mean, that's the thing about like reloading at 70. It's like if I reload it there, I have all of these out. So it's like these are all just protection. Like it's against the profit. So if it does tank down in, we still have some shares to hold on to, and if it does rip back up, we can reload it like we did. So there's lots of opportunities here in this market to go trading with. People want to look at maybe Webull. I see somebody there posting up, and look, you guys get in the chat whether or not.
After what happened to Hood, it can't be that good of a day.
We have
a super chat from Nick.
Okay,
I was just
good.
going over GLW. Like I like Corning. You're looking for the swing. I don't. Here, so going back to your swing idea on GLW, you're thinking about buying here with a stop at 187. I like Corning. I like the stock. It's a weird one because you're on the precipice of kind of a rejection. Whoops, I meant to zoom in, not out. See that topping tail 200 on the daily, and then like you could lose the 50 period and close under the 50 period today, which makes it a bit of a weird one technically. On the 15-minute, 187. I guess we're looking at today's low, it's 86. Looking at I like double barrel closes, where if you close around the same level, I like that for a significant price level. So like to me, like this is wrong if it's underneath like 84 or 85, because that's where you had a couple of close support levels and resistance. So yeah, I like the stock, but I prefer the stock fundamentally more than I do if there's no confirmation of the 50 period hold, or at least regaining the 50 period. So it's kind of a mixed bag for me. It's a good company. I like the company. There's no question about that. And yes, I do like the double barrel press play tunes because it's always better to have two reasons to like a price level or two reasons to like a trade or an investment, anything, than one. So close prices to me matter a heck of a lot more than the open price, right? Like where is the money comfortable holding overnight? What does the late money do? So I like that. I like that a little bit more. And I always find that when you have a stock that seems to have gravity to the same price a couple of days in a row, but then look what happened today when it dipped. It's sort of holding above that level, and then you get a double bottom off of that price level. I've just found it to be a good one. And you even look here, you had a couple closes where it's drawn to this level, and then look what happens when it regains it. It gets a little pep in its step. That's why I do like that. StockEd is asking if there's any news on Chewy. I'm just realizing, anytime someone asks, is there any news on something, and I realize I haven't heard anything in my ear for the last half an hour, probably need to restart that. Small volume spike. Look, Chewy just moved 15 cents.
Wow.
But I know, probably not worth that.
Pound a siren.
Infinitesimally small volume spike on it. So I would suggest there's probably nothing there. I have heard nothing on Chewy. And if there was news, you would see actual movement or price action on this name.
Yeah, shout out to Arun. Shout out to everybody that's here. You know what? On a slow day, let's just do a little bit of a roll call right now. Let's see who's still here with us, man. I mean, I was gonna look at Amazon breaking through that 245 maybe, but we still have a 244.50 level to come through on Amazon. By the way, I am just we'll do a roll call in a second. I'm sitting at 18s as well. There to see if we can get some iBit love back at 18, and I'll just get the rest out at 20 and then hold, if we can hold 30% through that would be awesome. All right, Semiconductor, hardly know her. All right, this guy never left. So what's up, man? Shout out to you as well. Yo, Nimit, you're in Vancouver. Lovely to see you back in Canada. Shout out to the West Coast, because the West Coast is the best coast. So shout out to that side. Shout out to west side of Toronto as well. Blicky Spears here. Hemlock is here. Bristol, thank you so much. Anybody from TikTok over here? Oh, the warrior himself, Arun, is in the building. Yo, Adam James LeBron is here. Ask Liquidity is here. Silly No Show. All right, Apple running, going to highs. Man, we love when Apple starts doing a little bit of running. That is for sure. Wilson's here, only here synthetically. Well, as long as you're here, that's good enough for us, man. So welcome to that. Welcome to the jungle right now. Noon Loon is here. Old Wise Trader says, go Canada. Oh, 80 new messages. Okay, everyone's pumping through right now. Let me see if I see anybody on TikTok. There's somebody on TikTok. Yo, Sam, a.k.a. Bullpick. Sam, give me some picks, man. We're looking to get that bull riding again here today. Why not, man? Into the close. We'll see if something can run in the next 45 minutes. Okay, here's some more TikToks. What's up, East Meets Westy, Bestie? You're my bestie, Mr. Westy. What's up to Yeti as well? It's here. TikTok. And we got Trader Fam. What's up, Trader? Jose, Hypercube. Everybody's in the building one more time. Oh, here we go. Redonkulous. I haven't seen you yet. That's a redonkulous name, and we want to say thank you to you for coming through as well. And that is a little bit of a roll call. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe, as we're looking for you here on the stream. So give us a shout out. And hopefully we're doing our best to give you a little bit of trading activity here. SK Hynix just made a move higher.
Right back to that.
Back to some of these levels right now of 170. One more time. We'll see if we get another short up here near 170. But so far, so good, man. We only have 20% left of our initial reload there. So
you actually pull up Apple when you just talked about it?
I did not, but
because
people are saying it was running, right?
Oh, yeah.
Love that name.
Apple, and remember, here, I'll do this. Move this out of the way. This is all-time highs. Effectively, like you're $1 away from getting back into some all-time highs here on Apple-ish. Maybe the $1 and change. $1 and change. Once you're above 317 with any gusto, then you're good to go. Apple, I only keep bringing it up because it baffled me. We did 2 polls about the Mag 7, and you know what you guys thought of it. It was dead last, or at least in a tie with, more or less in a tie with Meta, in dead last for interest. Like, what would you want to own? And that absolutely baffles me, because Apple is the most insulated out of the Mag 7 names from like the whole AI crash trade. So I actually just got out right at 70.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to, like last time I gave it to, I think 40. Did I really put my stop at 42? 50s. I think I had it at 40 was my stop last time. Yeah, because I got out at like 43 or something. But anyways, I just got out. I'm not really going to give it that same 50 cents. It's getting a little bit much lighter on volume. However, every time it puts a topping tail like this, I want to get back in. I think the idea will be, if it does another topping tail candle, to just look for another short opportunity in SK Hynix. There's only about 40 minutes to go in here. Gorev is saying Netflix has a strong bounce off.
Okay.
It does, but it's stopped moving. We had brought it up earlier. I was like, well, this could be interesting. And it's, again, just not a lot of volume here and a lot of sideways action. That's why I'm looking at SK Hynix. And if that gets to VWAP, SK Hynix, I'll take another shot up there too. Like maybe it doesn't do a topping tail. Maybe it just runs into 172, pop into VWAP, try to fade that as well. Plenty of opportunities out there, especially in this name, which has been, it was a good IPO long. Can't really complain about it. If there's one thing I would do differently, I think it would have been taking the as it gets back through and starts holding 170 again, probably that long. But once that trade is done and you've made your open money, I don't know, I want to get up, get my walk on. If you're in trading mode, you got to get back into that trade.
Yeah.
It was money, but I want to
there's lots of opportunities all the time for all of this stuff. Our iBit trade did get going there. Oh, I did want to say a big shout out here. Where is it? It was someone said they just bought the book and they wanted to thank us for it. Here it is right here. And I said, you're welcome. And thank you so much to Arzu over here. You know, we don't get anything from the book, of course, but you just bought your copy there of Real Trading. You can't wait to read it. Thanks so much for the guidance and resources you and your team give to make us better, profitable traders. Well, we say thank you to you guys as well, and keep some of that money in your pocket there for trading, and be responsible and make sure you don't overtrade or anything like that, especially into a Friday with limited volume. So be careful with all of that. Okay, so what else are we talking about right now? Just looking for more opportunities. iBid, we did have that. Okay, here's Pineapple again. So we can, well, now it's not Pineapple anymore, but apparently this was the old name there, Pineapple Energy. We can have a quick little look at what's going on here. You said if it breaks, $4.50, there's huge gap to $45. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm assuming that there would be a big gap somewhere in this, especially if you break $4. $4.50, there's a huge gap to $45. Look, I don't know how far we have to zoom back out to see what you're talking about, but the biggest wick that we had over the last little while was $6.50 right there. So again, another name that it looks like right into here. And I think if you're talking about $45, you're probably looking at a chart that's pre-split or reverse split, I guess. Pineapple Energy, it looks like a little while ago back in April of 25. So you're back way back there. We were basically bankrupt down at 4 cents. And I guess, I'm just going to guess that they went 10 to 1 again, or sorry, 100 to 1 from 4 cents up to $4. And then it made its way all the way back into $1 again. And we've just recently got this pop. So I'm going to assume, Adam, James.
There is if you go back to here, I think this is where the 45 is coming from. So what's that, like last year, April?
What?
Yeah, I have to go all the way back to last year.
Oh, this is our charts I'm looking at. Yeah,
you can't, like ours.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. So the actual price would have been $3.50 or $4, but last year, April, I mean, I don't understand why this looks like that, but I guess it's the whole, our chart's not showing the reverse.
I see a 1 for 200.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, there was a 1 for
I said 1 for 100 in my math.
Yeah, there's a 1, but yeah, it looks like there was a 1 for 200 in there, but you have to get past, it's not $4.50, is it not $6?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. But I'll give you this one, because we did this for fun last time, and it was a good fun way to cheer for a stock. How about this? If this stock gets to, well, you guys come up with something. I'm not eating a pineapple pizza again, because it's got to be something fun. I'll do something silly on this stream if this stock goes to $45.
$45?
Before the end of the year. So make up something fun, come up with it, let us know in the chat, and I'm down with it. There's no other consequence. I don't want anything out of it if it doesn't get there. I'm just saying we can have that kind of fun, because I love cheering for it.
I mean, a stock could go 10x, right? I mean,
yeah, we had fun with it last time with that other random stock.
It's like,
how about eating pineapple pizza again?
No, I'm not. We already did that, Sia. We've already done it. No, it's got to be something. Make it something more fun than that.
I mean, we just mentioned that we were looking for something different.
I'll wear Sharif's cowboy jersey. That would be pretty painful.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's a pretty good one, actually.
Because that's one thing that, to be honest, you couldn't see me. Like, yeah,
see me?
No, like there's just no world in which I would ever want to wear a Cowboys jersey. That would be an actual punishment for me to have to don that.
What Neil would have to do is, I see someone in the chat, I think this is the best idea, is I'll speak to the caterer and we'll have a special tilapia lunch for Neil.
Why would you
Neil only?
No, come on, we don't have to do
specially made though for you. A lot,
that's
no problem, cooked to perfection.
We don't have to do that.
Yeah, I mean, doing something, that's not a bad idea there, Fabian. Just doing something outside, maybe. Like, I don't
know. Do a lap around Queen's Park?
Or just wearing a sign like, I love the Cowboys, while you're wearing his jersey or something. Look, I mean, at the end of the day, this SUNE.
It's not going to. This
is a fun talk.
It's not going to 45.
That, but it's not doing anything.
The last stock was more reasonable because it was.
Look, when you started Adam James.
No, it was a stock that was going and it only had to double.
Right.
Like it was a double. We're not talking about
a whole bunch of work behind it.
10x is ridiculous.
Yeah, Adam, since it was you started all this, why don't you suggest?
Yeah,
something?
you figure it out.
You let us know. All right, so Alibaba on the comeback here too over the last couple of days. I mean, that was down to 95, 90, 91 dollars up to 112. So that was a good 2 weeks here for Alibaba and company. But I'm wondering if it's getting a little long in the tooth now, especially with the Nasdaq being up today, the ES up, the Dow up, everything's up today. So is Alibaba. Right now, but it's been fading off of the top, as of many symbols, I guess, that really got going early. That one up to 115.50, now back down to 112.70. So yeah, not the greatest afternoon here for Alibaba, but it looks like it's on the way back upside now. We've taken out the 50 period, we've taken out the 25 period, and now we're starting to, think about maturing up a little bit back into where we were off the open. We're not going to get to 115, I wouldn't think, but now you have some support down here, but also trying to hold the 200 period. So I'd like to see it break and then maybe think about going long through the 200, which might be this 112.80 mark. Just trying to find marks. I don't have any idea. I can't just all of a sudden just randomly pick these levels. So we're trying to look for something that we might be able to play off of. And then you can use, an out down here. So I would think a 112.80, which isn't too far away here, potential long for Alibaba. I like to break long, especially it's been hit. We've found a base, it looks like anyways, and now we're supported by the 25 period. Will give us the support of the 200 and give me the support of the 50, and we go long through Alibaba. So that's definitely something to look at there. Yeah, I know, and that's why we still have our news. Our news team.
He doesn't have to. The market's at the highs.
Oh yeah, no, but he hasn't really said anything about oil or Iran or anything.
If the market was down, we probably would have heard something today.
I don't know. Adair's probably working on some graphics over there, but if there is anything,
I am, but I'm also always looking at news, and I'm still not seeing.
That's what I was gonna say. If she comes up with anything, we'll hear from her immediately. So yeah, anything on Donald, we'll get that for you.
That's not bad, Mopar. I mean, it would be more. It's way more painful the Cowboys than the Dodgers, because I don't really dislike the Dodgers. They just beat us last year in the World Series. It's not the same level. I hate the Cowboys you lose back-to-back Super Bowls against a team, and then that culminates 4 Super Bowls in a row. There's some legitimate pain felt by Buffalo Bills fans. Losing a series where we were the distinct underdog and no one would have thought the Jays should have even been there in the first place.
It was nice to be
then
there.
go to the 7th, and whatever. The Dodgers aren't that hateable of a team. That's real. They had Jackie Robinson. My favorite number is 42. It's kind of for obvious reasons, so it's kind of hard to say I really hate the Dodgers. Anyways, there was a story on Fun where I thought maybe it would be going, but it's not.
Funware is
Spike on no
DJT,
volume.
maybe.
That was back in the DJT days.
I wish there was something I could give to you guys here. I mean, the scanner is really dead right now. I mean, we can go over and oil's closed for the day, right? So USO here closes at 2:30 at NYMEX. Not that USO closes; it's still actively trading, but NYMEX there. So I don't know, and until we get a headline, there hasn't been really any volume spikes. And even as we continue out throughout the day there, this is what we're looking at. So, and I was trying to find some halters, like this Sora just opened up. I don't know, nothing's going on there. That's nothing. We looked at that How again as well, and you might say, how is this going to go up? I don't think it will there. And then we had another one, JLHL, the runner from this morning, from yesterday. And this one just kind of going to sleep here in the afternoon as well. I would say this little halt break, I mean, there's a gap right there. So that is 10:30, maybe a break down at this 10:30 price level. That could be something right into the halt band. I don't know if it won't be a halt band, but right into the halt level there of 980. So maybe a quick 50-cent scalp. If that winds up breaking to the downside, SK Hynix just came out, actually. It just went through 170.50. So we waited for it. Look, it kept on bouncing off 169, 169.80, 170. Here it goes. So maybe now we start going back there to the upside. Really nothing hurting us on that trade. But, we did reshort it there at 170 I was going to tell you, we had 20% of a unit, so a fifth of a unit there. Nothing. We do not want to really mess around with this. I had thought that the short could have been there. Now we'll just wait to view up at 172. So let me just put an offer there. If it comes back up into that level, we can short it again. I'll probably put on half unit up there because we've seen 172 be a decent area around there. So it would actually be 172.50 or so is what you have to absorb. So that would be a trade there possibly coming out there. But Yeah, other than that, nothing else. DRAM, I just saw hitting the scanner, maybe. Oh, it's VWAP. I don't know. Oh no, it's not VWAP.
No, that's not VWAP.
It's not VWAP. It's this is a 25 period. Nothing's going on here on DRAM. So, yeah, I don't know. Pretty light day. Give us some more, man. I mean, we just looked at a couple different halters. Webull, we looked at Robinhood. Did that continue its downside push? Oh, we're right back up for IBIT. Hopefully, we'll get that price we're looking for on IBIT. Yeah, Robinhood now trying to make higher, and there it is. Oh, what was that name that we were looking at? That was the 50 period too. Oh, it was Alibaba. We could see if that one's trying to go. No, still not doing anything. All right, so the next thing that we rest our hat on here is IBIT. So I'm going to put an offer now. We haven't really broke through. We broke through 17. We got to 19. We'll get some out there at 17. We take a little bit of a fill there. Now we'll wait to see if we get the rest of it as we try to go through IBIT and 17. Maybe that will come out. Waiting still for 20s. Hopefully that will hit. There we go. We get the rest out there on IBIT. And then we'll wait to see here if we get, I'm waiting at 19 and then 24s on IBIT. So that's what we're doing. But yeah, we're well green today. The market's well green, and it's been a pretty good one, to say the least.
Uh-oh. Okay, now the super chat just got interesting.
Now just got real.
Blunder, what are we talking about here? I got to find my thing so I can actually bring this one up. So, about this. BYND to $20. And then you're going to flat out tell us, please don't look at the charts.
I don't even know what the price is at. What is this?
What do you expect us
I don't know
to
if
do?
It's reverse split.
Look, I know it's on. The only thing I know for sure is that it was under $1. I didn't know. I had no idea. No, it's at 66 cents now.
Okay, yeah.
We knew it was under $1, but come on, if you have to say don't look at the chart, you know why you're saying it. That being said, Beyond Meat is dead. It's dead. This one, it's just stop kicking it because they're just down too much. I don't know what the future is for this. Are you just hoping for some reason for like some last-ditch squeezes or things like that? I just saw some jokes in the chat there from DJK saying beyond $20 for the whole company, buy with a 20 spot. Obviously, it's not quite that bad, but better shot plays out there. If I'm being real, like I think here's the thing: like there are lots of companies that could go to zero, but also offer some real upside. Like you look at something like SMR, which I've been talking about it in the negative context quite a bit recently because of how bad it's been looking. But you know what? Power is still going to be a thing. And they're not really making big sales yet, but a couple of breakthroughs, 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line. Like to me, I'm still holding a third of what you sold some on the way up, which I got the absolute top on the second third. But I'm looking for a place to add back into this. And I'll probably do it if it can hold and then break out the 50 period, or maybe even get to like $5 or something. And then understanding that it could go to zero, but also can be a 10, 50 bagger in the future. Would I rather make a bet to me on something in a sector which I think has explosive growth potential, or Beyond Meat? I guess I'm answering the question. It's rhetorical. I don't know why I hang on it like that, because I think it's rhetorical. But to each their own, right? It's like I like SMR. There's nothing wrong with shot plays out there. I just like the theme. Find something where there's some juice. We know that power is the ish. That's all we keep talking about. We need more and more power. Let's go up to the desk. I think we're going to talk to Sia again.
Let's take a look at what the money markets are doing right now. So USD KRW is a South Korean won. So a retreat from tech-heavy equities in South Korea and Taiwan have fueled a net emerging market stock outflows of around $46.1 billion from foreign investor portfolios just in this June alone. This is coming from some banking trade group data as well. Let's take a look at the pair. The British pound, the pound has risen to almost a 1 month high against the dollar and a 1 year peak versus the euro as of today. Markets have mauled central banks likely response to the latest rise in energy prices that are also stemming from this war with Iran. USD PLN, that's also something we're going to take a look at right over here. Just going to pull the stock up for you. There you go, the ticker for you. So the two Polish central banks. Bankers as of today have said that it was too early to say whether these interest rates could be cut in September. However, one banker has indicated that there's potentially certain room for some kind of reduction this year. And finally, let's take a look at our dollar. The dollar here currently up on the day, very less, with 0.03% at the moment, trading around the 100.9 range, but it is currently falling against major currencies, with the dollar USD hovering around the 100.9 range. With that, the DXY is up on the day, 0.03%. Don't go anywhere because we have Juan recapping the Asian markets for us.
Sure. All right, thanks.
yeah.
We just heard that there was maybe it was 1-0 Spain.
Spain is up now.
Shout out to all of our Spanish friends there and our good friend Luis Barbado as well. And okay, man, we'll just ring a little bit of register here on iBit. So here we go, man. Now we're finally starting to get going to the upside now. We'll see what we can do. Like, there's a nice little push up again. And this way, I think we talked about it. You know, we're going to give it a little bit underneath some of those levels, and it just didn't hit for us. And now we're able to take advantage of this move higher into the into iBit with crypto. So that's working out for us. Down goes SK Hynix again. So it only goes to 171 there. So all right. Yeah, I guess the fade out maybe now is real, and we'll see if that's going to happen. We are expected, I believe, to go to 1 soon. We're going to get a little bit of an Asian update there. We'll hear what's going on, see if he has any insight about this. But there's the move now down on SK Hynix, looking like it wants to get down there. The future's still not doing a whole heck of a lot. We'll see if we can get out some more of that Bitcoin. And then NVIDIA, on that break, let's just get out. I mean, I don't even have anything to worry about. This is $2 in the money, so we're going to go 209. Let's just be specific. Whatever. If it breaks this afternoon low, 70. Let's go 209.69. We always give it a little bit more than what that exact low is, so we'll give that rate there. See if we break underneath, and hopefully NVIDIA will print us higher. But if it does, we'll take that out there for about $1.80 on NVDA. Damn, man. SK Hynix now 169. Couldn't do that before. SPCX, yeah, that's also going lower. Maybe we just short SPCX instead of SK Hynix and just watch.
SK Hynix was good though. The fill back through 170.
Watch it.
Didn't get it. Like it kind of broke down, and then we lost 170 again. Tried to punch. I left the order in just in case I got swept up, but you just couldn't really grab the fill. It just didn't. There was really nobody on the bid. So next available bounce, I'll get. The last time it did this, there was a retest of 170. We still have 20 minutes to go, like 15 minutes till the imbalances and 20 minutes until you're thinking about wrapping things up. Imbalance locator, early look is nothing. Pinterest for 1.1 million and use there every day for 1.2 to the sell side. Nothing else really, but as we did hint, we are going to the desk. I see one, he is locked and loaded.
Yes, indeed. It is now time to talk about the Asian markets with one, and I can think of one name that might be coming up here.
Yes, definitely. Thank you, Adara. So it's a slow day on Friday, but hope everyone's having a good day. And the main market theme for Asian markets last night was a single company or one company bringing back the entire region. So we got SK Hynix, of course. The Kospi definitely staged a volatile 2.52% clawback. A lot of broad short covering lifted most of the memory stocks in South Korea. Institutions basically aggressively repositioning their portfolios ahead of SK Hynix's debut on the Nasdaq. We saw Samsung, I think it was up by about 2.88%. Another name that we might not know now is TCS, Tata Consultancy Services in India. They delivered a stellar Q1 FY27 print, about a $9.5 billion order book. So breaking weeks of localized IT fatigue in India, it definitely triggered a short squeeze across Indian blue chips, as well as lifting the Nifty 50 back up to the 24-200 milestone. So that was the main market theme for last night in India. Now, whoever's trading Asian markets over the weekend on Sunday before our Monday open on the US, take a look at Taiwan. Taipei was actually closed. The market was closed overnight because of a typhoon. They're calling it Typhoon Bavi. All right, so watch the order books closely on Monday, especially after the typhoon. They're going to be playing macro catch-up, and most of the counters will be adjusting to all the tech rotations that happened tonight. Now, SK Hynix, of course, that NASDAQ debut spilling over into the Kospi. So monitor the weekend as well as overnight trading in the Western markets to see whether or not that will affect Monday's Kospi's open. There's definitely going to be a triggering major opening gap on the Kospi, especially for chip components in South Korea. And finally, India, Nifty's 24,300 momentum test. All right, so after that breakout earlier, we can see they might be challenging the resistance at 24,300. So check whether or not the IT sentiment will spread over into the mega caps in banking. So those are your tips for the open on Asia on Sunday.
You heard it here first. I guess in a couple days here, you can take a look at that Asian market, see how that's shaking up. You can also always check us out over here. We've got one on at 11:30 a.m. to talk about the European markets, and then back again here at 3:30 p.m. to talk about the Asian markets. Send you back to the guys for Power Hour.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to power this hour up here, but I'm just going to look. I mean, here we go, SK Hynix. Oh, by the way, let's go, man. We pat ourselves on the back for this one, and we'll go, that was a good idea, at least. And there's our buy. We wrote... Can't even get us wording over here, Andre. But yeah, we wrote down here today, obviously SK Hynix, our number one trade idea. It's going to be the number one stock for me this month. And then we also do have here SpaceX. We didn't do anything on that today. Then we have iBit long at 36. So that's exactly what we have. So there's the iBit long at 36. We write these down at 8 a.m. Make sure you join us every single morning at 8 a.m. We'll talk about the sticky note. It's up all day there on X. You can go check it out for your damn self right now. But we do have Adara back there over at the desk. What you got for us?
Take a look here at LMT here. Lockheed Martin in focus. We've heard stories, I think, all week about LMT maybe getting some deals. Now, this isn't a massive move, but this is still, near high of days, a little bit of a tick to the upside. Department of Defense over in the U.S. announcing just now an $850 million, so just shy of $1 billion contract they awarded to Lockheed Martin back in April. So the contract's not new, but the announcement is keep an eye on LMT. Back to you.
Yeah, good for that, Lockheed. I mean,
a good way to diversify. Again, if you're, some people won't hold LMT for reasons, but if you did want to get away from maybe that sort of AI or some sort of technology look, man, Lockheed Martin.
I think part of the issue,
fortunately, part of this world is that. So
part of the issue is they've been there's been all this pressure where they've been saying we don't want you guys doing buybacks, and until you guys can get supply back, cancel your buybacks, not any good, and maybe you're getting the fatigue from the two wars, but all of the defense stocks have just been languishing. And what the thing about the defense stocks is, believe me, if you don't think they will go sideways for a long time, trust me, there are some long lulls. This had one the entire year last year. It just went sideways. The breakouts are worth it when they break out, but these can go sideways for a while. The good news is they're going sideways while a bunch of other defense names are going still trend down, which might make you favor it. It's also got a sloping up 200 period moving average. So I like Lockheed, but there are only 10 minutes to go to the imbalances. I don't know if there's going to be one last pop to try and retake that short on SK Hynix. That's about the only thing I'm looking at today. With the last couple of minutes here going into the end of the session. And again, not many big imbalances here at the end of the day. The early looks. Pinterest is probably a nothing burger than million shares. It's slightly moving down 1.5%. That's kind of, 1 million shares is good into 4 million, but it's not a lot of notional value for a stock that's $22. You'd like to see that a little bit bigger. So I'll just keep on looking at SK Hynix. Maybe we'll see something in DRAM at the end of the day. Never really know. This one's just been going sideways. If another leg gets taken down, maybe DRAM can be a little something short into VWAP at the close. Maybe they have a sell imbalance. I doubt it. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe a Micron had a move or that had an imbalance, but sideways action all afternoon. We got CNN saying satellite activity monitored at Iranian nuclear sites may constitute a violation of Memorandum of Understanding. Isn't it funny? Before you finish reading the headline, you already know exactly where it's going. And we're not moving in USO.
Who knows? That should be an interesting one there. We only have 10% left of iBit. Yeah, I don't know. You can look at USO. I have one more trade idea. I'm going to take the break of 168.
Yes.
If it breaks 168 right there, I'm going to take the afternoon break. That's it right down here. We've bounced off of it a couple times. That's 167.70. I'm not sure it's going to be a huge move, but if we do get that little whoosh factor, we could just see people say, you know what? That's nice. We've had our time on our fun here. We're going to sell our position and see what happens over the weekend, potentially, as one was mentioning there about the Kospi and everything. So we'll give it a shot. I mean, that low is 168.40s. I mean, we can almost short that, but I'd rather just short the even dollar, see if that provides some kind of pressure, and we'll do it with a quarter of a unit, as I've already mentioned. So if that has an idea there, we'll do that. All right. I don't know. I got this iced coffee was from McDonald's because it's $1, but Starbucks there 106. Just seeing if that was doing anything there. It came across. Oh yeah, it's trying to break down below the day's low there for Starbucks. Came across the scanners as well. So there's Starbucks breaking the low of the day right now and then bouncing off of it. So we missed that trade a little bit, but that would have been something. Look at these futures. We're now moments away, right? 7 minutes away from this eventually coming through. NASDAQ, New York, all these names, they're not going to mean anything until we get the imbalances. So like we still have SK Hynix up there, XLF on a sell side for the ETF for the banks. And I don't know if we looked at too many of the banks today. We did look at Robinhood and SoFi. It's rarely been a day where it's gotten colder throughout the day. I feel like that's what's happened here today. I feel like it's cool. It's chill. Maybe I'm just like absorbing all of the.
I know the difference for me. At least in the morning, I'm drinking a coffee most of the day.
The hair is standing up.
I don't have a warm drink in
really
the
know
afternoon, so therefore
what's going
I'm
on
freezing.
right now. But yeah,
But you also got an iced coffee. You got to drink.
Who cares, man? The iced coffee doesn't matter. No.
Because then you can. It warms up the hands.
I thought people said like if you're really warm, you should drink warm things. See ya?
Huh?
I think. Is it true?
Is that a thing?
Well, coming from maybe your home, like if it's super warm out, I thought if you're drinking warm, like you drink a warm tea, it helps neutralize or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I don't know.
If you drink colder water, or if you drink something with ice and it's hot outside, it's harder for your body to like digest. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it works the other way, like room temperature.
I got a water down here, then a cold water.
Like I drink my water at room temperature. Like I don't put ice in my water. I like it at room temperature. Like I'm not one of but I'm not drinking a hot thing if I'm hot. I don't know.
Yeah, warm water hydrates you faster. Yeah, okay, there we go.
I was asked about my thoughts on Hive. The problem with the companies that are doing the pivot to AI infrastructure, it's when you're pivoting at the point where some of the names are pulling back. So I think a lot of times like the hype happened, you made the pivot, you made the breakout. It literally broke out when it was taking the 200 period moving average. It's dipped and holding the 200 period moving average. So my thought is until it's holding above that again, wait for that. And this is not a bad look. I look at this and I see a couple of bottoming tail candles under the 200 period, but every single time it tries to retest and hold above, has a decent chance to close higher. If it breaks out from here at 350, that's a bit of a trend break. Rounded bottom, I guess it's more like it's probably closer to 360, 365 than it is 350, but I'm splitting hairs. That's a nice rounded bottom for potential breakout. But the problem with this is, look, there's your rounded bottom. Look what happened today. It rejected that little break and is closing underneath. So it's still, I would say it's kind of a wait and see mode. Because you've already gotten the move from this story, like the initial hype spike for Hive. So you're looking for something technical that shows you've made the higher low, and that's not really there just yet. Just heard something about that sober stock. No, not really any volume. If I hear anything in my ear, I'm going to jump in, but like, what are you going to do? Like, you're not chasing a down move. This already dropped 20 cents from 72 to 52, and it's already bouncing. And the volume's 200,000 shares. That looks like a good move. SOBR has done 200,000 shares on a penny stock, so not very tradable.
No, we wind up getting out here of NVIDIA as it winds up breaking that 70 level. So we get out right now as it's starting to go lower here on NVDA. So that's out there. We're still waiting for SK Hynix to break. And we said that SpaceX looks like it was heading a little bit lower as well. And boy, oh boy, we nailed that one. We didn't short it, but yeah, we had talked about this maybe 20 minutes or so ago as it was trying to get lower, and there it is taking out some levels. There is SpaceX as well. Nothing's halting right now, so not much to go over on that front. And their PLTR, yeah, thoughts on PLTR? What's up, PMAC? Thanks for asking us that one in the chat there. PMAC, thoughts on Palantir? And yeah, man, I mean, my thoughts on the longer term aren't huge. I do think that there is going to be some levels that we may test again. I mean, even that $100 mark might be something. And I was just actually talking to somebody that was asking me about Palantir or some of my trade ideas. And I said, Palantir might be a good idea here at some of these levels, just because it does have some get up to it, and we've seen it try to work off of some of those lows before, right? And so, like, we worked off of this 127, we got back up to 160, we came back into 130 again, we got back to 160 again. So now we're back into this 130 level, and of course we had some hiccups, right? The IGV blew up all over itself, and we got some, negative trades, to talk about in the space for sure. So we got to be careful about holding it against some of these lows. But I think to start a position now on Palantir wouldn't be the end of the world. The only problem is the 50-period moving average. Like, we've broken above, and we broke above there and faded again. So we didn't make that run. So I don't mind Palantir at these levels. It's getting close to being, potentially, if the NASDAQ slips up a little bit, Palantir will fall. But coming into earnings season right now, most of these companies, man, have had pretty solid earnings. And I think Palantir will once again put up a good quarter. So, we'll wait to see if that one wants to work out. But yeah, for me, thanks PMAC, I think Palantir is a decent opportunity. And yeah, I mean, I do own Palantir, but every stock I talk about on the show, pretty much, I've got some kind of a piece in, maybe not SK Hynix or anything yet, but yeah, we do like some Palantir. And just because of SK Hynix, like SoFi I have, and I own the NASDAQ, I trade the TQs. We obviously own a lot of NVIDIA as well. All right, here it is. So we are getting ready to break 168. Now that could happen. This is the problem. If it happens, man, I should be putting on this vest over here now. It is really,
that's what I'm saying. It's getting
really cold in here now. But if we break below this 168 there on imbalances, that's not as attractive to me. I'd rather have had it broke on momentum there. So we'll still take that quarter of a unit, but it's going to be a quick out if it doesn't work out for us. So let's wait to see what happens now on SK Hynix and this imbalance, which is out in just over 1 minute.
Yeah, just about a minute to go. L20 Nardi is asking about CRML. I know this is what critical metals, I believe Sharif calls it the criminal for obvious reasons. These names have been under a lot of pressure recently, whether it's MP, CRML. They're just in a bit of a downward push. So downward trend, yuck, and more yuck. There is a flat bottom break just underneath $7. For everyone's sake, I hope it doesn't happen. But stocks like this, short till it's not. There's so many things out there that are uptrends that you can play into. Like, buying dips on uptrends is so much more appealing than trying to find a bottom on something which is just falling every single day. If you're a day trader, I suppose you should just be coming in looking short on CRML until it stops working. Like, look at the last few days. Like, when would you have been favoring short? This would have been hard. That's a tricky one. That's not that bad of a problem fade. This one, it just dumps off of the open, kind of dumps off of the open there. Today, fall apart in front of a resistance level. So yeah, it just looks like a short till it's not. Oh, and now we're bouncing on SK Hynix, going in imbalances. So going into the imbalances, that just bounced pretty heavily.
There it is. So NVIDIA's, wow, everything's really small here today. Is this right? Oh, it's sorted by size. That's why I sorted it by time. Okay, so here we go. Cisco. Wow, Cisco with a buy. We don't see, wow, 121 for Cisco. Okay, Cisco, slow down. My guy there. Look at Cisco, nice price action there. Rivian with a sell. That's really happy to be that back up to 17 bucks, man. That was left for dead for a minute. SK Hynix not really doing too much on this imbalance there. There it is, man. We got a little bit of a buy coming through. Mag 7, all of that. I'll be bringing some gloves here on Monday, I think. This is going to be too much.
Trade in the fingerless gloves?
The Apple's a bid. Other than that, man.
You said Rivian, right?
Yeah, Rivian was a buy?
No, that's a 1.5 sell. It actually moved the stock. Rivian broke low of the day on that. Now down 2.25%. They're getting smoked, Rivian. Well, whatever. It's not been a good day for Rivian, but it's still a pretty good move. Did that?
No, I didn't see it as a sell. I don't think it really.
That's a huge reverse.
It didn't come as a buy or anything. It just. I don't even know what it came.
Look at that candle, though.
To be honest with you, but here we go again, man. It's SK Hynix world, and we're all living in it. So here we go, man. SK Hynix right now trying to go well. We'll see what happens with it. If it does break 68, I'm going to try it just for a small amount, and we'll give it. There's a big size there on SK Hynix at 68. There it is. So we'll see. I mean, big size. The problem is you got to borrow shares to short this thing. So I'm not sure anybody actually has enough shares to short it unless they're long already.
Yeah, it's
so we'll see there. Maybe some synthetic longs. I don't know. There's no options yet. So, all right, here we go. Breaking through 168. I'm going to give it a go. It's only a quarter of a unit. Hey, man, we lose on this one. We're going to give it a go now on SK Hynix. I'll just give it back to, okay, well, I guess it broke. We got short there underneath 168. So it looks like they're trying to hold it. I'll put a bid in the 50s, see if it does crack a little bit lower. But it's not really doing a whole heck of a lot. It's a quarter of a unit. We tried it. All we can do is give that a go. We'll put it up at 168. Let's go to 168.50s. If it breaks that, then we'll just get outward. The most we're trying to look for here is that 50 cents or so. So, yeah, it looks like we just did get a good little buyer there. Look, see, it's not breaking that 168. Like, it just hit like 1 million plus shares there, and someone just bought the whole thing up, and basically with a pegged order there, like an order that has shares underneath it, a reserve, an iceberg order, however you want to call it. It just didn't want to go. So, hey man, we might be winding up losing the 60 cents or so here on SK Hynix, just on very small trade. We were hoping that it would break and continuation, but like if I was panicking here and this was like any kind of a bigger position, I probably would get out now because we've seen it hold, and it's not really worth holding, to the upside, to risk your whole day or anything significant like that. So we'll just get flattened out here if it takes out 50. So there it is, man. SK Hynix holding the 168. For now, that looks like a great long. And look, we can always just remember that for Monday. If it winds up holding 168, we'll see if that's the case. But
I'm favoring short on Monday.
Oh yeah, I think just to watch out for what Cerebras did or what SpaceX did on its first week.
Because Cerebras was a good continuation short for a couple of days. Like, it was giving you, like, it would just lose the bid, and if you got a fill, you were laughing for a couple of days on Cerebras. But we'll see what happens with SK Hynix. That Cisco, by the way, that $2 million to the buy side on Cisco, it does provide an opportunity for that 355 reversion trade, but it's already pulling back without it even pairing off. Like, they're just, like, that trade is getting so crowded that people are reverting these imbalances before it even flips. Like, it didn't even budge off the 2 million buy, and it's already pulling back as the traders are getting on the other side. So we're going to go up to Sia, talk a little bit about crypto. Kind of a weird day for crypto because it did start out so strong. Blame Circle. It's all Circle's fault.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let's take a look at, we discussed this story about Circle earlier in the day, just a couple more things we're going to talk about and just going over it again. So Circle is the issuer of the world's second largest stablecoin, that's USDC, has received approval from the U.S. Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, that's the OCC, to establish a national trust bank. As of today, shares are still up 4.5% on the day. So the Circle National Trust, which is what the bank will be called, will provide fiduciary digital asset custody services for Circle and its affiliates when it opens. So under its approved business plan, the bank could potentially later offer these custody services to a limited number of institutional customers, including banks and other regulated financial institutions. Also, the charter allows CRCL to pursue plans to manage reserves backing its USDC stable coin under OCC supervision, though the company has said that the reserve management remains rather a future capability discussion over here. But let's take a look at how crypto overall is doing today. So BTC up a little over 1% today, trading around the $63,900 region. ETH, Ethereum, we have up almost 2% on the day. It's trading around the 1,790 region. Solana down 0.18% at the moment, trading around the $77 region. And finally, we have XRP that's up on the day, 1% on the $1 region. Sending it back to you.
Thank you, Sia. Now a 1.5 million sell imbalance on SpaceX here. 1.46, whatever, 1.5 million
I mean,
sell
it's
imbalance.
all-time low.
And now it's made an all-time low. It just broke all-time lows. That's so dirty. It was actually going up at 350. I think there was a brief buy imbalance for a couple of seconds that threw it off, and it went up a bit. And now it's absolutely tanking. So down at 145. Joe said 145, and from 145 to 135 is the IPO issue price. So I guess don't break 45 today. Break it on Monday. Do it next week. This stock is headed down to 135. That's the next stop. And I hope there's a big bid down there for a day trade. But tomorrow, Tomorrow we're going to Canada's Wonderland. On Monday we're going to be looking for a short on SpaceX. I keep saying tomorrow like we're going to be trading on Saturday. But yeah, that imbalance is still holding steady. Right? I put SpaceX up here with that Sky H. 1.4 million. So it's still a sell imbalance going into the close. But the thing is, it's a NASDAQ stock. In the NASDAQ, you have to have your auction
Is this
order.
all-time lows for SpaceX?
Yeah.
I think it is, right?
Yeah, this is all-time
Did we break
low.
145 before?
No, it was 46, I thought.
No, I have it written down here. 145.20
Really?
all-time low.
I thought it was 46. It doesn't, whatever.
Yeah, anyways, we're right here right now for it.
Okay.
So we'll wait to see what it wants to do right there. SpaceX, 145.20 on a imbalance there of a few million shares, 1.3 million right now. SK Hynix is going to try again through 168. We can see what that does. There's only 2 minutes left though right now. One more try on this one. If it breaks 168, we'll see where it goes. This has been held here. Will it suffer the same fate there of
Every other IPO?
SPCX and every other IPO, yes, good one there, as SPCX and go down into its all-time lows. And SK Hynix, we're just kidding around about the all-time lows, but it did get to 166 there. So if it does break, that's potentially where it could go here with just a few seconds left. So yeah, man, so far so good here on SK Hynix for the day. Good, actually pretty well received. I mean, obviously it's down from where it opened up. You're going to hear in the media today about, how this name is up 13% or what, but it's not really. It's down from its IPO price of, anything that the public could have got today was 170 right there off open. So if you're good enough to grab it somewhere short up here, then wow, that is a great move for you. I don't see SpaceX on here anymore, so I'm going to assume that is probably
It did pair.
paired. Yeah, okay, so SPCE.
Down to 200,000.
Okay, wow, it's still going to break lower though, I think. Anyways, so we'll have to wait. I'm not going to take that SK Hynix break anymore. We did do well, man. That was a good one. So we make, decent amount here on IBIT as, we buy those dips. We don't have any outs that are below any of our ins. So that's good. And whenever that happens, that's pretty good. So a bunch of outs up here above 20. So you can see half of our position out here underneath the 200, half the position out above the 200. That's what trading's all about. Risk manage and make sure that you're okay to survive until Monday. And yeah, man, it's been a good one. Let us know if you're green or red there in the chat. And, hopefully you guys have had
Risk management's everything, or you'll get frozen out of the profits. And I'm only saying
it is just ridiculous.
I'm literally doing this the whole time. The shorts are really piling in. You would normally think that in SpaceX, as a sell imbalance pairs off, the expectation is that a stock bounces a little bit. The sell imbalance paired off, there's no bounce in SpaceX. That should tell everybody something. The normal procedure is at least a muted bounce. Even if it went 50 cents up, there isn't a green candle. Doesn't matter that they've paired it off. They're still selling off SpaceX. It is now officially made an all-time low. I know we were $1 early before. Well, it's at an all-time low now. At least it broke it by about 13 cents. But we got the closing bell brought to you by Origenics. Shout out to OGEN over on the NYSE exchange. Shout out to them. Want to thank them for sponsoring the closing bell on what has been SK Hynix Day. At the end of the day, it's SpaceX that takes the cake by crapping all over itself.
And almost, it did make a new low, 145.12 there. So 140, we have 145.07 written down here. SK Hynix looks like it will want to break here at the end of the day, but down to 168 SK, down to 145 new all-time lows there for SpaceX as well. But I'm going to guess, Andre, it's probably nice and cozy over there. They got the heat from the board there. So yeah, probably has, absolutely no idea.
The big rack over there gives off a bunch of heat.
Oh, he's wearing a hoodie anyways. See?
That tells you all
that tells you everybody all you need to know. It's 35 degrees or something. Oh, it is cold. Oh, Fabian even saying it's freezing back there. So, okay.
It is, man.
We'll have to dress. I know, yeah. Inside sweater, outside none. But okay, that's fine. We'll be back here on Monday. Of course, there comes Ramin. Ramin's all dressed up in her like kind of jogging pants, hoodie type of thing there, sweatpants.
He knows what's up.
Yeah, I think that's the right call for Monday for sure. But
bring the hoodie.
Yeah, okay. So you're going to Canada's Wonderland tomorrow. That should be a lot of fun. I think the weather's supposed to be great this week.
I didn't check.
No, it is. I checked
hope
already.
so.
So yeah.
Probably should check if you're going to a theme park.
No. It's supposed to be great, and because we have a bunch of stuff organized for this.
Say happy birthday to Debs.
Yes. So I'll tell her that. Probably not watching now.
Sean's
but,
mom.
Yeah, my mom's birthday. Happy 73rd birthday to her, and we'll go celebrate that on Sunday, girls baseball day at High Park tomorrow, so
Oh,
we'll be there. We're doing some sort of a banana ball kind of stuff with the girls there tomorrow. Speakers, everything. I'm bringing my big
fun stuff.
Yeah, my big carry Bluetooth speaker there. We'll have that. We'll have some some females.
Best rule in banana ball. It's a new thing. I don't know if they do it all the time. If a ball gets hit into the foul into the stands,
it gets caught.
well, it's a live ball,
Right.
And they can throw it back into the infield and still try to get the runner out. So the runner's still advancing as the ball's in the
Fun time, but I don't know.
I would love to just go
tired.
have a few brews and watch the banana ball game, but they sell out right quick, man, and they don't come to Canada. But hey, want to thank you guys for all the super chats, all the fun. It definitely warms our hearts, even if the studio is freezing us. So I want to give everyone a big shout out.
We should really see what that thermostat.
I'm going
says.
to. The second we finish this, I'm going to check. I bet you it's set up for like.
I'd say it's gonna say 20. I'm gonna say it's 20 degrees in here.
It's not room temperature. I can promise you that, which is 21 in
I
Celsius.
am tired. I'm tired, man. What a busy week.
It's been a busy week.
We've been out late every night, man. We had late baseball, and but it's been fun. It's we put out a lot of energy for this show for you guys. Although we're sitting down and we're not doing too much, but there's a lot of stuff going on throughout it. So okay, man, good show. Have a good time this weekend.
Shout out, of course,
the
to the
Jays
team in the back.
play this their last, and then it's All-Star game next week, right? So
All-Star game is
Tuesday, Wednesday, something like that.
I think it's like Monday.
Yeah,
Tuesday,
so I think
Wednesday.
this is the last there for baseball. So go out, enjoy some baseball games. Thanks, Sia. Thanks for Adara. What you guys got plans this weekend?
Nothing of note, honestly, nothing too crazy.
Nasia, sleeping, I see in the background there. Okay, well, hey, man, get that rest. We need you here on Monday. So we'll be seeing everybody else on Monday, 8 a.m., Fabian, Tiffany, everybody, Andre, everybody that's back there. One, thank you so much, One. Thank you to my guy over there. I did already, Fabian. Brendan, how about that? And we missed his birthday, so happy belated birthday
Brendan.
to Brendan. I have no idea what day it was, but I heard Sharif's mention that we missed it. So happy belated to Brendan.
He never
Yeah, man,
says
Brendan turned 34 this year. So shout out to Brendan and age. And Brampton, again, another representation there. So we're all three of us from Brampton, man. Neil, myself, and Brendo, all a Brampton connection. Joe from Rexdale. Hope, Joe, you're having a good time wherever. Oh, he's in Ottawa.
He's
Right,
in
see you
Ottawa,
guys. See
man,
you on
nation's
Monday. See you,
capital.
Sharif, as well.